Chapter 601, Failure. It takes 20 kilometers to walk for several hours, but it may only take more than 10 minutes to drive. If it is a plane, it will fly over 20 kilometers in a few minutes. There is a reason why the driver dares not accelerate. 20 kilometers ahead is the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Myanmar Kingdom. If the helicopter accelerates, he may have crossed the border line to the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom by accident. The helicopters they drove were equipped with machine guns and missiles. I won't say that you fly to the other party's airspace for no reason. You are still hanging weapons. Is this a demonstration or a provocation with a great power? If the other party makes a big splash, he insists that you are invading the Long Kingdom. Good guy, can the Bai family be destroyed by touching their little fingers? So the driver repeatedly advised Bai Fang that he could not speed up. But Bai Fang was angry. How could he listen to the driver's advice? His eyes were red and roaring. I'm going to speed up and understand if you can understand? Even if I fly to the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom, I will kill this kid. The driver thought to himself that this was not going to let us die together. Do you think Long Kingdom is really that easy to talk about? Even if the United States pretends to behave, it dares not fly to other people's airspace with weapons. At most, it can be beaten by the side, and there will be excuses to explain afterwards. What are we in other people's eyes? Do you still dare to fly to other people's airspace with weapons on the plane? Isn't this an old birthday boy hanging himself, and he thinks he has a long life? More awesome than the United States. The pilot hesitated and did not dare to speed up. He didn't want to die. Seeing that the Raptor pickup truck was running faster and faster, it had already run out a lot. Bai Fang was anxious. Pull out a pistol from the holster at his waist. Click. After loading the bullet, aim it at the pilot's head. Does your acceleration accelerate? If you don't speed up, I'll shoot you. The pilot thought to himself that you can't survive if you shoot me. If the plane falls in the air, you won't be killed? But the cold muzzle was pressed against his head, and Bai Fang's angry roar came from behind. Accelerate, I'll let you speed up. The driver shivered, and he felt that Bai Fang could shoot at any time. A hero does not suffer any loss in front of him. Mr. Bai, don't be impulsive, I'll speed up now. The driver thought that today was unlucky and everyone would have to die if they were not doing well. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired, so there was no way to speed up. The helicopter's speed increased again and soon flew over the Raptor pickup truck. Stop! Park! Bai Fang was shouting while personally controlling the machine gun and firing at the pickup truck. At this time, he felt that he had to give the pickup truck a little color, and it would be impossible to scare him just by scaring him. So the bullets shot at the back of the pickup truck. Zhou Zheng drove the pickup truck and started moving serpentinely, trying his best to avoid bullets. However, the helicopter was condescending, and even if Zhou Zheng had high driving skills, he could not avoid them. Ding 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 ding. Several bullets were fired on the machine gun on the back of the pickup truck, and the machine guns shot everywhere. Xiao Zhou, where are we? Chu Jianghe, who was sleeping in the back row, was suddenly awakened. He fell asleep in a drowsy manner because the symptoms of terminal illness injected into his body were also controlled and he fell asleep peacefully. His fear and nervousness have been greatly relieved in the past few days. The pickup truck was fired by a machine gun, which woke him up. Uncle Chu, are you awake? We will arrive at the border soon. How do you feel? I'm very good, Xiao Zhou. I feel much more comfortable than before, and I don't want to cough anymore. Chu Jianghe heard that he would be able to return to China soon, and was overjoyed. Xiao Zhou, we finally arrived at the border line? That's great. Hey, why are you so noisy? He finally heard the sound of a helicopter overhead and the sound of the shooting bullets hitting the back of the pickup truck. No, Uncle Chu, you'd better curl up and not stretch it out. Zhou Zheng didn't want him to know that the Bai family in northern Myanmar was chasing them, but he was afraid that the bullet would not grow big and the area would be smaller, and the chance of being shot was smaller. Chu Jianghe was not a fool either. He had heard gunshots more than once in the Lid Park and quickly determined that someone had fired at them, especially the rear doll had been shot countless times, and even the heavy machine gun on the vehicle was loosened, and finally rolled down from the car. He looked up through the skylight and vaguely saw two armed helicopters hovering in the air. The gun's muzzle was gushing with fire snakes, and he was trembling with fear. Xiaozhou, is the Bai family's forces catching up? Zhou Zheng knew that he couldn't hide it, so he just wanted to hide it. Yes, Uncle Chu. However, we will reach the border line now and we will be able to return home soon. Zhou Zheng had already seen the barbed wire on the border from afar, and it was estimated that there were more than 300 meters. He even saw the big hole that had penetrated the barbed wire when he came. At that time, they will drive directly over the barbed wire and arrive at the territory of Long Kingdom. Even if the Bai family has the courage to shoot again. Chojiang River also passes through the front windshield. Li vaguely saw the barbed wire on the border line, and he burst into tears and finally returned to China. This is what he dreamed of in Lid Park. It's really exciting to realize it now. However, Zhou Zheng had a serious expression on his face. It is said that those who travel 100 miles apart are half 90, and the ancients did not deceive me. He arrived at the motherland in just 300 meters, but he encountered difficulties. The back of the pickup truck was completely smashed by a machine gun bullet, and his tires were also shot. Although he can still drive forcibly, he is not as flexible as before. If it weren't for the super driving, this pickup truck would have been stuck. He could only do his best to avoid the bullets fired from the helicopter. Of course, victory is in sight, and it will be safe if you persist for another minute. In the armed helicopter, Bai Fang's face turned red, which was so angry that he was too angry. He personally controlled the machine gun and fired for a long time, but did not stop the pickup truck. Although the pickup truck is riddled with holes, it is still driving. The driver also curled his lips. If he had let him operate, he would have scrapped the pickup truck. Bai Fang's shooting skills are not good, and he has wasted too many bullets. The helicopter's speed suddenly slowed down because the driver also saw the barbed wire on the border line. He was afraid that he would accidentally cross the border and be fucked by the opponent's missiles. At this time, Bai no longer wanted to capture Zhou Zheng alive, and he also saw the border line. His only thought now is to kill Zhou Zheng and avenge his son Bai Zhaoyuan. Start missiles, launch missiles at pickup trucks. Bai ordered the driver. Yes. The driver agreed and began to aim. Suddenly, Bai Fang discovered that the pickup truck driving at high speed was suddenly lying down. The pickup truck finally can't move. Ha 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 ha. Bai Fang finally showed a smile on his face. It was still 100 meters away to reach Long Country, but the pickup truck could not run. It was God's will. Don't launch missiles first. Bai stopped driving. I want to catch the plane alive. Chapter 602 Attracting Firepower to cover Chu Jianghe's return to China. 100 meters ahead is the junction between the Dragon Kingdom and the Burmese Kingdom. Zhou Zheng even clearly saw the spikes on the barbed wire mesh. A distance of 100 meters is not a matter of a throttle. Motherland, I'm here. Zhou Zheng rushed towards the barbed wire with the mentality of driving the car to scrap. Clang! Somewhere, the pickup truck's engine went out. I'll go. The fire is off. Zhou Zheng hurriedly turned the key and fired it. Ku-ki-ki-ki-ku. Ku-ki-ki-ki-ku. But I can't beat it no matter how hard it is. The pickup truck drove forward for more than 30 meters due to inertia, but this section was uphill. After the inertia disappeared, the pickup truck began to reverse. Zhou Zheng quickly stepped on the brakes and twisted the keys desperately. But the pickup truck was completely lost and couldn't get it. Bang 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 bang. A sound of propellers came, and Zhou Zheng saw the two helicopters chasing him starting to land next to him. He had a premonition of danger. The pickup truck was in a slump, and the Bai family could shoot randomly and knock the pickup truck into a hornet's nest. They landed for only one purpose, that is, to catch them alive. Only then did Zhou Zheng understand why the helicopter was not launched with missiles. It turned out that the Bai family had other ideas. If this falls into their hands, life will definitely be worse than death. Zhou Zheng was not afraid at all, he was confident that he would get out calmly. However, it is hard to say if you take Chu Jianghe with you. If you can't make a fuss, they both have to explain it here. Zhou Zheng was a little impatient and looked at the borderline a few times but saw nothing. He murmured to himself. Why haven't Matsu come yet? I've already notified him and asked him to answer. It turned out that after Zhou Zheng killed Bai Zhaoyuan, the young master of the Bai family, he called Su Hongbing while driving. First, he told him that Chu Jianghe was rescued, and the two were on the way to the borderline at this time, and it was expected to arrive at the borderline in more than half an hour. Secondly, I hope Su Hongbing will find connections to meet them on the border, but Zhou Zheng always feels that he is not so down-to-earth. But he knew that Su Hongbing had already arrived in Yunnan province with Chu Yunyao and Lu Maihuai. Su Hongbing even wanted to pass through the border secretly, but was persuaded by Chu Yunyao. Of course, he was also impulsive. He didn't have Zhou Zheng's ability. He just had the courage to pass by, and he would also give food. Everyone was inquiring about the news on the border and waiting for Zhou Zheng to return safely. Finally, Zhou Zheng called. Chu Yunyao heard that her father was still alive and was rescued by Zhou Zheng and was on the way back to China. She couldn't help but cry with joy. Su Hongbing also attached great importance to the pursuit when he learned that there were pursuers. When Chen Chuiyun and Yao were crying with their heads in their arms, they quickly slipped out and called to find a relationship. Therefore, Zhou Zheng believes that Su Hongbing will not lose his links in such a big matter. His preparations are still useful, so it's not enough. However, no one answered him on the border, and there was no one. Is Su Hongbing not a strong relationship? Zhou Zheng was confused and thought it was impossible. Even if it doesn't matter, Su Hongbing will always come to the border to pick him up. Why didn't Lao Su come? Zhou Zhenglai, it's not time to think too much, now is a life and death moment. 7 or 8 fully armed guys had jumped off the helicopters one after another. They were wearing camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests on their outside, and even Kevlar helmets on their heads. Good guy, I thought it was Mi Jun when I saw it. These people are the personal guards around Bai Fang and the strongest and most elite militants in the Bai family. Their equipment is of course the best. Their weapon is a use-made M16A4 automatic rifle bought at a high price, which is quite expensive. Although AK-47 is more cost-effective, the equipment of the boss of the Bai family must be unique and show off. These people were well trained at first glance. After getting off the helicopter, they quickly bent down and spread out in a fan, cutting off Zhou Zheng's route to the border. Zhou Zheng naturally would not sit still and wait for death here. He picked up AK-47 and asked Chu Jianghe. Uncle Chu, can you walk? Xiao Zhou, no problem. Okay, Uncle Chu, let's come out of the car first and be careful not to be exposed to each other's vision. Good. The two of them carefully came out of the car and hid behind the pickup truck. The borderline is dozens of meters ahead, but it is stuck here by others. Chu Jianghe was both uncomfortable and depressed. These bastards are so arrogant. They are all at the border of our country. Are they still willing to give in? Zhou Zheng smiled. Uncle Chu, don't worry, I will definitely be able to send you to the country safely. We will use this pickup truck as a cover now, and I will take the initiative to shoot to attract their attention. When their formation becomes chaotic, you will take the opportunity to run towards the border line. Do you understand? I understand, Ah Xiaozhou, won't you retreat with me? Zhou Zhensin said, if I withdraw, who will attract the other party's fire? Of course, this cannot be said explicitly. Smiling and said, I must also withdraw, but the goal of retreating together is too big. You retreat first. If you are safe, I have a way to escape unstoppable. Xiaozhou, you must pay attention to safety. Chu Jianghe also saw that it was now attracting fire power to cover his retreat. He was also unbearable, but he knew very well that he was just a drag. If he followed Zhou Zheng, it would affect him and even implicate him. So Chu Jianghe is no longer pretentious. He held his hand with tears in his eyes and told him to be careful. Zhou Zheng nodded and checked the guns and ammunition. Uncle Chu, I'm going to take action. You can find an opportunity to run to the border at any time. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he showed his head and shot 3 times. Da da da. Ah! As the gunfire sounded, an opponent's militant was shot in the chest. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, the impact of the bullets flying at high speed still broke 3 ribs through the bulletproof vest. This person cannot die, but he has no combat power for the time being and cannot get up lying on the ground. A figure suddenly rushed out from behind the pickup truck, followed by a tactic roll, hiding behind a big tree. Play the horse, shoot me. With the order from Bai, the militants fired at the same time, but the bullets all hit the big tree. You guys go around and surround them, and you guys attack head only to suppress the fire power. Bai's side commanded and the militants scattered attacks. Zhou Zheng naturally would not sit and wait for death. He stretched out AK-47 behind the tree and shot blindly. Da-da-da-da-da. Several militants on the opposite side immediately fell down and were suppressed by AK-47 so that they could not raise their heads. After a round of fights, Zhou Zheng immediately rolled in tactics again, escaped and hid behind a big rock. The plan to surround Zhou Zheng was failed, and he was immediately angry and moved towards Zhou Zheng while shooting. They were completely attracted by Zhou Zheng. When Chu Jianghe saw that time had come, he rushed towards the borderline dozens of meters away. Chapter 603 Bloody Battle. Zhou Zheng secretly saw Chu Jianghe running towards the borderline, and the Bai family's militants shot here with their backs to him, with a distance of only more than 10 meters. If they hadn't been firing, they would have easily discovered Chu Jianghe behind them. Zhou Zheng was also sweating for Chu Jianghe, thinking that he would never be discovered by the Bai family. He showed his head and fired 2 random shots at the Bai family militants, turned his head and a soldier rolled and ran behind another big tree not far away. Bang 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 bang! The bullets were fired at Zhou Zheng like a pour, and the Bai family's militants were not stingy with the bullets. Chirable chirp 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 chirp. Zhou Zheng was covered in smoke on the route of movement. The militants were also very experienced. Some people aimed at Zhou Zheng's body and shot, while some people shot in advance. Of course they shot at their legs. After all, the boss said that they were caught. In this way, no matter how fast he runs, he will be hit. But what's amazing is that Zhou Zheng came in a snake-shaped running position, and seemed to have predicted that the bullet would be shot in that direction, so he calmly dodged the bullet. Don't kill him! Seeing such dense bullets, Bai Fang felt that Zhou Zheng was dead and quickly spoke, and he wanted to catch the live and torture him slowly. Even if you catch a half-dead person. But it seems that there is so much danger at present, and he can't stop him, and the other party will definitely be called a horse's nest. But I knew that Zhou was strangely dodging the bullet in front of him, but actually escaped from the fire power net and hid in another place. Behind a big tree. I'm rough. Bai Fang opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he had just seen. Isn't this kid a human? Why is he so flexible, and he seems to know where the bullet will land? His brows suddenly frowned. Suddenly, he thought that his son Bai Zhaoyuan and his 30 people were wiped out by the other party alone. This guy's ability can be described as perverted. Although the 10 personal guards around him are the top soldiers of the Bai family, 10 people can deal with more than 30 people under Bai Zhaoyuan. But the 30 armed forces under Bai Zhaoyuan were not vegetarians. They were equipped with AK-47 and even 4 heavy machine guns. But even such a lineup was dealt with by the other party alone, and the other party seemed to be unharmed and escaped without any injury. Bai Fang suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. He just now always felt that he had armed helicopters, Gatlins, and missiles, so he naturally didn't attach much importance to Zhou Zheng, but he only had endless hatred. Now that we have reached the ground, the more than 10 fully armed guards under our command seem to have little advantage in dealing with the opponent. It is even more difficult to catch a living. It is even unknown whether the opponent can be successfully killed. If the other party runs away, it will be his lifelong nightmare to be a killer. Don't show mercy, kill him, it doesn't matter if you die. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Fang issued an order. He didn't want to play with cats and mice, because he was afraid that he would eventually become a mouse. Yes. The guards agreed and breathed a long sigh. If they were asked to kill Zhou Zheng and the others, they would be very sure. After all, they were all equipped with awesome equipment and were known as the Small American Army. If the capture is very difficult and the other party is not ordinary, if you are concerned about this and that, you may be in danger of being able to escape from it, and you may not be able to catch your side alive and suffer casualties. The boss suddenly stopped living. These people were under reduced pressure and could let go of their hands and feet without any fear. Bang bang bang! Da da da! After shooting at the big tree where Zhou Zheng was hiding, someone took out a broken grenade, opened the security, pulled the ring and threw it over. In an instant, 6 or 7 broken grenades were thrown away. Zhou Zheng poked his head slightly and wanted to check the other party's location, but he saw several grenades thrown over. Hold the grass! He is not a steel bar, and no one can withstand the explosion. It is too late to run and turn his head and pounce on the back. Boom! Boom! After a series of deafening sounds, thick smoke rose around the tree where Zhou Zheng was hiding. The big tree was also blown away with branches and leaves, and countless shrapnel were embedded on the trunk. A dozen militants rushed towards the smoke and guns. Zhou Zheng threw himself back and pressed his strength to the ground. Because he knew that after the grenade exploded, countless steel ball shrapnel would fly around. Only by lying on the ground and sticking to the ground can the damage be minimized. Even so, the explosion made his ears buzz sound, and 2 shrapnel flew past his back and buttocks, splitting his clothes, and cutting 2 holes that were 10 centimeters long and half a centimeter deep. Zhou Zheng felt the pain on his back and buttocks, and touched the blood in his hands. Before he could think more, he rolled around and rolled a few times, hid behind a big rock. Because he knew that the other party would charge forward if he lost his grenade. If you still stay there, you may be caught alive. Sure enough, when Zhou Zheng hid behind the stone, a sound of footsteps came. More than 10 Bai Fang's personal guards ran to the big tree and were searching for Zhou Zheng. They felt that under the attack of so many broken grenades, Zhou Zheng would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Zhou Zheng was only 6 meters away from them at this time, and he was also very angry behind the stone. His grandmother was actually injured. Just as I was about to pick up AKA and give them a shot. However, the other party has a bulletproof vest, so it is probably not going to cause too much damage if it is fired, and the speed is too slow if it is fired. Suddenly, I remembered that there were 5 broken grenades on my body, and I immediately looked happy. Do you have grenades? Don't I have one? I was so angry just now, it's time to go back now. Zhou Zheng took out 5 grenades quietly, opened the security one by one, and quickly pulled off the ring and threw it out to Bai Fang's personal guard. He was very close to the other party, so he didn't have to raise his arm and threw it hard, but reached out to send it over. Several grenades fell to the ground and made a faint sound. With the smoke of gunpowder, Bai Fang's personal guards couldn't see clearly what it was. They were wondering why Zhou Zheng's body could not be found. When he realized that there was a grenade under his feet, he suddenly showed panic on his face. Although he is wearing a bulletproof vest, his head and lower body have no protection. If the grenade explodes from below, his lower body will definitely suffer. It's too late to run away again. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by deafening sounds, Bai Fang's personal guards were blown up and cried, and even if they were well trained and as determined as iron, they could not withstand this wave of grenade attack. Because of the excessively dense position, everyone was injured. 4 people were killed on the spot, and 3 of them broke their legs and seriously injured. The remaining 4 legs were also cut by shrapnel, and the blood stained her pants. Chapter 604. The battlefield changes rapidly. Bai Fang took a breath of air conditioning when he saw this. Originally, I had a great advantage, and the other party ran away like a mouse. He didn't know that Zhou was attracting their attention to cover the Chujiang River's transit. Of course, Bai's personal guards are indeed very powerful, and even if Zhou Zheng wants to fight, he cannot face the front. However, as Zhou Zheng threw out the broken grenade, the offense and defense were changing rapidly on the battlefield. Most of his personal guards were killed and injured by the bombing, and almost all of them were wiped out. How come he has so many grenades? Bai Fang and his personal guards did not expect that Zhou Zheng would have a grenade, so they were careless. But in the end, I paid the price for it. Taking advantage of the moment when Bai Fang's personal guard was injured and chaotic, Zhou Zheng held AK-47 and squatted down and started shooting. At such a close distance, as long as he is given enough shooting time, he will shoot without any effort. Sure enough, Zhou Zheng fired 3 shots at a time, and after the gunshot, one of Bai Fang's personal guards would be shot. The personal guards fell down one by one as if they were named by the King of Hell. In the end, there was still a personal guard left. When the grenade exploded, he was at the edge, so he was the least injured, but a small hole was cut by shrapnel in his thigh. Watching the brothers beside him ruthlessly harvesting their lives with bullets like lambs, even though he was used to the big scene, his heart beat faster. He didn't have time to bandage the wound on his leg, and he didn't want to save other guards, because they were all dead, and he was also frightened. Zhou Zheng wanted to end it, but after he finished the last bullet, he had to change the magazine. This gives the only guard who survives for a few seconds. His best way is to dodge himself and hide behind the big tree without moving, at least he can wait for an opportunity to fight back. But his mind was confused because of fear. At this moment, he had only one idea in his mind, that is, he could run as far as he could run as fast as he could. Dong 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 dong. He ran wildly in the direction of Bai Fang. Mr. Bai, save me! The fear in his heart actually made him shout out that his boss could save him. Bai Fang had been almost wiped out by the guards, and was shocked and scared, and ignored the shouts of the guards. He was very experienced and hid behind a big tree, for fear that the other party would suddenly shoot him at the head. Mr. Bai! Da. The guard shouted twice and was accurately shot by the bullets shot from behind. He died suddenly and seemed to have not reacted at once. The body ran forward 2 steps and was depressed to the end. Bai Fang saw the last personal guard die in front of him, his brain breaks, and he feels disgusting and a deep sense of fear. The other party is too strong, so strong that it is outrageous. At the beginning, I shouldn't have wanted to catch anyone alive, so I directly used the missiles on the helicopter to kill him, so how could this unfavorable situation happen? Bai Fang's intestines that regret now are about to be blue, but it's too late to regret it. Wipe! He heard the sound of someone moving towards this side and his heart trembled. It's his turn next. He didn't want to be beaten to death like this, but he felt that he couldn't escape at all. Bai Fang had a backbone than his son Bai Zhaoyuan. He took out his pistol and stuffed it into his mouth, preparing to swallow the gun and commit suicide. After all, he is the boss of the Bai family, and he will die more heroic. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, a huge sound came from the sky. Bai Fang looked up and immediately looked happy. An armed helicopter hovered above his head, the one searching for Zhou Zheng in the opposite direction. When he learned that Bai Fang had discovered the target, he immediately turned around and chased after him. It's time to come, I'm saved. Bai Fang took back his pistol and immediately contacted the helicopter driver with his carry-on communication device. I am Bai Fang, I'm under you, hurry up and protect me. My personal guard was beaten to death by the other party. Did you see him near me? Mr. Bai, no. The driver was driving the helicopter to lower the altitude very low, but he did not find it. Bai Fang ordered. Then you land, I'm going up. No, Mr. Bai, the terrain here is uneven, with trees and stones. I have to land 50 meters east to the east. Damn, you mean to let me go 50 meters east? Bai Fang was furious. That kid may be nearby. He is a perverted guy. He will be beaten to death when I move. You can't find the other party's position even if you step on the horse condescendingly. How dare I go out? Mr. Bai, don't worry. The helicopter pilot said. Our team of people is coming. It's less than 1 kilometer away from you. I'll circle over you. When our people arrive, you'll be safe. Are you a team member? Bai Fang was a little confused, and he didn't have time to call for support. It's like this, Mr. Bai. The news that Mr. Bai was killed was already known. Everyone wanted to avenge Mr. Bai, so they all came out. There were 3 armored vehicles and even 1 tank. Bai Fangwen heard that his face was unstable. In the Bai family, those armed forces cannot act without his permission. But this time they actually acted privately, which made him very angry. However, by chance, these people left their posts without permission and acted privately but helped him and even saved his life. Bai Fang cannot get angry even if he wants to get angry, and this is not the time to get angry, so it is important to save his life first. Boom! Boom! Bai Fang heard the movement in his ear. This is the sound of armored vehicles and tanks marching. When reinforcements arrived, he stood up again. Instruct the helicopter pilot. Contact them, and if you surround this place, you must catch the guy who killed my son. Yes. When Zhou Zheng killed the last Bai Fang's personal guard, he originally wanted to kill Bai Fang. But suddenly the Bai family's armed helicopter came to the sky, and the roar of chariots in the distance could be heard faintly. His hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, and he even heard that there were at least 1 tank and 3 armored vehicles, and there were countless large displacement vehicles. Zhou Zheng guessed that this was the Bai family's reinforcements coming, so he gave up the idea of killing Bai Fang. Chu Jianghe has safely crossed the border and returned to the country. He finally rescued him. In contrast, Bai Fang's life and death are not important to Zhou Zheng. I'll save your life, and I should withdraw. Zhou Zheng said silently in his heart, preparing to retreat. But the armed helicopters in the air kept hovering, and Zhou Zheng could be discovered as long as he showed his head. The sound of roaring chariots in the distance became louder and louder, and they were about to approach. Then I can't leave if I want to leave. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and left the bunker and trotted towards the border. It can be reached quickly with a distance of more than 100 meters. But the armed helicopter immediately discovered him. Buzz! The 5 Gatling gun barrels on the belly of the machine turned, spewing out a dazzling fire snake. Chapter 605, Die Together? Chirable chirp 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 chirp. Countless bullets flew past Zhou Zheng and shot on the ground to stir up a large cloud of dust. Zhou Zheng was like dancing in front of the gate of hell, relying on his perverted skills. He was serpentine running and dodging bullets. Although he was not hit, there was no cover around him. Zhou Zheng could only walk one way to the black and rushed towards the border line. "Mr. Bai, I found the target." His speed was very fast. He could even avoid Gatlin's strafing. "It seemed that I would strengthen my fire power." Dong 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 dong. The helicopter pilot said, stopping Gatling's strafing and changing to another weapon. This helicopter is equipped with a 30mm x 113mm cannon, which is also the main weapon. This kind of machine cannon can penetrate ordinary armored vehicles with just one shot. It is very powerful and of course it is also expensive. This was purchased by Bai Fang on the black market at a huge amount of money. I heard that the US military's Apache armed helicopter also uses the same machine cannon. Because it is very expensive and has limited resources, there are only 15 shells on this plane. The pilot of the plane was furious and could dodge Gatlin's strafing, so he became angry and began to shoot Zhou Zheng's cannon. This is like a cannon hitting a mosquito. Although it is a bit of a big deal, it is quite useful. The shells will explode when they are shot, which is much more lethal than the bullets and the area of lethality. Zhou Zheng could no longer avoid the damage of the machine gun when he was running, so he could only rush over, rolled on the spot, got up and continued to rush. He was like a monkey being tricked, and his life was in danger. Bai Fang saw it and suddenly ordered the helicopter pilot. "Don't fire the cannon, use Gatlin to suppress this kid, and capture him alive when the armored vehicle tank arrives." At this time, he had the idea of capturing Zhou Zheng alive. As the saying goes, one's mistake will lead to wisdom. Just now, because he wanted to capture Zhou Zheng alive, his personal guards were wiped out, and he was almost forced to commit suicide by swallowing the bullet. In theory, Bai Fang should have solved Zhou Zheng without hesitation. But Bai Fang didn't think so. He always thought that it was impossible for a person to fall twice in one place. Besides, all the strength of the Bai family has come, and Zhou Zheng can't fly even if he has wings. Thinking of this, Bai Fang confidently stopped the helicopter pilot from firing at Zhou Zheng's cannon. Instead, he suppressed Zhou Zheng and refused to cross the border. The helicopter pilot is not right. "Mr. Bai, we are now next to the border line, only 50 meters away from the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. It is easy to cause misunderstandings from the Dragon Kingdom if it is both airplanes and tanks. It is better to cut the mess quickly after killing him and retreat quickly. It is better to have less trouble than more, and don't cause unnecessary trouble." The helicopter pilot made a lot of sense, but Bai was furious. "I'll use you to teach me how to do things. I did not cross the line on the border and the territory of Myanmar. Why should Long country misunderstand me? Besides, we deceived many Long people to come to northern Myanmar, but we didn't see them react anyway. To be honest, even if I cross the border and come to their territory, what can they do to me? I am the boss of the Bai family. I have the final say in everything. You don't have to say too much." Bai Fang is really not afraid of the Dragon Kingdom. Although this country is huge, it is like a good old man. This gave him an illusion, feeling that even if he crossed the border with his armed forces to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, he could escape unstoppable. But the driver doesn't think so, although he just works for the Bai family. The driver also has his own dreams and hobbies. He studies international relations and other things every day. He did not think that the Dragon Kingdom was kind and easy to bully. Look at his kind-hearted eyes and he is happy to everyone. If he really wants to do it, he will not show mercy. Besides, they are big countries that can compete with the United States, and countries like Myanmar are just pawns of big countries. If Bai really crosses the border with his armed forces to the Dragon Kingdom, it means that the old birthday star is impatient to hang himself. This is a naked invasion. If the other party doesn't beat you up, you will be able to clean it. "Mr. Bai, we can't stay here for too long. It's better to fight quickly. The helicopter pilot also wanted to persuade Bai Fang, but Bai Fang beat him up again. Are you the boss of the Bai family or am I the boss? I don't even listen to my words. How about you kill me and you will be the boss of the Bai family? Faced with Bai Fang's sarcasm, the helicopter pilot was frightened and immediately did not dare to say a word. He flew in a helicopter to a distance less than 20 meters from the Long Country border, and the Gatling machine gun symbolically fired several bullets in front of Zhou Zheng. This is a warning to Zhou Zheng that if he missed the border, he would not kill him. Zhou Zheng instantly understood what the other party meant. Don't kill yourself? Is this what I want to catch? He stopped moving and quickly took a breath and thought about countermeasures. The cannon on the helicopter just now caused him a lot of trouble. Another shrapnel cut on his arm. His body is different from that of ordinary people, and he has stopped bleeding, but it is also a little painful. With the 2 cuts on the back and buttocks, Zhou Zheng has been injured in 3 places. This was also the most tragic and injured. If the helicopter kept firing cannons, Zhou Zheng might have suffered greater damage. But Bai's order gave him another breathing time. 30 meters away is the Dragon Kingdom. The motherland was waving to him, but he couldn't get through it. He was also a little impatient. The armed helicopters above his head were staring at him, and a large number of vehicles were vaguely seen driving towards him in the distance. Needless to think, it was reinforcements from the Bai family. The current situation is in jeopardy. Why haven't Lao Su shown up yet? In fact, Zhou Zheng was still illusioned in his heart that Su Hongbing could bring people to the border to pick him up. But from the borderline to the Long Kingdom, there was no one, and even the Chojiang River disappeared without a trace after crossing the borderline. Haha, it seems that there will be a lot of danger this time. Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly. He had his last move, which was to fight the trapped beast. Fight against the armed forces of the Bai family. It is still unknown who will win if you die. While the large-scale armed forces of the Bai family had not arrived in the distance, Zhou Zheng looked up at the hovering armed helicopter in the sky. Now that I kill the helicopter, I still have hope of escaping. People below, put down their weapons and surrender. The sound of persuading the submission came from the helicopter. Don't shoot, I surrender. Zhou Zheng pretended to be in a trepidation and grabbed AK-47 and tried to throw it on the ground, but suddenly his gun was pointed up. Da-da-da-da-da. The helicopter pilot also reacted, and Bai's order was thrown out of the sky, and he also fired the cannon without hesitation. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter pilot was shot and died, and the helicopter lost control and fell from a high altitude. And Zhou Zheng was also blown away by the machine cannon. Chapter 606, Do these militants want to cross the border? The helicopter pilot was killed by Zhou Zheng, and the out-of-control helicopter fell into a fall. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the helicopter fell to the ground and detonated the fuel tank and instantly turned into a big fireball. Zhou Zheng was also affected by the aftermath of the cannon and flew out 5 meters away. AK-47 and the Desert Eagle all lost their hands and didn't know where they fell. His body was several meters closer to the border. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed by the powerful shock wave. But Zhou Zheng's body has been transformed systematically and is a group of powerful people. Even if he is bombed by a large bomb, he will not be killed as long as he is not in the explosion center. Even so, Zhou Zheng was a little embarrassed at this time. His body was covered in dirt, and half of his body was numbed by the powerful shock wave. I touched my cheek and found that blood was flowing down. It was because my scalp was cut by shrapnel and the blood flowed continuously. Zhou Zheng pressed the wound with his hand, and the blood stopped after a few seconds. Not only is he strong in body, his physical repair ability is also different from that of ordinary people, and his wound heals much faster than that of ordinary people. At this time, the cuts scratched on the back and buttocks were no longer bleeding, and even a faint blood scab was applied. The armed helicopter was solved, and no one could threaten Zhou Zheng's safety for the time being. Looking at the borderline more than 20 meters away, Zhou Zheng wanted to get up and run to the country. It was safe when he arrived at home. He expected that even if the Bai family had the courage to cross the border, he would not dare to cross the border. Zhou Zheng struggled to get up, but he didn't know that his left leg was still very numb and he didn't feel anything at all, so he couldn't get up. When he looked down, he saw that his ankle was seriously sprained, and his feet and calf were almost at a 90-degree angle. No wonder I can't walk. Grass. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but make a slut. This is the first time he has suffered such serious injuries. Fortunately, the caliber of the helicopter was not very large. If it was blown up by the large caliber cannon, the leg would be completely broken. Zhou Zheng was also a little scared. No matter what actions he did, he always wanted to be a lone hero. If he caught criminals in China, it would be very dangerous for him. But when facing militants, even aircraft and cannons, he was still unable to match his strength. After all, he was also a flesh and blood body. I secretly told myself that I must learn from my lessons and that I cannot be ruthless in everything I do in the future. Zhou Zheng originally wanted to use bone correction method to restore the injured foot, but the danger was not solved. The Bai family's brigade drove a chariot and he had to run to the country, otherwise he would have no time. Zhou Zheng had no time to get up and supported his right leg, and then jumped towards the border like a kangaroo. He jumped amazingly, and he could jump 5 meters away with one leg, and he could cross the border and return to the country by just 4 or 5 times. It just so happened that there was a big hole in the barbed wire on the border line, which was also the place to go when I went to northern Myanmar. Chu Jianghe ran back to China from here, and Zhou Zheng also planned to drill through this big hole. Not far away, Bai Fang was stunned when he saw the helicopter crash. In fact, he also understood that it was his wife's benevolence who insisted on catching them alive, which led to Zhou Zheng recovering from his strength and shooting at the helicopter. Of course he would not blame himself, and his anger towards Zhou Zheng became even stronger. Seeing Zhou Zheng get up and jumping towards the border line, Bai Fang was both angry and anxious. If he really watches him return to the country, Bai will lose a lot. He took out his pistol and pointed it at Zhou Zheng and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang! Soon, all the bullets were killed. But his marksmanship was too bad and he didn't hit Zhou Zheng a single bullet. Zhou Zheng also jumped to the border with one leg. Facing the big hole in the barbed wire, he turned around and looked at Bai Fang from a distance, with a playful smile on the corner of his mouth, then turned around and drilled through the big hole, and jumped to the land of the Long Kingdom. Ka ka ka! Bai Fang pulled the trigger hard with his index finger, but unfortunately there was no bullet in the magazine. His eyes were staring at Zhou Zheng fiercely, like an angry hungry wolf. If his eyes could kill people, Zhou Zheng would be dead and have no place to bury him. No! Bai Fang shouted in despair. He felt that he was just a complete clown and lost too badly. The son died, his armed forces were destroyed, and the most elite guards around him died. However, the other party was only a little injured and basically escaped unscrupulously. Bai Fang has never suffered such a loss. The most important thing is that so many people were mobilized to encircle Zhou Zheng, but he finally ran away. Bai Fang couldn't afford to lose this person, and he felt more uncomfortable than killing him. Boom 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 boom! Boom 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 boom! The armed forces supported by the Bai family finally arrived. A tank opened the road, followed by 3 armored vehicles, and behind them were more than a dozen off-road vehicles and pickup trucks. When everyone saw Bai Fang, they stopped the car and got out of the car one after another. Wuyu was crowded together, and there were no less than 100 people, which was also the last armed force of the Bai family. Mr. Bai, are you okay? We are late and ask the boss to punish you. Who did Mr. Bai? Why did our helicopter be knocked down? Everyone was talking and messed up. Bai Fang was already in a state of irritability, and when he heard these people's words, he became even more irritable. Stop it and listen to me. Bai Fang is still very prestigious in the Bai family. When everyone saw that he had a bad face, they quickly shut up and even dared not speak out. Bai Fang said, "Everyone gets in the car for me, the person who is jumping in front of the target will be killed without mercy." Yes. Everyone nodded and agreed and got on the car immediately. But some people saw that Zhou Zheng's location was not in Myanmar but in the Dragon Kingdom. "Mr. Bai, we may not be able to chase after you. That kid has crossed the border and reached the Dragon Kingdom. Why can't I chase after it? Can't I go to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom?" "Of course we can go, but we can't drive the plane and tank. This will definitely be regarded as an invader by the Dragon Kingdom. We are not as explosive as we send a Dongfei Express." "Shut up!" Bai Fang kicked the other party and fought. "I'm going to take a horse, and I'm going to extinguish my own sensation. I'm just walking around the edge of his territory, who can know? Even if I know, do you know? As for using Dongfeng Express, when the sky falls, the Myanmar government will carry it, so I will take it all." After Bai Fang finished speaking, he quickly got on an off-road vehicle and drove the car toward the border. Everyone stopped hesitating when they saw the boss taking the lead in charge, and followed him with a tough bullet. Boom 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 boom. Tank armored vehicles and numerous off-road pickups followed Bai Fang. Bang 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 bang. The two armed helicopters also took off in anger. Zhou Zheng turned around when he heard the voice, and saw that the other party rushed towards him with great momentum. Are these people going to cross the border? Chapter 607, Being Scared Away as soon as you enter the country. Zhou Zheng crossed the border and arrived at the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and suddenly felt a sense of intimacy and security. He sat down the ground, breathed a long sigh, just like a child who had been away from home for many days was worried outside. At this moment, he finally returned to his mother's arms. He had the mood to relax and no longer worried. Chirable chirp 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 chirp. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng felt the danger and hurriedly climbed on the ground. He saw more than a dozen bullet holes on the land in front of him, and dust filled with him for a moment. I'll go. The Bai family's armed forces actually dare to shoot at citizens in the territory of Long Kingdom. Are they going to be crazy? Zhou Zheng felt unreal. He felt that unless his brain was thrust or the gun went off, no one would dare to shoot here so boldly. However, these dozen bullets did not seem to be fired, but rather they were done on purpose. In the flash of lightning, Zhou Zheng thought of the blue dread eyes of the boss of the Bai family just now. This guy probably is already angry and ignores it. It seems that he even dared to cross the border in anger. Zhou Zheng thought it through and felt that he was still unsafe, but on the contrary, he was in extreme danger. Once these people crossed the border, they were planes and tanks. Not only did they have any weapons, they also had no feet, but they were injured and could not run fast. Then wouldn't they become lambs to be slaughtered? He went to northern Myanmar alone and successfully rescued Chu Jianghe and escaped. If he was beaten to death by the Bai family in his own territory, it would not be embarrassing to tell him. Safety first. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng got up and continued to jump forward. Baiu bia baiu. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was about to escape, there was another burst of random guns. Zhou Zheng was unable to avoid bullets with one leg, so he had to lie on the ground again. Boom 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 boom. The chariots roared and soon arrived at the barbed wire on the border line. Although Bai Fang drove the off-road vehicle and rushed through the barbed wire on the first step, others were still hesitant. The tanks and armored vehicles stopped tacitly in front of the barbed wire. They were so afraid that once they drove the chariot into the territory of the Great Power, they suddenly sent an express delivery. Everyone was instantly atomized and they died miserably. Bastard, why don't you keep up? Bai Fang saw it in the off-road vehicle rearview mirror and crossed the border by himself. The remaining people and cars were all wandering around the border and suddenly became angry. Zhou Zheng was ahead. He felt that even if he caught the living, he would have time to retreat to Myanmar quickly, and the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to react. Even if you question and hold accountable against Myanmar at that time, it will be a headache for the Myanmar government and have no relationship with him. But I knew that all my subordinates were cowards, so I hesitated when I arrived at the border. Bai Fang felt that his only one person could not beat Zhou Zheng, and he was easily beaten to death by Zhou Zheng, so he quickly braked and stopped the off-road vehicle. He was furious and cursed at the walkie-talkie. "If you cowards, if anyone stops from moving on, you will not be from my Bai family in the future and will die miserably. If anyone captures or kills that kid alive, he will be rewarded with $1 million. Bai's side used the policy of adding gold and dollar to the big stick, so how could it be? Everyone thought about the pros and cons in their minds. Advancing across the border may lead to a lesson from the Dragon Kingdom, but they may not be discovered if they are lucky. But if you don't move forward, anyone familiar with Bai Fang's personality knows that he will retaliate and will definitely take the blame after he returns. If you cross the border, you may have a glimmer of hope." Everyone had to follow Bai Fang's road to the dark. Boom 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 boom. The tanks and armored vehicles roared together, advancing little by little, pressing on the barbed wire mesh quickly opened the gap. Although Zhou Zheng was lying on the ground, he was secretly observing their actions. Seeing that they had really crossed the border, they were stunned in surprise. "Good guy, these people are really crazy. Are they not afraid of death?" At the same time, he became worried about his situation. If these people dare to cross the border, they will give up trying to catch themselves or kill them. Now I can't fight back without a weapon, and I can't escape even if I get an ankle injury. What a shame, this is in a desperate situation. However, Zhou Zheng naturally refused to surrender. Just as he was actively thinking about a solution, green off-road vehicles drove towards him. Military vehicles. Bai Fang's heart trembled when he saw the off-road vehicle. "It's bad. Has the Dragon Kingdom discovered that we have crossed the border?" Although Bai Fang had already thought of a way out of retreat just now, he thought that he was lucky and felt that the Long Kingdom would not find them crossing the border in a short time, but when he saw the Long Kingdom's military vehicles, he was so scared that he was trembling. This is the current situation of being arrested by the Long Kingdom, and the meaning is different. The consequences must be borne by the Bai family, and the Bai family cannot afford them. Even if the Dragon Kingdom destroys them, it is understandable. "Who made you cross the border with both planes and tanks?" Bai Fang suddenly felt cold sweat. A master of the current affairs is a hero. Without saying a word, he started a big turn of the off-road vehicle and turned around and ran back. The brother behind drove a tank armored vehicle and just passed the border line, when he saw the off-road vehicle driven by Bai Fang running back like crazy, and he was stunned. The only idea of a simple-minded person is that Bai Fang wants to use the Dragon Kingdom to destroy his subordinates. It's just that why Bai Fang did this is not a fool. But if you don't think so, you can't explain clearly. He forced everyone to cross the border just now, but when everyone crossed the border, he ran back. What kind of second-arm operation is this? Everyone was surprised and puzzled and found a green off-road vehicle galloping towards this place in the distance. "Hold the grass, the Dragon Kingdom military is here. Oh my god, Dongfei Express lands at any time, run away." Everyone was so scared that their faces were as if they were scrambling to run back. As all the vehicles were crowded together, everyone turned around in a hurry, and many vehicles accidentally collided together, and they were in a dilemma. But everyone has an idea, that is, to quickly return to the Myanmar province and cause unintentional disasters. Zhou Zheng naturally saw the Bai family's pursuers suddenly become in chaos. He heard the sound of a car engine behind him. He turned around and saw a green off-road vehicle with a civilian license plate coming towards him. A head was revealed in the co-pilot. Who is it? Not Su Hongbing. There is there, Lao Zhou is there. Old Zhou, hold on, and we're here. Su Hongbing waved violently to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng understood that it was this green off-road vehicle that scared the Bai family's pursuers away. He took a breath calmly and relaxed. Su Hongbing is here, it's really safe now. Squeak! The green off-road vehicle stopped in front of Zhou Zheng with a sudden brake. Su Hongbing was not the first to get off the car. Before the car could stop, the rear door of the off-road vehicle opened and a beautiful figure jumped down. Due to inertia, Chu Yunyao stood unsteadily and screamed and fell to the ground. Zhou Zheng quickly reached out and hugged her into his arms. Chapter 608, Long Separation and Reunion. Husband, I'm not dreaming, aren't I? Chu Yunyao lay in Zhou Zheng's arms, staring at Zhou Zheng without blinking, as if she was afraid that Zhou Zheng would disappear in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zheng looked at Chu Yunyao's dusty look and knew that she had suffered a lot. He suddenly felt ache in his heart and hugged her tightly and said softly, "Yunyao, you didn't dream. I rescued Uncle Chu, and I finally fulfilled my promise to you." Husband. Chu Yunyao burst into tears. In fact, Zhou Zheng had already noticed that there seemed to be tears in the corner of her eyes, as if she had just cried, but now she cried again and quickly comforted her. "Yunyao, don't cry. It's a good thing to rescue Uncle Chu, you should be happy." As he said that, he wiped Chu Yunyao's tears with his hands. Chu Yunyao said, "Husband, I have already met my dad, and he also told me about your rescue. Husband, it's really hard for you. I almost thank you for my dad. I don't know how to thank you." Wu. Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Yunyao, you are my wife, why are you starting to be polite again? If you don't thank me, don't say it in the future, okay? Stop crying, if you cry again, you will become a little cat." Zhou Zheng said as he reached out to scrape Chu Yunyao's perky nose bridge, while Chu Yunyao stroked Zhou Zheng's head. The two of them were in love with each other. Ahem. Then what, Lao Zhou, is it's almost okay. If you continue to have sex with me, I will have diabetes. You can treat me as heir, but I can't treat you as heir. You two get tired of me. A discordant voice sounded, needless to say that the atmosphere destroyer Su Hongbing appeared. When Chu Yunyao heard Su Hongbing's words, her pretty face, as if she was slightly drunk, rose twice with redness on her pretty face. She quickly stood up from Zhou Zheng's arms embarrassedly. "Old Su, it's you again, haha." Zhou Zheng pointed at Su Hongbing and grinned. Su Hongbing said, "Old Zhou, I know what I said just now is annoying, but now it's not the time to be in love with you. Who are you here?" Zhou Zheng turned around and saw a familiar figure standing next to Su Hongbing. He was wearing a camouflage combat uniform with a throat on his chin. Looking at his dark face, he was Gong Yu, the captain of the S Special Forces. "Captain Gong." Zhou Zheng was a little surprised and didn't expect to meet Gong Yu here. You should know that the S Special Forces team belongs to the General Staff and is a very mysterious Special Forces team. As the captain, Gong Yu rarely appears in front of him, and the dragon is not seen at the end. "Comrade Xiaozhou, we're meeting again." Gong Yu showed a smile on his serious face. Zhou Zheng hurriedly said, "Yes, Team Gong, I just don't know why you appeared here." Gong Yu said, "Actually, I'm very busy, it's not because of this kid Hongbing." Zhou Zheng looked at Su Hongbing and understood that he must have found that he had to contact him on the borderline, so the kid called Gong Yu. Su Hongbing said with shamelessness, "I called Brother Yu, but I didn't expect him to be training in Yunnan province. I thought it wasn't right, so I pulled Brother Yu. I also said that I took the team members to practice in Yunnan province for a month. It was just over. I also said that I had a good rest and had a vacation and was caught by this kid. Brother Yu, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Besides, when you are on vacation, you can't get the excitement of performing tasks. I'm helping you find something to do." Su Hongbing started talking nonsense again. Gong Yu gently patted him on the back of the head and said with a smile. I'm so proud, I'm poor again, right? Hee. Su Hongbing smiled awkwardly. At this time, Chu Jianghe also jumped out of the rear row of the off-road vehicle. Xiaozhou, are you okay, Xiaozhou? Zhou Zheng was relieved when he saw Chu Jianghe was safe and sound. Uncle Chu, I'm fine. How did you meet? This matter is a long story. It turned out that under the cover of Zhou Zheng, Chu Jianghe secretly bypassed Bai's personal guards and crossed the border and returned to the motherland. Standing on the land of the motherland, Chu Jianghe cried with joy, but he did not relax but ran all the way. He wanted to call the police and seek help. After all, Zhou Zheng was still being pursued by the Bai family and was in extreme danger. After walking and running for about 10 minutes, he found a green-painted off-road vehicle. It was Gong Yu, Su Hongbing, and others who came to pick up Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao, who was sitting in the back seat, accidentally discovered her father's figure, just like a dream. The off-road vehicle was parked, and the father and daughter cried like tears when they met. Chu Jianghe generously admitted his mistake to Chu Yunyao, saying that it was wrong to stop Zhou Zheng and her from getting married, and now he agrees with their marriage with both hands. Chu Yunyao was very pleased to hear her father's words, and all Zhou Zheng's efforts were not in vain. Then she asked Zhou Zheng's whereabouts, and Chu Jianghe said anxiously that Zhou Zheng was in danger and was being chased by the Bai family forces at the border. Everyone was also very anxious when they heard this, so they pulled Chujiang River up first, and the off-road vehicle ran towards the border line. Chu Jianghe got on the off-road vehicle and began to explain in detail how Zhou Zheng saved him and how he protected him from returning to China. Zhou Zheng left his hope of life to Chu Jianghe, which was even more touching. Chu Yunyao even shed tears. Fortunately, Gong Yu drove in time and scared the Bai family's forces to find Zhou Zheng. In fact, he only drove his own car, and his civilian license plate was not a military vehicle. This combat uniform and equipment were also temporarily worn, and he felt that it might come in handy. Of course, Gong Yu also urgently summoned his younger brothers to stand by secretly. If there was a conflict, it would be easier to deal with it. He could not fight unprepared wars. Su Hongbing said. Lao Zhou, why are you always sitting on the ground? You're so cold that you're not afraid of having a stomachache. Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly and stretched out his injured foot. Oh, husband, are you injured in your foot? Chu Yun looked concerned. Su Hongbing was also shocked when he saw Zhou Zheng's feet. Hold the grass, Lao Zhou, you won't be disabled, right? You are disabled, you're fine with minor injuries. Zhou Zheng spat at Su Hongbing and said to Chu Yunyao softly. Don't worry Yunyao, have you forgotten that I have excellent medical skills? Don't worry. Does your husband feel pain? Chu Yunyao bent down and touched Zhou Zheng's injured ankle. It doesn't hurt. Zhou Zheng's injured foot looked terrifying, but in fact it was just a sprain and dislocation. It could be cured quickly with his medical skills. But Bai Fang didn't give him a chance and kept chasing him. Now Bai Fang was scared away and he had time to treat his foot injury calmly. Zhou Zheng reached out and began to massage the bones on the wound. In just 3 or 2 minutes, his deformed ankle was cured, except for some bruises that looked like he had recovered as before. All right. Zhou Zheng stood up and walked a few steps, without any discomfort. He then jumped again and felt good. Gong Yu and Chu Jianghe were amazed, but Chu Yunyao and Su Hongbing were not surprised. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng's face changed color and threw Su Hongbing to the ground. Bang! Immediately afterwards, a bullet hole was punched in the windshield of the off-road vehicle behind Su Hongbing. Chapter 609 Kill the Sniper. Bai Fang and his men were like stray dogs, and they took a lot of effort to withdraw from the territory of Long Kingdom. Several off-road vehicles were deformed by armored vehicles that were rushing to retreat, and more than a dozen people were injured to varying degrees. Back in Myanmar, these people were in a mess again, and the militants on the off-road vehicles almost fought with the militants on the armored vehicles. Especially the militants who were slightly injured by an armored vehicle were most excited. "You are so blind that you almost knocked me to death in the off-road vehicle. Is it amazing for maid to drive an armored vehicle? Who told you to block my way? A good dog doesn't block the way, and you deserve it if you hit it. You stepped on the horse, and the other party came with a car and scared you to flee. Are you driving an armored vehicle afraid of being furious? You're so relaxed when holding the grass. Don't run. Go up and fight. Do you think I don't know that someone can call express delivery at any time? If you run slowly, it means disrespect for life. Idiot coward. Who are you talking about? I killed you by trampling on my horse. Do you think you have a gun? I'm afraid of you if I have Barrett." Seeing that both of them raised their guns, someone immediately stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Hey, don't point the gun at your own people, be careful of getting angry." Bai Fang looked at the messy scene and his head turned into two big ones. "Don't shout. Whoever calls me will beat me to death." He climbed onto an off-road vehicle and stood on the cover of the front machine, took out his pistol and loaded it. When everyone saw the boss get angry, they immediately stopped quarreling. "You cowards, trash! You are just a bunch of people, and they were all scared just now. It's better to raise a bunch of dogs than to spend money to support you." Bai Fang became more and more excited as he spoke, and his chest was so angry that he couldn't help but fluctuate. He was so angry that his son died and lost many subordinates, but the other party escaped. He simply lost his wife and his troops. There is no way to vent the anger, but I can only vent the person below. Everyone dared not speak out. "I'm thinking we're trash? When you see the other party's military vehicle, you are the first to take the lead in running away. Otherwise, can we escape?" "Of course, I dare not say this, I must eat peanuts after I say it." "Boss. The other party seems not to be a military vehicle." Someone took a telescope and looked at the opposite side. He found that the license plate of the green-coated off-road vehicle was a civilian license plate. "What? Isn't military vehicles used for civilian purposes? Give me the telescope." Bai Fang's first reaction to the green off-road vehicle just now was the military vehicle of the Dragon Kingdom. He suddenly panicked, but he didn't have the time to carefully identify the license plate. Hearing that his subordinates were not military vehicles, he immediately took the telescope and looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng and others were standing outside the car, but fortunately they did not block the license plate. Bai Fang observed carefully and found that the words on the blue background are white. It is very ordinary. A civilian license plate is indeed not a military license plate. And these people, both men and women, don't look like they are in the army. Only one man is wearing camouflage uniform and has a military style, but this man has no military rank and no weapons in his hands. He feels that he is not an active soldier. Bai Fang quickly made a judgment that these people were ordinary people from the Long Kingdom, who came to pick up Zhou Zheng. Ridiculously, I was scared to death just now and hurriedly retreated. When I think about it, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. They're going on. We were cheated. The other party is not a soldier at all. They are ordinary people in the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Fang said angrily. He deliberately said that he was cheated, and he also put a gift on his face. In fact, no one knew that everyone was scared and ran away without having time to look closely. When the men heard that the other party was not a soldier, they immediately became more and more arrogant. "I'll go. That's the military of Long Kingdom doesn't know if we are crossing the border? Then I'm afraid of a ball. Kill them and kill them. Boss, give me a chance. I will use this to beat Barrett to death." The lively people were actually just talking nonsense. They knew that Bai Fang didn't dare to pass through the border easily anymore. "I was impulsive just now, and I have calmed down now. If the Dragon Kingdom satellite sees them transiting and a missile comes, who can I ask for? Then what? let's not pass through the border first. How good are you shooting? Can you kill that kid? Bai asked, pointing to a militant holding Barrett. In front of the boss, you must not say that it is not possible, even if it is not possible, you must say that it is okay. Boss, no problem. As long as that kid doesn't leave now, he will be dead. The militants patted their chests and bragged. Then hurry up. Bai Fang didn't know why Zhou Zheng and others didn't leave, but he was afraid that they would leave suddenly. The militants put Barrett on the front hood of the off-road vehicle and held their breath and aimed at Zhou Zheng. Xiaoqing pulled the trigger. Of course, the shot was shot in a crooked manner and the bullet shot at Su Hongbing. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng realized the danger and threw Su Hongbing down and saved his life. Gong Yu's off-road vehicle's windshield was pierced by a bullet. There are snipers, everyone is lying down. Gong Yu reacted very quickly and pulled Chu Jianghe down together before Zhou Zheng finished speaking. Zhou Zheng shouted, then stood up and pressed Chu Yunyao under him. Chu Yunyao's face was facing down, and her white face was stained with dust. It pressed Zhou Zheng on her, making her feel a blush and a sweet feeling. Hold the grass, Hong soldier, are you okay? Gong Yu asked Su Hongbing with a worried look on his face. It's okay, brother Yu, if it weren't for old Zhou, I would have died. These bastards really dare to shoot, aren't they afraid of causing diplomatic disputes? Su Hongbing spitted, and he was covered in dirt and looked a little embarrassed. Gong Yu saw his little brother walking through the gates of hell, and he was afraid and a little resentful. Red soldier, I'll avenge you. After he finished speaking, he opened his throat and said, "Chicken, chicken." Soon there was a response in the headphones. "Captain, the chicken has received it. Did you see the terrorists on the border? Kill the sniper among them." Yes. On the Bai side, the militants who fired a gun and sniped Zhou Zheng couldn't help but blushed when they missed the attack. "Boss, the direction of the wind suddenly changed just now. Let me shoot me again." Another militant holding a sniper rifle mocked. "Don't find yourself a step, there is no wind at all. It's changing the direction of Gaoba. Let me do it, and you'll kill it with one blow. Your skill is not as good as mine, and your gun is not as good as mine. What are you pretending to be?" Bang! While the two were making noises, the head of the sniper holding Barrett suddenly exploded without warning. "Damn it!" Another sniper was startled, and then he was blown up by a bullet from somewhere. The other party also has a sniper. Coax! People suddenly became in chaos. Some people got into off-road vehicles or armored vehicles, fearing that they would die next. "Captain, I found that both snipers were killed." A voice came from Gong Yu's headset. He nodded with satisfaction. "Here you go. This is called giving back to the other person with his own way." Chapter 610, Driving a Drone Group. The two militants were suddenly beaten to death, and it turned out that the other party also had a sniper. Bai Fang suddenly felt cold on his tailbone and sweated all over. If the sniper shoots himself, he will not be standing now. He was nervous and quickly got into the tank to avoid it, trying to retreat. I was reluctant to give orders again. "Boss, what should we do? Will we withdraw?" the driver asked with trembling all over. Just now, Nabarese militants were shot in the head. He was closer, with blood splashed on his face, and a group of fear in his heart. "Bad. Look at your virtue. What are you going to withdraw? We are now in the iron lump, and the sniper can't beat us, so please keep my heart in my stomach." Bai Fang had the desire to retreat but was a little unwilling to accept it. He couldn't pass his own level just by slipping away like this. Mad! How could it be like this? I'm fighting with you. Bai Fang's anger arose from his heart and became evil and brave. "Come on, load the shells for me and shoot me at the other party." Ah! Everyone in the tank was confused. "Boss, if we fire, things will be a big deal." What are you afraid of? I will bear it if something happens. Bai Fang said with courage. He thought to himself that he would run away after the fight, but in the end he was asked to take the blame. Everyone did not dare to violate his orders, so they had to fill the shells. Squeak! Twist! The tank's gun barrel cannot be raised and moved up and down to adjust the direction. Bang! With a deafening sound, a shell was fired at the tank's muzzle. Zhou Zheng saw a flash of fire on the opposite side and had an ominous premonition in his heart. It's broken, run away. As soon as everyone got up from the ground, they were slapping the dust on their bodies, they couldn't react at all. Zhou Zheng tried his best to hold Chu Yunyao and Chu Jianghe's hands, trying to take them behind the off-road vehicle to hide, but it was too late. A shell fell from the sky and landed in front of everyone. It's over. Zhou Zheng closed his eyes in despair. Fortunately, this shell was a stinky man and did not explode. Hi! Zhou Zheng breathed a long sigh and shouted. We left here first. The other party used heavy firepower and they were readied. Get in the car quickly, I'll take everyone out of here. Gong Yu also reacted quickly and jumped into the main driver. Everyone got on the bus soon. Boom! Gong Yu stepped on the accelerator and the off-road vehicle turned around and fled. Immediately afterwards, another shell fell. Boom! This shell was not a bad guy, and it immediately exploded a big hole in the place where Zhou Zheng and the others just now playing on the horse. Gong Yu saw the smoke after the explosion in the rearview mirror and was immediately angry. These people are not leaving any living habits. Brother Yu, isn't it too much for us to just run away like this? Is it a mere little fish from northern Myanmar to cure us? I'm still riding on the land of our country. Do you have a backup plan? When will our 99A main battle tank come out and do Yatang? Have the J-20 arrived? Su Hongbing suddenly thought that Gong Yu got several tanks last time, and this time he thought he would come here no exception. Gong Yu looked at Su Hongbing's words with a dark look. Mao's 99A, Hongbing, do you think that's a toy I can carry at any time? Besides, I'm on vacation now, where can I get 99A? I'll go, brother Yu, are you trying to admit defeat? Haha, when did I admit my cowardice, Hong soldier? Squeak! The off-road vehicle arrived at a lush hill and stopped. Red soldiers, get out of the car, let's go up the mountain. Brother Yu, what are we going up the mountain? You will know in a while. Xiaozhou, let's go up the mountain together. Gong Yu beat him up a mute fan and invited Zhou Zheng to go up the mountain together. Zhou Zheng was confused and didn't know what he was selling. Chu Jianghe was not in good health, so he stopped going up, and Chu Yunyao stayed in the car to take care of him. This hill is 1 kilometer away from the border line, and the other party would not have thought that they would park their cars and go up the mountain. It is safe here. The mountain was only a few dozen meters high. The three of them soon arrived at the top of the mountain and saw a circle of bunkers around them. A clearing of an open space was placed in the middle, with 10 long boxes-like objects that were 7 or 8 meters long. Several members of the Special Forces were ready to go. Seeing Gong Yu and the others saluted quickly. Captain Gong! Captain Gong is here! Gong Yu waved his hand. Are you ready? Report to the captain, you have prepared. Good. Gong Yu nodded. Carry the last item of the experiment now, practical drill. The target, the terrorist next to the border, this opportunity is rare for everyone to concentrate on recording all the data. Yes. Several Special Forces members took out their laptops and placed them on a temporary table to type in the keyboard. Su Hongbing was even more puzzled. Not brother Yu, what are you doing? What is it in this big box? New weapons. It's not a new weapon either. Gong Yu smiled and said. Don't be impatient, Hong soldier, see what you're going to do. Captain, the target input has been completed and the signal has been detected twice. Everything can take off normally. Okay, take off in a group and conduct a tentative attack. The second group followed closely, the third group, 4 group, and 5 group formations came together, and the rest were on standby. With Gong Yu's order, a team member pressed the enter key on the computer. Suddenly, one of the big boxes slowly opened the lid, and then the drone flew out of it one after another. Hoo 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 hoo. Drones were launched into the sky in a steady stream, making people overwhelmed. After reaching midair, the wings automatically opened and then lined up in the air. A group of 50 drones were flying towards the border after the queue was completed. Holding the grass drone group. Su Hongbing was shocked when he saw it. Nowadays, drones are irreplaceable on the battlefield. The drone in the fight between Dai Mao and Mao has played a great role in the battlefield. Of course, if you want to ask which drone technology is better, Long Guo said that he is second, no one dares to be the first. Su Hongbing has seen a drone in small-scale combat, and this is the first time he has seen a drone group combat. Brother Yu, let's use the drone group to deal with the guys in northern Myanmar. Gong Yu nodded. We have been simulating drone attacks this month, but unfortunately they are all exercises, and the results are average. This time we can finally get actual combat. This group is 50 drones, and I have 10 groups here. Each drone carries a small bomb, containing 1 kilogram of C4 explosives. Zhou Zheng was also shocked when he heard Gong Yu's words. He knew that C4 explosives were very powerful. The killing radius of 10 kilograms of C4 explosives was 5 meters, and the survival rate within the killing radius was less than 10%. Although 1 caddy's C4 is not much, it can also destroy an ordinary vehicle. Gong Yu brought 500 drones, or 500 bombs. Good guy. This is enough to fight a small war, and it is a big deal even on the battlefield of Dai Mao Mao. It feels a bit like a big deal to deal with the Bai family and the mob, and always feels that they are not worthy of so many drone attacks. Buzz. All 50 drones carrying small bombs took off, and then changed into loose formations and ran towards the Bai family's armed forces. Chapter 611 The First Wave of Attack. Here, White ordered the tank to fire. The first shot was when the first shell hit Zhou Zheng and others, but the stinky one did not explode. Bai Fang's teeth were itchy. The second-hand goods are really unreliable. Soon up and load the bullet and then fire it, and you must kill them all. Bai Fang shouted with red eyes. He has already made his promise. He did not stop and fired a shot at the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and fired 10 shots. It feels quite like I'm leaving the way to the dark. Yes. Although his subordinates were uneasy, they could only obey his orders. Boom. Immediately afterwards, another shell was launched. This shot started, and as long as the opponent hit, it would be torn to pieces. Die for me. Bai Fang's face showed joy. However, he was still disappointed. Through the telescope, he saw the off-road vehicle behind the thick smoke galloping wildly into the distance. I missed. Mad, what are you doing? You can't even shoot a gun, it's a waste. Bai began to blame his armed personnel. Naturally, they didn't dare to talk back, so they just listened to whatever the boss said. Stay shooting for me, they must kill it. Bai Fang shouted in anger. Yes. The militants agreed and continued to look for the target after loading the shells. But I knew that the off-road vehicle was missing and could not be found. They were a little blind, but they didn't dare to stay like this. They closed their eyes and fired a few shots casually. Bai Fang was smoking a cigarette while watching his subordinates shoot a few shots and can't help asking about the outcome. How is it? Did you hit it? No. No. Boss, the other party doesn't know where he went. The subordinates can only tell the truth. Hold the grass. Bai Fang was so angry that he was out of touch. After losing so much manpower and material resources, his son died, and finally letting others run away. For a moment, he felt discouraged. His subordinates thought he was going to be furious, so they couldn't help but lower their heads, but they didn't expect Bai Fang to wave his hand powerlessly. "Retreat, let's go back." After saying that, he collapsed on the seat, and for a moment he lost all his energy. He seemed to have become more than a teenager. When everyone heard that they were about to retreat, they immediately cheered, and of course they did not dare to show it. They smiled and quickly controlled the vehicle and turned around. However, there was another chaos in this retreat. After all, it was a gang of mobs. The helicopter flew away directly, but there was another traffic accident in the vehicles on the ground. The last few cars turned around and became the front. They were very excited and felt that they had saved their lives. They tried desperately to run back. None of the cars were willing to make any collisions, which caused friction and even a few people to fight. Many militants did not stop the fight and sat in the car and kept honking their horns to urge them. The tanks and armored vehicles that were rushing in the front became the last when they retreated. An accident occurred in front of them and they naturally walked around. Just as these vehicles were blocked, everyone heard a buzzing sound. The sound was like a fly flying by in the ear. No, it was dozens of fly. Immediately afterwards, the buzzing sound became louder and louder off-road, and everyone found out that it was not the flies that sounded, but from the sky. Everyone looked out of the carriage through the sunroof or looked out of the window. I saw a bunch of drones coming from somewhere in the air. There were dozens of them, rows of loose formations hovering above them. Where did the drone come from? I rely on so many drones? This is the first time I have seen it. So spectacular. If they saw so many drones on the battlefields of Daimao and Ermao, the soldiers on both sides would change their faces and flee immediately because they had experienced the terror of drones during war. They are like maggots attached to bones, chasing you and blowing you up, and they must blow you to death and hurt you. And drone swarm operations seem to be just a legend. No country has this technology yet, and of course things are not absolute. These militants in northern Myanmar have also played with drones, but they are all civilian versions. They are not for war, they are basically just playing around, at most they just reconnaissance the terrain. Therefore, when they saw so many drones, they did not feel very scary. They subconsciously felt that these drones were here to perform, not weapons of destruction. No. These drones are military, and they have bombs under their belly. Someone who knew the clues could be seen, and the militants immediately screamed. It is estimated that there are dozens of these drones, which carry dozens of bombs, and thrown into the convoy will cause huge damage. Bai Fang also learned about the situation, and he suddenly became energetic and made a quick decision. Scatter quickly and all of them. Where are the helicopters? Swire these drones down for me. Boss, the helicopter has returned. Mad. Call the helicopter back soon. We may not be able to escape without air supremacy. Yes. The leader of his subordinates called the helicopter to come back while directing everyone to scatter. Most militants did not attach much importance to it and moved their cars slowly. Boom. 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 The drone flying in the front captured the target image and launched an attack. They fly over the vehicles with purpose and drop bombs in an orderly manner. A bomb containing a pound of C4 fell onto the vehicle and caused an explosion. Ordinary off-road vehicles could not withstand the power of the bomb. The vehicle was immediately deformed and caught fire. The militants in the vehicle were killed and injured. Those who were seriously injured in the explosion could not escape and were slowly burned to death by the fire. Suddenly, a sound of ghosts and wolves cried and howled far away. There were also militants who were quick to react, quickly jumped out of the off-road vehicle and ran dozens of meters in one breath, panting and observing the situation. Since bombs are miniature bombs, they can blow up off-road vehicles but cannot blow up armored vehicles and tanks. Bai Fang hid in the tank naturally and was safe and sound. He was stunned when he saw the scene outside. Hurry up, fight back. Kill these drones down. Otherwise we all have to die. Only then did these people wake up as if they were dreaming, and the militants who were lucky enough not to be killed began to fight back. Da da da. Da da da. After the drone dropped the bombs, it began to return one after another. Some of them had already left, and some had not been dropped. Several of them were also hit by intensive fire. However, the drone that was shot down would explode when it landed on the ground, causing harm to the militants. A few minutes later, 50 drone bombs were thrown away and they left cleanly. The scene below was a bit tragic. Dozens of off-road vehicles were blown up, militants were also reduced by Onet herd, and the remaining half were injured. Chapter 612 The second wave of attack, the militants collapse. Report to the captain, the first group of drone groups is on their way back after the attack, and will return to the starting point in about 2 minutes. On the top of the mountain, the S Special Forces team members reported to Gong Yuhui. Gong Yu nodded. What are the results of the battle? Su Hongbing quickly pricked up his ears and listened. They kept looking into the distance and watching the drone fight. It's just that it's a bit too far and the telescope is not enough. Gong Yu still needs to observe the situation on the other side at any time. Su Hongbing couldn't see the situation clearly and was anxious. Zhou Zhenzhou Super Hawkeye, and the situation in the distance is clear at a glance, even more clearly than Gong Yu could see with the help of a telescope. Captain Gong, the drone group is amazing. The opponent's 23 off-road vehicles were all destroyed, leaving only 1 tank and 3 armored vehicles. The tires of one of the armored vehicles were ignited by a bomb. If the fire is not extinguished in time, it will probably be scrapped. The opponent's militants reduced about 40 people, and most of the remaining more than 80 people were injured. It's just that our drones have lost more than 10, and I don't know if they are within the normal loss range. Zhou Zheng was quite excited, and the members of the S Special Team said. Of course, Gong Yu did not completely believe what Zhou Zheng said, because he could not observe so carefully even with a telescope. Gong Yu glanced at the members of the S Special Forces team. Captain Gong, Comrade Xiao Zhou is right, just like the data we counted. He was also interested. Comrade Xiao Zhou, we have an investigation and attack drone monitoring the battlefield in the air. Naturally, everything is clear. How do you know so detailed? Yes, Lao Zhou, you can't be so accurate even if you miss it, right? Can you calculate it? Su Hongbing next to him, the face is inappropriate. Well. Zhou Zhensen said that he was excited and said he was bald. Then what? I am a person born with far-sighted eyes. I can see far away without using telescopes, so. Zhou Zheng found a reason to make excuses. He couldn't say that he had eagle eyes or even had a perspective, right? Gong Yu and Su Hongbing knew that Zhou Zheng was talented, so they naturally would not look at him with the same eyes as ordinary people. He said that if the far vision can see a long distance, then there will be no falsehood. The two nodded. Su Hongbing envied. Good guy, Lao Zhou, you have your own telescope, and you are born with one piece of equipment ahead of others. If you are a sniper, you can quickly find the opponent and kill him without the help of an optical lens. Zhou Zheng said modestly. I am a policeman and I don't have the chance to go to the battlefield. This far-sighted eye cannot be used to handle cases in normal times. The speaker is unintentional and the listener is intentional. Gong Yu hurriedly said. Xiao Zhou, the same thing, if you want to join the S Special Forces, welcoming you with both hands. Well. Zhou Zhensen said why Gong Yu is here again? Xiao Zhou, if you don't want to join the S Special Forces, I will find a way to arrange you in any unit you want to go. With your skills, it would be a pity not to join the army. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Captain Gong, in fact, everything you do is serve the people. Being a soldier and defending the country is glorious. I can fight crime in the police force, and it can shine and heat as glorious as it is. So, I still thank you for your kindness. All right. Gong Yu had a long talk, and everyone had their own ambitions and could not force it, but Zhou Zheng rejected him again, and he felt like he had lost several hundred million. Buzz buzz. At this time, the first drone had returned. Of course it was less than when I went there. After all, the other party was not unarmed, and 11 were shot down. The members of the Special Forces recorded detailed data. Immediately afterwards, Gong Yu ordered the second and third groups to attack together. In fact, the second and third drone groups have gathered in the air formation long ago and can launch attacks at any time. Because it was the first real war with real swords and guns, Gong Yu didn't want to defeat the opponent in one go, so he did not let the group attack continuously, but gave the opponent a certain amount of time to breathe. At this time, more than 80 militants all escaped from the off-road vehicle. They stood in the open space, holding weapons in their hands, like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. The off-road vehicle that was rushing to escape was blown up and there was no air supremacy. In the eyes of the drone group, these militants were indeed similar to those of the lamb. 2 and 3 groups of attacks. Gong Yu issued another order. Yes. Soon, these militants saw a large group of drones flying over. This time I came twice as much as last time. Good guy, how many drones does the other party have? After the bombing of the drone group just now, these people also realized the power of the drone, and their eyes showed fear. Da da da. Da da da. Some militants couldn't help but open fire in the sky. It's better to start first. If you wait to help the drone fly overhead and drop bombs, it's all done. This time the drone is obviously much smarter than last time. Last time, I collected a lot of information and turned into a drone to avoid actions through artificial intelligence. The drone immediately dispersed and then dispersed in the face of the militants' fire, and then raised the distance from the ground and made many avoidance actions. Dozens of militants fired machine guns, but the effect was not satisfactory, and only 2 were shot down. Boom! 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 A drone has already flew over the heads of these militants and dropped the bomb without hesitation at the target. Suddenly, fires flashed on the ground and dust flew. The militants were blown up and cried and their parents fell into a pool of blood, and they lost more than 20 people in an instant. Bai Fang saw such a tragic scene in the tank, and his heart was like blood. These are all the vitality and the last family's wealth, but now they have lost more than half of it. But these people don't know if they were fooled or too stupid. I still know that I have been scattered when I was attacked by the drone group. Don't you guys know that I have scattered and hidden? Otherwise, how could he be bombed so badly? He lived in Bengbu, stood up and opened the lid of the tank, exposing half of his body and shouted. Dissuspend quickly, don't join the group, separate and hide. After saying that, he quickly retracted the tank and covered it with the lid. It was not that he was afraid that the drone would attack him, but that the militants who were bombed outside would be red and seize his tank. The militants outside then woke up like a dream and fled in scattered areas. However, this doesn't seem to work. Drones are like having ideas. They have clear division of labor, one chasing one person. He chased these people to the sky and the ground without any way. He accidentally tripped to the ground and as soon as he stood up, the bomb fell down. He was lucky and was killed on the spot. He was unlucky and broke his legs or had no treatment, but no one could treat him. He could only die in pain. Several people were spinning around the tanks and armored vehicles, slapping the vehicle's armor frantically. Open the door, let us in. The people inside naturally won't open the door. Soon, these militants were killed and the tires of another armored vehicle were blown up. Just when everyone was desperate. Bang 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 bang. 2 armed helicopters are back. Chapter 613. Our side launches the missile with two-tailed scorpion. The remaining militants of the Bai family were killed and injured by the second group of drones. At this time, there were still less than 30 people in combat capabilities, and they were all militants with rich practical experience. After the initial panic during the bombing of the drone group, he calmed down. They all scattered themselves to find covers. They knew that the drone was very smart and did not dare to fire, otherwise they would be targeted until they were blown to death. Because they hid in time and did not fire, they temporarily escaped the disaster. However, after the chaotic militants were killed, the drone began to search carefully and soon discovered them. Boom! 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 The drone began bombing again. The explosion caused the group of people to howl, and they had to get up and fire at the drone in the sky. Although there were also 3 or 2 drones to be shot, there were too many drones to be shot at all. Just when they were desperate. Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! 2 armed helicopters that had already returned were flying back. Buzz! Gatlin, loaded on the belly of the aircraft, opened fire, and suddenly, the bullets flew towards the drone group like pouring. The drone group is not one Atune remote control, but an automatic intelligent program. It seems that it is not ready to start a war with the helicopter. In addition, the helicopter suddenly fired, and the drone group was hit by a lot of bullets. More than a dozen drones fell like dumplings. The remaining drones were afraid to go forward and bombard them. They flew to the side to avoid the edge. The helicopter is here, we are saved. The remaining militants saw the armed helicopter shooting down the drone and drove away the drone group, and tears burst out from their eyes. But they weren't happy too early. The shot-down drones fell beside them, with bombs on them. Boom 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 boom. The bomb was detonated, causing the explosion to cry and cry. Suddenly, more than a dozen militants fell into a pool of blood. The tires of the last complete armored vehicle were also destroyed and could not be moved. On the top of the mountain, the members of the Special Forces discovered the intrusion of the opponent's helicopters through the investigation and attacking drones in high altitude, disrupting the formation of their drones. In order to avoid greater losses, they quickly entered the order to keep the drone group away from the armed helicopters. Captain Gong, 2 armed helicopters suddenly appeared on the other side to deal with our fleet. The fleet was caught off guard, and the losses were not very big. Do we want to play the wolves tactic and release a large number of drone groups to attack armed helicopters? Gong Yu thought for a moment and shook his head. With the other party's air supremacy, our drones will have no overwhelming advantage. In order to reduce losses, I think it's better to use the two-tailed scorpion to end these 2 armed helicopters. Two-tailed scorpion. Zhou Zheng heard Gong Yu's words and said, Captain Gong, are you talking about the kind of drone with a range of up to 6,000 kilometers and can carry cruise missiles? Gong Yu nodded. Yes, Xiao Zhou, why do you also know the two-tailed scorpion drone? I just heard of it, and of course I have never seen it. Hey, it's right, I have one here, but it flies too high and you can't see it. I'm going to use a two-tailed scorpion to carry missiles to kill the opponent's armed helicopter, and also test the ability of the two-tailed scorpion. It's not Team Gong, this is a waste of 2 people, right? Zhou Zheng looked at Gong Yu in confusion. Using cruise missiles on the two-tailed scorpion to attack armed helicopters is like shooting mosquitoes with cannons. It is not a question of whether they can be shot, but it is not cost-effective. The cruise missile carried by the two-tailed scorpion has a maximum range of more than 4,000 kilometers. It can be used to cooperate with the two-tailed scorpion drone to hit the mainland of the United States. A cruise missile that can fly more than 4,000 kilometers is expensive, and using it to fight helicopters is a bit of a big deal. It seemed that he could see Zhou Zheng's doubts. Gong Yu explained with a smile. Xiao Zhou, my two-tailed scorpion is mainly used for reconnaissance. It does not carry the TS-20 cruise missile, but is a general conventional medium-range missile. It is also the latest developed and is just for testing. Oh okay. Zhou Zhensen said that you have many words, I believe you. He also wanted to see the scene of the helicopter being destroyed by a missile. Lock those 2 helicopters and prepare to destroy them. Gong Yu gave an order to his team members. Yes. The team members started typing commands to the laptop. In the sky, a silver-grey super-large drone was walking in the clouds. Suddenly it seemed to have received some command. The high-definition camera emitted a red light, and soon locked the two armed helicopters, and then two missiles under the wings were launched. The Bai family's helicopter drove away the drone group. Although the only 10 militants left on the ground were injured, they couldn't help but cheer. When the armed helicopters arrive, they have air supremacy, and the drone group is no match for them. Long live the helicopter! Straight long live the pickup! After saving their lives, they cried so much that they were grateful to the armed helicopter, and raised their hands to thank the helicopter. The helicopter pilot was also proud because Bai Fang praised them from the walkie-talkie. You did a good job, and each person was rewarded with $100,000 when you went back. Thank you, Mr. Bai. The helicopter pilot was filled with joy, and he even made a difficult move in the air while controlling the helicopter. The cheers of more than 10 militants on the ground were even louder. Just when they were very happy. Boom! Boom! Two deafening sounds came from the sky. Two helicopters exploded instantly and turned into a big fireball falling from the air. Ah! Everyone on the ground was shocked. How so? Could it be that the helicopter leaked oil or a short circuit caused an explosion? But it can't be so coincidental, the two exploded together. The missile flew too fast, they didn't see it, and they thought the helicopter exploded. I just find it incredible. The fireball fell, the wreckage of the helicopter spread all over the floor, and the pilot was burned into black charcoal and could not be recognized at all. Bai Fang in the tank was shocked when he saw the helicopter suddenly falling. But soon he figured it out that it was shot down by a missile. Mad came even harder and actually used the missile, and you didn't know where the missile was fired. The other party has Dongfei Express. Is it a warning or deterrent to just shoot down the helicopter? Bai Fang thought about it and became more afraid the more he thought about it. Retreat, retreat! At this time, he no longer wanted to kill Zhou Zheng and avenge his son, all he wanted was to save his life. On the top of the mountain, the Special Forces team member said, "Captain, the helicopter has been shot down. The opponent seems to be about to escape, the tank is activated." Gong Yu asked, "How many missiles do the two-tailed scorpion have?" 2. If you come from a long distance, don't bring these two missiles back, just launch them all. Chapter 614 The Bai family's forces were completely wiped out. Boom! With a loud bang, the tank on the white side was hit by a missile. His tank bought an old antique from the 1950s, with thin skin and large filling, which can withstand bullets and small bombs. It can't stand the bomb with a slightly more powerful force. Facing the missile, he was powerless to resist and the cover was lifted directly. The tank suddenly burst into flames, and everyone was either blown to death or burned to death. Naturally, Bai Fang could not be spared. This boss of the power that has been in northern Myanmar for many years eventually died on the border and also on his own will. From this we can conclude that no one can provoke Zhou Zheng, otherwise the price of life will be paid. Bai Fang understood this truth at the cost of his life, but unfortunately he understood it a little too late. The only 10 remaining militants were shocked. The boss's tank was probably in danger of being bombed. They were scared and it was important to run away quickly. But I dare not run around because I am afraid of being targeted by drones. Fortunately, there are 3 armored vehicles that can squeeze in and escape in an armored vehicle. How could they know that the armored vehicle had been blown up by the drone and could not move and became an iron coffin? The driver of the armored vehicle found that the armored vehicle was broken and quickly notified other militants on the vehicle to get out of the car and fled. As soon as the car door was opened, the militants outside rushed up. One group of people wanted to get in and one group of people wanted to get out. The two groups squeezed together, and they couldn't get up or get out, and the scene became even more chaotic. Boom! Another missile fell, hitting the group of people and armored vehicles. Suddenly, the armored vehicle was blown up and a raging fire broke out, and all the militants were killed in the explosion. Captain, the remaining 2 missiles were shot out of the target. Preliminary observation was made that the armed forces were completely wiped out, and there were no fish that missed the net. Gong Yu nodded. Very good. After the information is collected, order the two-tailed scorpion to return. Yes. What should we do with the captain, our drone fleet? Should we return? In addition to the 3 groups of drones that have returned, the team members have launched the remaining 7 groups of 350 drones. The sky was filled with drones, like neatly arranged soldiers waiting for the leaders to review. Gong Yu took a look and thought to himself that he was just using the two-tailed scorpion to fight quickly, and forgot about the drone group. He really wanted to attack the drone group, but now there is no target. The drone group will return to the flight. You can pack up and return to the general staff, submit the data, and then give you a week's leave. Yes. The members of the Special Forces showed joyful faces on their faces. I had to take 5 days off after the training, but I didn't expect that the boss called them out to perform the task again. Fortunately, the task was completed quickly and I was rewarded for 2 extra days of vacation, which is so worth it. Xiaozhou, the militants who were chasing you have been completely destroyed. Gong Yu looked at Zhou Zheng with a smile. Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Su Hongbing said in surprise. Is this destroyed? The speed is too fast. Zhou Zheng seemed to have a premonition. Two-tailed scorpions and missiles have all come out. Do you think they are vegetarians? The Bai family is very proud of their death. Haha. Gong Yu smiled. Xiaozhou, you are right. I really use a slaughter to kill chickens. These 4 missiles are worth millions, and the little bit of broken copper and iron in the Bai family is really not enough for our missiles. I'm going, is that expensive? Su Hongbing said in surprise. I remember that the price of a medium-range missile is more than 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, and 4 can't take millions, right? Gong Yu smiled and said. Red Bing, this is a new medium-range missile just developed. It is naturally expensive before mass production. Of course, it is still in the experimental information collection stage, so it is worth it. Let's go to the border to see the results of the battle. Next, we have to write materials to report. Zhou Zheng realized that Gong Yu had dispatched the drone and the drone group just now, but did not get the orders above, but acted without authorization to save him. Captain Gong, you acted without permission. How do you explain it to the above? After all, they started a war with the Burmese armed forces and they were wiped out. Doesn't this cause international disputes? Su Hongbing was not worried at all and said with a smile. Lao Zhou, what are you worried about? Don't worry, the sky cannot fall, even if it collapses, brother, you will hold on. Gong Yu also joked. The sky collapses and there is a top that is over. What's the matter with me, Gong Yu? They seemed to be very relaxed, but Zhou Zheng was very anxious. After all, if Gong Yu made a mistake, it was also caused by him. Captain Gong, now is not the time to joke. If the above questions, you will push all your sins on me. Gong Yu waved his hand. Little Zhou Yan is so heavy, how can I do this? But don't worry, it's okay. These people are a group of terrorists. They want to cross the border and carry out critical damage to our citizens. They are invading. Fortunately, I encountered them. I must safeguard the sovereignty of the motherland. If I don't listen to the arguments with them, I have to use the truth to influence them. After hearing this, Zhou thought to himself that Gong Yu had already thought of refusing, but he was still worried. Captain Gong, can you believe what you said? Don't you believe me, do you believe in terrorists? Besides, no one on the other side will object to what I say. They are all dead. Su Hongbing said. Old Zhou, don't be too lazy. The Myanmar government hopes that these forces will be ruined, and they will not be incompatible with our country for these people. Besides, they have crossed the border without authorization and sniping and shelling us. It would be great if we don't take responsibility for them. I think Brother Yu not only did not make a mistake, but should also receive a medal. It would be best if the General Staff Boss personally awarded it. Seeing that Gong Yu and Su Hongbing were not under any psychological pressure, Zhou Zheng felt that he was still thinking too much. Both of them had backgrounds and could settle even if they made mistakes. Besides, what they said was reasonable. Okay, I'll be relieved if you say that. Gong Yu said. Let's go down the mountain. The three of them came to the foot of the mountain, and Chu Yunyao and Chu Jianghe stood outside the carriage and looked forward to it. Husband, you guys finally got down. I just got down and heard several explosions coming from afar. Did the people from northern Myanmar do it? Haha. Zhou Zheng smiled. Yunyao, don't worry, those people have been destroyed by humanity, we are about to go to the border to take a look. What? Humane destruction. Chu Yunyao understood what it meant and covered her mouth in surprise. Everyone got on the off-road vehicle, and Gong Yu drove to the borderline in a flash. Before I got off the bus, I smelled a burnt smell. The wreckage of the car opposite was still burning, the tanks and armored vehicles were also caught, and there were many dead bodies and broken limbs on the ground. Chu Yunyao only took a look and couldn't bear to look. Gong Yu observed it and found that he had no survivors. He nodded and was very satisfied. If you invade the Long Kingdom, don't think about going back alive. He went over and picked up the drone that was knocked down and put it in the trunk of the off-road vehicle. The smell here is so bad, let's take it away. Everyone got on the off-road vehicle and just turned around. A camouflaged military vehicle suddenly stopped them, and then several combat vehicles drove one after another. Chapter 615 Border guards block the road. Zhou Zheng frowned when he saw a military off-road vehicle blocking the road, and 299A and armored vehicles carrying anti-tank missiles were driven one after another. He guessed that the border guards arrived. No wonder, it would be strange if there was such a big thing on the border line. Gong Yu stopped the off-road vehicle and frowned. Seeing that the opponent's military sign was indeed the same as Zhou Zheng thought, it was the army of a certain border defense regiment. Oh, what does it mean to stop our car when a military vehicle is blocking us? What do you think of treating us to dinner? Su Hongbing asked exaggeratedly. Hee. Gong Yu smiled. Red Soldier, I think you're just thinking about nothing. There's a fight on the border. People are ordered to come and find that we naturally have to stop us and interrogate us. If we don't make a good deal, we will be detained. Chu Yunyao was worried when she heard this. Captain Gong, no, right. My father is in a bad condition. He cannot stay in the car for a long time and needs to go to the hospital for observation and rest, and he cannot delay too long. Chu Yunyao's implication is that Chu Jianghe has to go to the hospital and no trouble can happen. Seeing Chu Yunyao's face full of worry, Zhou Zheng holding her hand, he said. Don't worry Yunyao, I guess the other party's interrogation will not delay a long time. Besides, with me, I won't let my uncle get into trouble. Chu Jianghe also said. Yunyao, I'm fine. Su Hongbing smiled. Oh, I said Chu Yunyao, please keep your heart in your stomach. Who is my brother Yu? The captain of the Special Forces team can report work directly to the chief. He was just joking about it. Besides, the border guards are stationed in the XX army. Brother Yu's father was the commander of this unit back then, and the current commander is still promoted by his father. The soldiers coming from outside are not outsiders. They are family with Brother Yu, how can they detain us? Gong Yu was a little embarrassed by Su Hongbing. He spat at Su Hongbing and said. Don't say anything about Hongbian. I'm just an ordinary soldier. How could I be as awesome as you said? Okay, you guys are sitting in the car. I'll go and talk to them and let them go quickly. Gong Yu said as he opened the car door and got off the off-road vehicle. At this time, the other party's chariot also drove over and surrounded them. 4 people got on the military off-road vehicle, 2 officers and 2 soldiers. The leader was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, and the epaulet was rank of lieutenant colonel with 2 bars and 2 stars. He said to a captain officer beside him, "Xiao Lu, take people to the border line to take a look, observe the situation, and report it in time." "Yes." Captain Lu left with a soldier, and the lieutenant colonel police officer looked up and down at Gong Yu. He saw Gong Yu wearing a camouflage combat uniform, which seemed to be more advanced than him, but he was stunned without a erectile banana. "Are you an active duty soldier?" Gong Yu nodded. "Brother, I am also a soldier. I wonder why you are blocking my way? I have something urgent now. Can you please let me go?" Gong Yu is better off than having more things, and he is very kind. But the lieutenant colonel officer naturally would not listen to him. He continued to ask without further reconciliation. "Which part of you are from? Please show your ID." The lieutenant colonel officer felt that Gong Yu was a little suspicious. Moreover, something big happened at the border, and as soon as he came here, he was naturally full of suspicion. "Sorry, I didn't bring my ID, and there is nothing I can tell you about any part of me." Gong Yu told the truth. He often goes abroad to perform some tasks, and some things cannot be exposed, so he develops the habit of proving his identity, such as an officer's certificate, and so on, and he will not carry it with him all year round. The Special Forces is another mysterious team, so Gong Yu naturally won't expose his organizational identity casually. However, this aroused the lieutenant colonel's suspicion even more. "You're pretty strict. What are you here for?" Everyone in the car asked them to get out of the car. "There are all my friends in the car. We just thought of going around the border and going back after we were done." Gong Yu would not lie, but he certainly could not tell the lieutenant colonel the truth of the matter. "You are lying," the lieutenant colonel said firmly. He received an order from the top of the peak that war situation occurred on the border and ordered him to bring some armed forces here to assemble, so he took the soldiers and chariots to go there. Most people will be frightened to the point of being incoherent and nervous when they see this formation, but Gong Yu's expression is not as calm as he is, and what he says is not credible at all. The lieutenant colonel was still highly alert to Gong Yu. The more calm Gong Yu was, the more suspicious he became. He suddenly took out his pistol and pointed it at Gong Yu, and the 2 soldiers behind him also took off the automatic rifles from their shoulders. "Tell me, who are you? Are you from Long? Everyone in your car gets out of the car for inspection, otherwise I will shoot." Click. At this time, the door of the off-road vehicle co-pilot opened and Su Hongbing jumped down. "Hey brother, you haven't done it yet. I'm going. Why are you still pointed at by someone with a gun?" Gong Yu was also a little embarrassed. "These comrades don't believe what I said. Are they treating me as an enemy?" At this time, the walkie-talkie of the lieutenant colonel officer rang. The leader of the regiment, a force, was beaten up on the border. The ground was full of wreckage of cars and armored vehicles, and the bodies were everywhere. The lieutenant colonel commander frowned upon hearing this. "Do you know who did it? What are the identities of these destroyed forces? Have you found alive at the scene?" "I don't know, Commander, the scene is too tragic, and there is a high probability that there will be no living. Moreover, they are all in the territory of Myanmar, so we can't go there without authorization, but..." The barbed wire on the border line fell, with traces of being crushed by chariots, and the rut marks entered our territory. I suspect that these people had crossed the border line and arrived in our country. I don't know who was scared away again, and then suffered a devastating blow. The lieutenant colonel's regiment leader felt that the matter was serious and instructed the captain officer. "Xiao Lu, you must keep this matter confidential. I will report it to my superiors immediately." After saying that, he glanced at Gong Yu and others again. "Come on, arrest them and take them back to the regiment headquarters." Hey hey hey! Su Hongbing quit. No, why do you arrest us? You are not a policeman, observe. You are very suspicious and you must take them back to the regiment headquarters to ask carefully. We are very busy and need to hurry up. Besides, the soldiers are all dealing with external conflicts. The police handle internal conflicts. It's not your turn to interrogate us. I think you don't just use rats to meddle in other people's business. The more Su Hongbing said it, the more he heard. The lieutenant colonel commander was so angry that he glared at him. Shut up and go back to the regiment headquarters with us obediently, otherwise I'm not polite. Oh, I'll go. Su Hongbing was about to sarcastically, but Gong Yu pulled him behind him. This team leader, I think you should call your leader to report the situation quickly. How about I call you? I have your Commander Li's phone number. Chapter 616 Video with the Army Commander. The Lieutenant Colonel leader must report the situation to the leader. He heard Gong Yu's words and glared at him, thinking to himself, I'll use you to teach me how to do things. However, Gong Yu's words later shocked the Lieutenant Colonel. What? Do you have our Chief Li phone number? Although he was a regiment commander, it was not easy to meet Commander Li. The biggest leader he could contact was the brigade commander above. The boy in front of him suddenly said he wanted to help him contact the army commander. Isn't this talking nonsense about running the train on purpose? Shut up. I'll deal with you after reporting on the situation. The lieutenant colonel's regiment commander felt that Gong Yu and Su Hongbing were too dishonest and would have to interrogate them later. But Gong Yu really took out his cell phone. Because he doesn't want to waste time. If you explain it to the lieutenant colonel leader, some things cannot be explained clearly, and I guess it will not be explained clearly in the short time. I will just talk to their senior leader for a few words. I believe that the lieutenant colonel leader must give face to the major general, right? Speaking of which, Gong Yu's father was once a leader of this army. At that time, Gong Yu was still young and often ran to the military headquarters. It can be said that the military headquarters is just like a family. Although his father had already stepped down, Gong Yu still had feelings for this army, and he was very familiar with many leaders of this army. This is also why the lieutenant colonel leader kept questioning him and even wanted to detain him, but he was not angry. You should know that this kid has been spoiled by the general staff for a long time. If another army leader treats him like this, he has long been shady and even called the general secretary to complain. Here, before the lieutenant colonel's regiment commander had called the brigade commander, Gong Yu had already called the commander Li. I was using video phones, but I was afraid that the lieutenant colonel leader would not believe it. Hey, who asked you to call without authorization? Hang up the phone and bring me your phone. The lieutenant colonel leader was very unhappy and said that he was going to snatch Gong Yu's cell phone. Gong Yu didn't dodge, and his phone was suddenly snatched by the lieutenant colonel leader. Just as I was about to turn off the video, I found that the middle-aged man in the video was a little familiar. After a closer look, I was so scared that I was shocked. Of course, it wasn't all scared, mainly because it was very sudden and shocked. The middle-aged man in the video is the boss of their army, Li Changhe, Commander Li. Xiaowu, why do you remember to call me? You. Commander Li smiled, but before he finished speaking, he found that the person in front of him was not Gong Yu, and his face changed immediately. You are not Gong Yu, why do you have his cell phone? You are Wang Lishong. Li Changhe recognized the person in the video, which was Wang Lishong, the deputy leader of a certain regiment under his command. Fortunately, Wang Lishong is a deputy leader and has also had contact with Li Changhe several times. If he was a grassroots officer like a company commander and platoon leader, Li Changhe might not have recognized it. Head, Chief. This is the first time Wang Lishong has been chatting with Li Changhe for video, and he is a little nervous. Captain Wang, didn't you ask you to go to the border to check the situation? Well. Wang Lishong hurriedly said. Report to the chief, I have already discovered the situation. I am now on the border. Not long ago, a group of armed forces tried to cross the border. I don't know who drove back to Myanmar and then destroyed. Li Chenghe was really attracted by his words. Captain Wang, do you know what's going on? The entire armed army was destroyed? Is there any survivor? No living people have been found so far, and the chariots have been blown up. Who did it? I don't know who did it, I have no idea yet. However, we found suspicious people on the border line, and we plan to take them back to the regiment headquarters to ask questions slowly. Li Chenghe nodded and said, by the way, why did you use Gong Yu's number to call me a video? Why do you know him? Where is he? I don't know him, he's here, he's a suspicious person. Wang Lishong felt a little stricken when he heard Li Chenghe's words. Commander Li means that the suspicious person beside him is Gong Yu, and they seem to be very familiar with him. Hurry up and take photos of Gong Yu with your mobile phone camera. Li Chenghe wrote. How could he be a suspicious person? Return the phone to him. Yes. He didn't dare to say too much and quickly returned the phone to Gong Yu. At the same time, I understood in my heart that Gong Yu had a close relationship with Chief Li. Who is he? Gong Yu took the phone and walked out more than 10 meters, as if he didn't want outsiders to hear the conversation he had with Commander Li. Wang Lishong's verbal words softer moving twice, he didn't dare to stop him. Uncle Li, long time no see. Xiaowu, it's been a long time since I saw you, so you don't say you'll come and see me, haha. Uncle Li, you know I'm very busy. This time I happen to be in Yunnan province. There was a holiday soon. I'll bring 2 bottles of good wine to see you. Let's have a good drink. That's good, you don't have to bring the wine. Uncle has it here. No matter how poor your uncle is, he can still take care of you. By the way, how is your father in good health, right? Not very good. Gong Yu shook his head helplessly and said. Since the old man retired, he has lost his energy, especially the injuries he suffered on the battlefield when he was young, tormenting him all the time. Alas, his current medical level is still incurable. Li Chenghe worried. Oh, I have to go and see the old leader when I have time. He never says I call him. He always says he is good and still so stubborn. Xiaowu, the last time he went to Beijing to meet your uncle, he was blushed and energetic. How he maintained him, you can ask him for advice and experience. Gong Yu said. My uncle doesn't have any magic medicine. His position has risen, so he is naturally full of energy. It is said that power is the second spring for men. Li Chenghe sighed. Oh, your father asked to retire early and keep your uncle in the position. If he didn't retire, he might not be able to take up the position of chief. Gong Yu waved his hand and said. Uncle Li, don't mention the past. Next, I will report something to you, and you are also prepared. The Bai family's armed forces crossed the border to our territory. Gong Yu briefly repeated the story to Li Chenghe. Li Chenghe was shocked and thought to himself that the Bai family in northern Myanmar was going crazy. Gong Yu was really brave, and he destroyed the Bai family if he had a disagreement. Xiaowu, are you saying that the Bai family's power was destroyed by you using a drone? This will cause diplomatic disputes, Xiaowu, you are impulsive. Gong Yu said nothing. Uncle Li, I think that the destruction of a mere force in northern Myanmar will not cause any diplomatic disputes. Next, I will report the information directly to the General Secretary. We have detailed information in our hands, and there are photos, videos, and other images of the Bai family armed forces crossing the border in northern Myanmar. Uncle Li, please send someone to watch the scene, and I guess there will be new instructions on it soon. Oh. Li Chenghe felt that he was indeed conservative. A mere local force in northern Myanmar would be destroyed. Whoever made them wrong first. Gong Yu revealed a lot of information to Li Changhe in advance, which allowed him to prepare early, and he was also very grateful to Gong Yu. "That's it, Uncle Li, there are patients in my car, I have to take him to the hospital." Chapter 617 Having a good daughter and a good son-in-law. After Gong Yu finished speaking, he wanted to hang up the phone with Li Changhe. "But I thought that there was a team leader who didn't know the truth there. It is better to take charge of the county magistrate now. If Wang Lishong still insists on leaving himself, he will have to ask for help from Li Changhe. Uncle Li, tell the leader Wang, he treats me as an enemy spy, why don't you let me go?" "Well." Li Changhe smiled and said. "Xiaowu, you are much more mature now. If you had put it in the past, you would have been overturning the table with someone. Please give Wang Lishong your phone and I'll tell him." Gong Yu came to Wang Lishong. "Captain Wang, Commander Li wants to talk to you." As he said that, he handed the phone to Wang Lishong. Wang Lishong took the phone and said seriously, "Please give instructions from the leader. Captain Wang, block the scene, and also ask someone to collect evidence in the on-site area and take more photos. Remember not to cross the line, try not to conflict with Myanmar, wait for my next order." "Yes. Also, let the people next to you leave, don't hold them." "This." Wang Lishong hesitated for a moment and said stubbornly, "Chief, this person is very suspicious, and he is wearing a camouflage combat uniform. I feel that he is not an active service. He is also a soldier and is carrying out a secret mission. Let him release him, that's it." Li Changhe hung up the phone after saying that. After Li Changhe endorsed, Wang Lishong knew that Gong Yu should not be an enemy, and he did not dare to stick to his opinion and returned the phone to Gong Yu. "But I was still very curious. Then what, comrade, what secret mission are you carrying out?" Su Hongbing pretended to be on the side. "Captain Wang, this is what you should ask? Do you understand the confidentiality regulations?" Su Hongbing showed a serious expression on his face. He had heard of him since he was a child and naturally had a sense of momentum in the army. It shocked Wang Lishong at once. "I really don't dare to ask." After Su Hongbing said that, he pulled Gong Yu into the car, leaving Wang Lishong to be in chaos in the wind. "I'm going. Why are you educated by a young man?" After the off-road vehicle left, Wang Lishong woke up like a dream. "These people are not simple," he murmured to himself and made up for it. There was still a person sitting on his off-road vehicle, but he didn't get off. "Is there a bigger boss?" Here, Su Hongbing and Gong Yu got into the main driver's position and the co-pilot's position respectively. They saw that Zhou Zheng was helping Chu Jianghe with needles in the back seat. Chu Jianghe was naked, but his complexion on his face was much better than before. Gong Yu asked while starting the car. "Then what? I'll take you to the hospital now, Hongbing, you help me navigate to the nearest hospital." "Oh, okay." Su Hongbing took out his mobile phone to navigate. "Brother Yu, the nearest hospital is 80 kilometers away. I'm going. Why are you so far?" "Hongbing, are you reliable? Do you understand when you find the nearest hospital?" "Brother Yu, I am not a 3-year-old child. I am navigating the nearest grade A hospital. We can't go to the small hospital, right?" "Okay. Then go." Gong Yu said and turned around. "Then Xiao Zhou, I'm going to drive. Don't you have to get an acupuncture first?" Actually, he was also quite curious. Zhou Zheng was holding a very long needle to perform acupuncture on Chu Jianghe. "Good guy. If you don't make a good deal, you can kill someone." Chu Jianghe and Chu Yunyao were really big, so I felt relieved to let Zhou Zheng slap. This son-in-law is doing it well. Zhou Zhendao. "Captain Gong, don't go to the hospital. I'll help Uncle Chu treat it now." As he said that, he pulled out the golden needle from his chest. "Uncle Chu, how do you feel?" "Comfortable. relaxed. Chu Jianghe said happily. Since I got this disease, I don't know if it was physical or psychological reasons, I felt uncomfortable every day. Now is the most comfortable time after I got sick, just like when I was young. Xiaozhou, if Yunye hadn't helped you to memorize, I would have really disbelief that your medical skills were so superb. Now I believe it, you are simply amazing. Chu Jianghe suddenly said a lot of things. He usually had to breathe 3 breaths before he could finish speaking. Now he finished speaking in 1 breath without breathing. He felt that his terminal illness seemed to be cured. Chu Yunyeo said, "Dad, please listen to me. Zhou Zheng's medical skills are amazing. My headache was controlled by him with acupuncture. Although the needle was very long and scary, he could really cure the disease." Zhou Zhensen said it was also a lucky person. His acupuncture technique had just been upgraded to the master level, and he also had the opportunity to cure some cancers. If he returned for some time, he would not have this Taoist practice, and he could not control Chu Jianghe's terminal illness, let alone cured. Although Chu Yunyeo has been helping Zhou Zheng endorse the letter, she is inevitably worried. After all, he felt that although Zhou Zheng was skilled in medical skills, he was still unable to achieve terminal illness. Asked in a low voice, "Husband, has my father's illness been cured? It shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said, "Yunyeo, I treated Uncle Chu's illness with acupuncture. For safety reasons, I suggest that Uncle Chu take the rejuvenation pill, and he will get better after taking the pill. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not use the rejuvenation pill, after all, it is not easy to refine that thing, so precious. Chu Jianghe is different. He is Chu Yunyeo's father. Zhou Zheng traveled thousands of miles to save him from northern Myanmar. The two of them also established a friendship in life and death together on the way. Chu Jianghe even kept blaming and apologizing, regretting the obstruction of his marriage with Chu Yunyeo. The disgust between the two had long disappeared. Besides, Chu Yunyeo's rejuvenation pill in hand was originally prepared for Chu Jianghe. Zhou Zheng naturally won't be stingy. Chu Yunyeo nodded and said to Chu Jianghe next to him, "Dad, when we meet Mom, we will go back to Jiangbei together. After taking the pills, you will be completely cured." Chu Jianghe was also very happy when he heard this. "Oh, my old Chu gave birth to a good daughter, and my good daughter found another good son-in-law. My old Chu is so lucky. Yunyeo, when will you and Xiaozhou hold a wedding? It's only when the wedding is held that it's considered a marriage. You set a date, why don't your mother and I help you see a good day? Dad will definitely hold a grand wedding for you. I dare not say anything else, but in Jiangbei, you must be one of the best." Chu Yunyeo's face turned red and said, "Dad, Zhou Zheng has to ask for advice on this matter. But Zhou Zheng promised me that our wedding will be held in the Tamiao." "Ah? The Tamiao in the capital?" Chu Jianghe was shocked. "Yunyeo, that's not something that can be done with money. I support you, but it's difficult to operate." "Haha." Chu Yunyeo smiled. "Dad, we just said that. Actually, I don't think so important about the marriage ceremony. It's not impossible to invite relatives and friends to have a meal and hold it in a low-key manner. Do you think you are your husband?" Before Zhou Zheng could answer, Su Hongbing said, "How can that be done? Since Lao Zhou said that the Tamiao held a wedding ceremony, we cannot go back on our word. I'll arrange it." Chapter 618 Gong Yu's Request. This is the first time Chu Jianghe has met Gong Yu and Su Hongbing. Naturally, I don't know the origin of the two. Especially Su Hongbing, he and Zhou Zheng have known each other for a long time. Because of Chu Jianghe's previous prejudice against Zhou Zheng, let alone his friends, even Zhou Zheng himself, Chu Jianghe did not want to contact him. Hearing that Su Hongbing was unfair to speak loudly, he actually wanted to arrange for Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo to hold a wedding ceremony in Tamiao. "Good guy, This is not bragging, what is this? But seeing his appearance as if it was true, Chu Jianghe felt that this kid was only good at talking and his impression of him was suddenly bad. Hey Su! Su Hongbing isn't it? Not everyone can do it in the Tamiao in the capital. Used, I think you shouldn't joke. Haha. Su Hongbing smiled. Why, Uncle Chu, don't you believe in my strength? My old Su's spit is a nail. Have you ever joked about major events? Since I've spoken, I'll take care of this matter. Chu Jianghe didn't know Su Hongbing's strength, but Chu Yunyao knew it clearly and hurriedly said. Su Hongbing, my dad doesn't know you and thought you were bragging, so don't mind. Su Hongbing waved his hand and said. How could it be? You guys come down and give me a day to hold a wedding ceremony. I'll arrange it and ensure that the task is completed. Zhou Zhensin said that Su Hongbing did too many things for him. Although he has the ability to arrange wedding ceremony in Tamiao, Zhou Zheng really doesn't want to use him. Old Su. Zhou Zhenggang was interrupted by Su Hongbing as soon as he opened his mouth. I just know what you want to say. Lao Zhou, stop saying anything. I have already said it, how can I take it back? That's it. Zhou Zheng curled his lips, and he was helpless. The repeated refusals made him a little pretentious. He also knew Su Hongbing's temper, so he had to go down the road. Okay, Hongbing will notify you immediately after we have confirmed the date. Okay. Su Hongbing only smiled on his face, as if it was his honor to help Zhou Zheng do things. Chu Jianghe was very puzzled and thought to himself that Zhou Zheng's popularity was really good, and someone rushed to help. But why do I still feel that Su Hongbing is bragging? After all, Chu Jianghe felt that he was very rich, but he could not hold a wedding ceremony for his daughter in Tamiao. This requires a relationship of heaven. He lowered his voice and asked in Chu Yunyao's ear. Yunyao, is this Su Hongbing bragging? What is his background? Chu Yunyao smiled and lowered her voice. Dad, he doesn't seem to brag. I heard that his father is a ministerial leader. His. Chu Jianghe took a breath of cold air. Ministerial level leadership. What a good guy, he is much better than the top leader in Jiangbei City. But he, a businessman, had to bow to a district chief. You are not polite if someone says you can get stuck. Good daughter, how could Xiao Zhou know such a powerful young man? Chu Yunyao said. They seem to be colleagues, and I don't know much about the specific situation. Chu Yunyao also vaguely knew that Su Hongbing's grandfather seemed to be an old man, so of course she didn't tell Chu Jianghe that he was too excited. Chu Jianghe knew that Zhou Zhen was not a thing in the pool. You see, the people around him are very powerful, and they are even rushing to help him do things. The one who drives is not simple, she seems to be the captain of a team. The old official seems to be not young, and the team members also have captains and officers. He didn't dare to inquire, and his understanding of Zhou Zheng was one step further. Anyway, just know that the son-in-law is amazing. Here, when Su Hongbing finished speaking, Gong Yu asked. You really don't plan to take Uncle Chu to the hospital? Thank you, Team Gong, don't go. Chu Yunyao said softly. Zhou Zheng has already treated my father. Gong Yu asked while driving. Is it really cured? What disease did Uncle Chu have? This. Chu Yunyao didn't want to say that her father had cancer, and was afraid that his father would be heartbroken when he heard those two words, but he was embarrassed to lie to Gong Yu, so he didn't know what to say for a while. Chu Jianghe didn't care about himself and said generously. Late stage of lung cancer. Hold the grass. When Gong Yu heard these words, he couldn't help but swear. Really or not? Naturally, he didn't believe that Zhou Zheng treated Chu Jianghe with a few acupuncture and cured his advanced lung cancer. Isn't this a playhouse? That must be true. My son-in-law is very powerful and often creates miracles. I can understand your surprise because you don't understand him. If you understand him, you will be even more surprised if I tell you. Chu Jianghe talked freely and kept endorsing Zhou Zheng. It seems that Zhou Zhengli is so beautiful that he, as a father-in-law, also has a glorious face. Of course, Gong Yu would not completely believe Chu Jianghe. He is a rational person and is not familiar with Chu Jianghe. He glanced at Su Hongbing on the passenger seat. Red Soldier. Su Hongbing naturally knew what Gong Yu wanted to ask. He nodded and said, "Brother Yu, although Uncle Chu's words are a bit general, they are really not exaggerated. Old Zhou has indeed created miracles in many ways. Although he is a policeman, his medical skills are really outstanding. Xiao Tong's terminal illness was also cured by Lao Zhou." "What? Xiao Tong is okay? When did it happen?" As one of Su Hongbing's few good friends and his boss, Gong Yu naturally knew about Su Hongbing and Xiao Tong. He also sympathized with the poor couple. He once sent a connection to help Xiao Tong find several experts to treat him, but it was unsatisfactory. The experts said that she couldn't live for too long. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tong, a person who was once sentenced to death by a doctor, was treated by Zhou Zheng. Su Hongbing would not lie to him or even exaggerate it, so Zhou Zhengji must have real talent and knowledge, and he can really create miracles. Thinking of this, Gong Yu was moved. "Xiao Zhou, my father was injured decades ago, and he has not been cured and often has an attack. It is worse than death when it occurs. Can this be cured?" After he said that, he held his breath and listened to Zhou Zheng's answer. "Zhou Zhendao. Captain Gong, I dare not say this because I don't know where the injury is, and what is the specific situation. However, although I dare not say that it is completely cured, I am still sure to stop the pain." Squeak! Gong Yu suddenly stopped the off-road vehicle. "It's okay to just relieve pain. When do you have time? I want to ask you to see my old man." Looking at Gong Yu's anxious look, Zhou Zheng guessed that his old man's illness must be not easy. However, there was no agreement at once. "Captain Gong, I still have a lot of things, and I don't have time yet. But when I go back to Jiangbei, I will take a while off. I will come to Beijing for a while. Then. Okay." Gong Yu could only nod. "Xiao Zhou, let me know when you come to the capital, and I will be the host." Chapter 619 My son-in-law has a connection with the world. Gong Yu was relieved when he learned that Zhou Zheng had cured Chu Jianghe's advanced lung cancer with acupuncture. Lung cancer is the most common terminal illness and the most common terminal illness. With the advancement of technology now, the problem of cancer has not been overcome. It is indeed a fantasy that Zhou Zheng can treat advanced lung cancer. Gong Yu really doesn't believe it. But with Su Hongbing's endorsement, Gong Yu had to believe it, which was amazing. Soon his heart moved. His old father is old and weak, and his old injuries occur frequently. I could still bear it when I was young, but now I am old. Although I still have the steel will of a soldier, I am not in good spirits and often scream in pain. I have seen how many experts at home and abroad cannot cure it. In recent years, I have become more and more serious. The tortured old man is in a state of great difficulty and even has a plan to find a short-term view. I can only treat Du Lengding every day to relieve the pain." Thinking of the old man's illness, Gong Yu felt like he was stuck in his throat. Now, except for his work, he is looking for famous doctors to treat the old man. After learning that Zhou Zheng could cure cancer, Gong Yu naturally would not give up such an opportunity and asked Zhou Zheng for help. Zhou Zheng did not agree to him at once, and of course he did not deny it, saying that he would come to the capital when he returned to Jiangbei to deal with some things. Gong Yu didn't dare to urge Zhou Zheng, so he had to beg for others. Besides, people with great talent were arrogant and would offend him if he was not careful, and the gain would not be worth the loss. Although there is a good buddy Su Hongbing, one code is the same. Su Hongbing comforted Gong Yu and said, "Brother Yu, don't worry, actually my old man is waiting for Lao Zhou to see a doctor. If he agrees, he will not break his promise. Let's wait." Zhou Zheng explained in the back row. Captain Gong, it's not that I don't pay attention to treating and saving patients, but that I'm really anxious to go back to Jiangbei. I came out to rescue Uncle Chu this time and temporarily abstained from the provincial selection competition. This is unorganized and undisciplined. I have to go back to the city bureau to explain to the leaders. If I should write a review, I should be punished. When the matter is resolved, I will take leave to go to the capital. Of course, the premise is that the leader must give me a fake, but I don't think there is a big problem. Besides, I have other important things to do when I go to the capital. I will definitely go sooner or later. Gong Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. Immediately following, Xiao Zhou, it's a meritorious service to rescue Uncle Chu. Besides, I heard from Hongbing that you also caught a group of criminals who kidnapped and murdered. These are all great achievements. The leaders above should only reward you and not punish you. Don't worry, I know a few people in the police system. Your leader wants to punish you. Tell me, I'll call you Mr. Meng. Chu Jianghe sitting behind was confused. I thought to myself that Gong Yu was confused. Zhou Zheng is from the police department. Why did you help him stand up for it? Did the leader of the police department listen to a businessman? He couldn't help but ask. Who is Mr. Meng? Which company's boss? Su Hongbing smiled and said. The boss Meng, who brother Yu, is not the boss of business, he is the chief police supervisor, police number 0001. Chu Jianghe's heart moved. General police superintendent? Isn't that the minister? Yes, he is the minister. Su Hongbing said calmly. He and brother Yu's family are neighbors. Lao Meng likes brother Yu very much. When he was a child, he carried him out to play every day. If brother Yu's family had not been a soldier, Lao Meng would definitely recommend brother Yu to take the police officers' university. Chu Jianghe was shocked again. Gong Yu and the minister of the police department are neighbors. Then his family is not an ordinary person. No wonder Su Hongbing's father is the eldest leader, but Gong Yu's younger brother plays together as a child. The Gong Yu family must be more powerful. How come Xiao Zhou knows so many children? Good guy, this resource is great. Chu Jianghe's heart was overturned. These are all Tongtian's connections. He broke his mind in Jiangbei and thought about ways to expand his connections every day. It was both costing money and tiring. The biggest leader he knew was just a department official, and he was only familiar with him, so his friendship was basically impossible. And the connection resources like Gong Yu and Su Hongbing, which are so powerful that they seem to be rushing to Zhou Zheng. This is the gap. Gong Yu and Su Hongbing, it's not simple, his son-in-law Zhou Zheng is even more unsimple. Thinking of this, Chu Jianghe suddenly felt inexplicable confidence. The son-in-law has such a strong connection, so he can even stand up in Jiangbei, at least not as unconfident as before. Suddenly, he thought about it that he almost broke up his daughter and Zhou Zheng. I deserve to die. I did something idiot. Fortunately, my daughter insisted on it, otherwise I would regret it for life and even died in northern Myanmar. The more Chu Jianghe thought about it, the more he felt that he was so confused about the lard that he had eaten, and when he was excited, he slapped himself. Uncle Chu, are you? Zhou Zheng didn't know what Chu Jianghe was thinking, so he would be confused. Dad, what's wrong with you? Chu Yunyao next to her was also confused, looking at Chu Jianghe with confusion with her big eyes open. Well. Chu Jianghe was also feeling the feeling when he twitched himself. He touched his hot face and hurriedly covered up. A mosquito fell on my face just now. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao looked at each other. They didn't seem to believe Chu Jianghe's words very much, but they didn't break the question to the end. Gong Yu also knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, but after receiving Zhou Zheng's promise, he naturally felt much more at ease. As long as Zhou Zheng could treat and relieve the old man's pain, it would be worth it. If you have major events, you will be more polite than before. Xiaozhou, where are you going next? We went to the city, met Aunt Lu, and then took a plane back to Jiangbei. Auntie Lu. Gong Yu looked question marks. Chu Yunyao explained. It's my mother. Oh, where are you going, Hongbing? Of course I went to Jiangbei, too, and I came back together. Okay, I'll take you to the city first. Can you buy the nearest flight for the air ticket? If not, I'll arrange it. Zhou Zheng took out his mobile phone and searched for air tickets. He found that the nearest flight was 4 o'clock in the afternoon and there were tickets. Captain Gong, you have a vote, thank you. Xiaozhou is so polite to me. Are you treating me as an outsider? Haha. Team Gong is so serious. Don't call me Team Gong. You and Hongbing are good friends. Hongbing and I are childhood friends. We are good friends. From now on, you can call me Brother Yu, just like Hongbing. Gong Yu was about to get in love with Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng nodded without being pretentious. Okay, Brother Yu. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was very harmonious. Chu Jianghe looked even more relieved. If your son-in-law has a promising future, the Chu family's path will be easier in the future. When the off-road vehicle was about to arrive in the city at a speed, Zhou Zheng suddenly patted his forehead and said anxiously. Broken. Chapter 620 Family Reunion. Squeak. Hearing Zhou Zheng's voice, Gong Yu braked and the off-road vehicle stopped suddenly. Everyone's body leaned forward involuntarily. Chu Yunyao also exclaimed. However, everyone looked at Zhou Zheng. Xiaozhou, what's wrong? Laozhou, what did you find out? This is... Honey, what happened? Everyone looked at Zhou Zheng with confusion, and felt that there must be nothing trivial to make Zhou Zheng exclaim. Zhou Zhendao. It's broken, look at my brain, I'm forgot it. When I came to Yunnan province from Beijing, I rented an off-road vehicle and put it next to the border when I passed by to northern Myanmar. I forgot to drive that car in a hurry, so I have to pay it back for me. Old Su, what should I do? I have bought all the air tickets, and I can't hurry up if I go back. Looking at Zhou Zheng's anxious expression, everyone looked dark. Su Hongbing said. What are you doing, Lao Zhou? Are you surprised by such a little thing? It's interesting if you are not like you. When we encounter big things, we are panicked but calm. Why can't we calm down when we encounter such a small thing? Zhou Zheng said seriously. Can this be a trivial matter? It's 300 a day. If you don't drive, you have to pay it back quickly, otherwise you won't waste it. Besides, the border is vast and sparsely populated, what should I do if the car is stolen? This is all a troublesome. Su Hongbing waved his hand and didn't want to argue with Zhou Zheng about this matter. How much money can you get for 300 yuan a day? Besides, you can't lose it. It's amazing to find someone to drive it back. We definitely can't turn around and go back. Zhou Zheng asked in reverse. Who are you going to drive back? We don't know the locals. Besides, no one knows where the car is parked without my advice. Gong Yu couldn't help laughing from the side. Zhou Zheng, such a powerful man, was so concerned about these trivial things. Maybe people have two sides. Xiaozhou, please tell me where the car is when I'm sending you. I'll drive back to the capital to help you pay it back. Zhou Zheng asked every time he thought about it. Brother Yu, where is the car you drive? Oh, don't worry, at worst, I can do the check-in. I won't be too late. Seeing that Gong Yu was impatient, Zhou Zheng stopped talking about this. Okay, then I'll trouble you. The off-road vehicle entered the city and soon arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Lu Maihui already knew that her husband Chu Jianghe was after being rescued. Chu Yunyao called and said that she had arrived at the hotel after a while. She could not sit there, so she came to the hotel early and looked forward to it. Seeing Chu Jianghe's thin face, she couldn't help it and walked up to hug Chu Jianghe and cried bitterly. Old Chu, I thought I would never see you again. You have lost weight and suffered a lot, have you? Chu Jianghe felt a little embarrassed in front of everyone, and quickly comforted Lu Maihui with a soft voice. I'm fine, isn't this back? Stop crying, let the children laugh. After Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's persuasion, Lu Maihui stopped crying. She is naturally very grateful to Zhou Zheng. It can be said that without Zhou Zheng, Chu Jianghe's life was lost in northern Myanmar. Once Chu Jianghe dies, the Chu family's business will inevitably plummet. It can be said that Zhou Zheng not only saved Chu Jianghe's life, but also saved the Chu family's status and wealth. Xiao Zhou. Lu Maihui held Zhou Zheng's hand, wanted to say something thankful but didn't know what to say. Zhou Zhendao. Auntie, you don't need to say anything, the whole family doesn't speak 2 words. Yes, yes. We are a family. Lu Maihui nodded and said yes, then turned to the Chujiang River. Old Chu, I'll tell you, if it weren't for Xiao Zhou's family, it would be over. He is our nobleman, and the young man is capable and handsome. Anyway, I have treated him as a son-in-law. If you still don't agree with his marriage with Yunyao, I will never end with you. Su Hongbing looked at Zhou Zheng from the side and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I thought to myself that Lao Zhou could do it, this mother-in-law did a good job. Chu Jianghe said seriously. Wife, I used to eat lard and get meat, but I have realized my mistake. Besides, Zhou Zheng saved my life. If I object to his marriage with Yunyao, am I still a human being? Not only do I don't object, I also want to hold them a glorious wedding. Lu Maihui was very pleased when she heard Chu Jianghe's words. Chu Jianghe could feel relieved if she thought of this. Oh, who is this? Lu Maihui asked when she saw Gong Yu's face at this moment. Hello, Auntie, I am Zhou Zheng's buddy. Chujiang River Channel. Captain Gong is not an ordinary person. He used missiles and drones to destroy all the northern Myanmar armed forces who were chasing us. Chu Jianghe walked on the side. Ah! Lu Maihui was surprised. She didn't know what Zhou Zheng and Chu Jianghe had experienced on their way back from northern Myanmar. She was about to ask what she had interrupted the casting of the spell by Chu Yunyao. Mom, it's not a place to speak outside. What do we have to say in the hotel? Okay, please come in. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch and there was still time, so it was not too late to rest in the hotel before catching the plane. So I also asked everyone to go upstairs to have tea and rest for a while. Everyone went upstairs and entered the room. Li Maihui opened a suite with a living room. The house was spacious and everyone could sit down. Chu Yunyao was busy boiling water to make tea for everyone. Under Lu Maihui's persuasion, Chu Jianghe went to the bathroom to take a shower and changed into new clothes to get rid of bad luck. Not to mention, wearing new clothes is much more energetic than just now. Everyone had a rest after drinking tea. Lu Maihui began to pack her luggage and was about to go to the airport to catch a plane. Since Gong Yu's off-road vehicle could not accommodate so many people, Chu Yunyao drove another special car. Honey, get in the car. After Chu Jianghe and Lu Maihui got on the car, Chu Yunyao walked towards Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng thought about it and said that the family of 3 had a life to stay together, so he should not disturb him. Yunyao, you get in the car. I'll go take Gong Yu's car. There are only 3 of us men in the car, and we can even smoke. Chu Yunyao Bingshu is smart and naturally understands Zhou Zheng's meaning. Reluctantly said. Well, husband, see you at the airport later. 2 cars arrived at the airport one after another, and everyone waved goodbye to Gong Yu. Gong Yu once again reminded Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, I hope you come to Beijing as soon as possible. I will do the same thing when the time comes. Zhou Zheng nodded. Brother Yu, I will definitely not let you wait for a long time. Okay. If you have any difficulties when you go back to Jiangbei, you must notify me in time. If you can't solve them, I will help you solve them. Don't be polite. Okay. When Su Hongbing heard Gong Yu's words, he immediately envied Zhou Zheng. Gong Yu usually refuses to promise the other party easily. If he promises, he will definitely do it, and he has the ability to do it. After Gong Yu left, everyone checked in and went into the waiting room after the security check. The air ticket Zhou Zheng bought for everyone was business class, and Chu Yunyao was not satisfied. After getting on the plane, I was directly upgraded to first-class cabin. Chu Yunyao thinks that although business class is good, it is still the most comfortable first class. She said seriously to Zhou Zheng, "Honey, are you out of money? I'll transfer 1 million to you and spend it first." Chapter 621 Husband and wife follow. Wife, I still have money, so I don't have to give me money. Zhou Zheng refused. After all, men with self-esteem will not do this with their wife's money. Although I only earn a few thousand yuan a month now, I still have a small part of the money I earned from scooping up lottery tickets, and I won't worry about the money for the time being. Chu Yunyao pouted and said, "Honey, you said you have money and don't buy first class when you fly. Although business class is good, it's better to be comfortable in first class." Zhou Zheng has a black line. I thought he had never taken a plane before he started working. After joining the work, I followed my master Lu Jianjun to the south to do business. The plane was too far away, so I naturally bought the cheapest economy class for the air ticket. He felt that riding in business class was luxurious enough, and he had never thought about it in the first class. "Yunyao, I think business class is good enough." Chu Yunyao said. "It's a poor family and a rich family. Although our family is not very wealthy, we can't be too wronged when we go out, and my parents are there." Zhou Zheng nodded. "I didn't think about Yunyao well. At least I should buy first-class cabin for my uncle and aunt." Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words and said, "Husband, I don't mean to blame you. I just feel that you are too relieved and always want to be wronged by yourself. I don't want you to do this. Can you understand what I mean?" Zhou Zheng nodded. "Yunyao, I understand. You hope I can live a comfortable life. Don't always want to give the good things to others and endure hardships by yourself." "Yes, husband, you know. You don't have much salary every month, but you still have to pay the house rent to bear the living expenses of your family. I also made some money to get medicinal wine. I will take all the expenses in the future, and I will give you another 1 million. No, Yunyao, it's not easy for you to make money. It's better to save money to continue investing in the medicinal wine business. When we make too much money, we can buy a bigger house and we won't have to rent a house in the future. Although, I have a second-bedroom house, it's just that house is too old and too young. It will definitely be inconvenient for us to have children. I still have no sense of belonging when renting a house." Chu Yunyao heard that her pretty white face had a blush, and then nodded. "You are still thinking about it in the long run. The business of medicinal wine is getting on track step by step, and the market in the provincial capital has also opened. It can be said that the supply is in short supply. I do have the intention to invest all the money I earn to expand the production scale. When I strive to achieve monthly sales of more than 10 million next year, we can buy a very good big house in a few months." Zhou Zheng widened his eyes exaggeratedly and said in surprise, "Wow, wife, you are so capable. You are worthy of being the princess of the Chu family. You really have a business acumen." Chu Yunyao received Zhou Zheng's praise, and a burst of happiness and sweetness appeared in her heart, but she did not lose herself under Zhou Zheng's sweet words. "Husband, it's not because of you that I have achieved such a success. You gave me the formula of medicinal wine, and you gave me the start-up capital, and you even made an indelible contribution to the development of the provincial capital market. Old Wang and his cotters are also your connections, because you are grateful that you will spare no effort to endorse our medicinal wine after you have cured their illness. otherwise the market in the provincial capital would not be opened so quickly. Chu Yunyao said the truth. The business of medicinal wine was going smoothly, and the turnover was rising steadily. Zhou Zheng made great contributions. Some time ago, a large local winery in the provincial capital robbed some of their share because of Chu Yunyao's medicinal wine, and then became furious and determined to drive Chu Yunyao's medicinal wine out of the provincial capital. After all, they are local snakes, and they have mobilized the forces of the White Dao and the underworld. A gangster smashed Chu Yunyao's newly established office in the provincial capital and injured staff, but the police repeatedly delayed this and wanted to turn big things into small things. And those supermarkets that planned to cooperate with Chu Yunyao actually ruined the appointment and stopped cooperating with Chu Yunyao. Later I found out that it was the relevant departments putting pressure on the supermarket. As long as I didn't cooperate with Chu Yunyao, everything would be fine. If I cooperate, I would start checking the supermarket's fire books, etc. The opponent's power is very strong and comes in full force. Chu Yunyao felt that the water in the provincial capital was too deep and was discouraged and had plans to withdraw from the provincial capital market. However, I still don't want to return so miserably. I brought 2 boxes of the best medicinal wine to visit Mr. Wang in the provincial party committee courtyard. When we met, we complained about grievances and said that we would not be common in the future. We arranged 2 boxes of medicinal wine for you. If you drink it again in the future, you may have to come to Jiangbei. Mr. Wang was confused and asked repeatedly before Chu Yunyao told the truth. Rebelled against them. Mr. Wang was very angry and the consequences were serious. Although he had retired long ago, his son Wang Weiman was a provincial leader and a provincial chief. That night, Mr. Wang called Wang Weiman and asked him to go home for dinner. At the dinner table, Mr. Wang said that there are gang forces in the provincial capital, so the police don't care? Do you, the provincial party secretary, take care of it? Some people from public offices collude with local snakes to restrict their normal business. This litter of humans, snakes, and rats seriously damage the image and business atmosphere of the provincial capital. Do you care? The next day, the government issued a red-headed document, and the provincial capital carried out a 3-month crackdown on gangs. The first time it arrested a group of criminal gangs that smashed Chu Yunyao's provincial capital office, and those grassroots police who deliberately delayed were also stripped of their clothes. The black sheep from the relevant departments were also pulled out one by one, waiting for further investigation by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chu Yunyao's medicinal wine business was able to continue to develop in the provincial capital. She naturally knew that the provincial capital had made such a big move, and Mr. Wang played a lot of important role in it. Of course, she also knew that Mr. Wang was helping her like this, just to see Zhou Zheng's face. Therefore, Chu Yunyao can have the current medicinal wine business. Most of the results were due to Zhou Zheng, and she knew very well. Zhou Zheng was very modest. Wife, if you are not excellent, no matter how much resources you have, it will be of no help. Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng were no longer humbled each other, she said. Honey, if I marry you, my husband will follow you. Let's continue to work hard and strive to buy a big house that belongs to us as soon as possible. This sentence was quite loud and was heard by Chu Jianghe not far away. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. Chu Yunyao broke off relations with the Chu family for Zhou Zheng. For the sake of his daughter, he never helped her, even wanted to ask Chu Yunyao's friends not to help her. The 2 of them lived a normal life and rented their houses, which he had investigated. Yunyao, my baby daughter, you and Zhou Zheng are suffering. Dad, I'm sorry for you. We have a villa in Longhuan Villa area, worth 100 million yuan, so why don't you live in that villa? Chapter 622 100 million yuan in marriage. What? There is still a villa in our Longhu Villa area. Chu Yunyao said in surprise. Although her family is rich, there are not many houses. In the early years, it was because of the investment needs to be overwhelmed by a batch of houses. Later, the real estate industry was in a downturn, so I sold all the houses and cashed out. Also because Chu Yunyeo is the only child or a girl in the family, the Chu family has left a villa to live in by themselves. Even Lu Maihui didn't know the villa Chu Jianghe bought in the Longhu Villa area. Yes, Yunyeo. Chujiang River Channel. I bought this villa quietly, don't even know it if you don't know it. Okay, old Chu, do you want to build a house with me on your back? Say, you have found a few women outside. Lu Maihui thought about Chu Jianghe's words and thought that her face had changed color. She felt that the fire had caught a fire in her backyard, and said to Chu Jianghe's face and his neck were blushing. "Ah, my wife, you have been wronged to death. How could I have any foreign house?" Chu Jianghe quickly waved his hand to explain. "I bought that villa secretly, but I never thought about using it myself. I planned to use it as a dowry for Yunyeo when she got married, and I also thought about giving you a surprise at that time." "You are lying, why did you say it now? You must be saying it's bald. You are using Yunyeo to cover up your ugly things." Lu Maihui suddenly became stubborn, just suspected that Chu Jianghe had an external heart. "Okay, Chu Jianghe, you are missing, I am still obsessed with you. I try every means to find you to save you. How about you, are you just doing this to me?" "Wife, I am really more unfair than Doi." Chu Jianghe also defended himself with a blushing face and thick neck. "That villa has not been renovated yet. If you don't believe it, I will take you to see it myself when I arrive in Jiangbei. Even if I keep a house with a foreign house, I won't keep it in an unfinished house, right? Apart from talking about my Chu Jianghe, don't you know what kind of person you are?" "Real?" Lu Maihui thought about it, so she looked up and asked. "Of course it's true, then you'll believe it after reading it. Then why don't you decorate?" "Wife, I don't know when my daughter will get married. If she is renovated, if she waits for 10 or 8 years, it will become old. Besides, if Yunyeo doesn't like the decoration style, it will not be perfect. So I want to tell you when Yunyeo gets engaged, and then let Yunyeo choose the decoration style." Chu Jianghe has lived a lot, so Lu Maihui no longer doubts. "Old Chu is sorry, I was excited just now. When Yunyeo ran away from home, you ignored her and let her die. I thought you were so stern and heartless that you had been thinking about your daughter." Chu Jianghe sighed and said, "Ah, actually, I am not a qualified father either. At that time, I was overwhelmed by greed and ambitious. I always wanted to find a good match for Yunyeo, and I could help the Chu family in the business world, and I called it for her good, but I didn't consider the feelings of the child. This made me almost miss Zhou Zheng. Fortunately, Yunyeo's persistence made our Chu family not regret it. Yunyeo, after this disaster, my father also figured it out. What kind of fame and fortune is nothing but passing by? Cherish your current relatives and friends, and having a happy life is the most important thing. When I return to Jiangbei, I plan to hand over the Chu family's company to you. When you get married with Zhou Zheng, your mother and I will go on a trip and enjoy the scenery outside. When will you have children? We will come back to help you see the children." "Dad." Chu Yunyeo was moved by her father. "I didn't expect my father's mentality to change so thoroughly. He used to be a workaholic. Moreover, he also thought a lot about Chu Yunyeo. Dad, you will take care of the company. I have to devote all my energy to the medicinal wine business for the time being. She was created by me by myself. I don't want this project to die. Yunyeo, think about it again. In fact, managing a company is not that tiring. If you have a professional manager, you can also hire a professional manager to manage the medicinal wine business." Chu Yunyeo politely declined. "Dad, let's talk about this later." "What? Good daughter, are you afraid you can't be busy? If you don't let Xiao Zhou resign to help you manage the company, the Chu family's industries will belong to you in the future." "Dad, how could Zhou Zheng quit? His job is good. Chojiang River Channel. Yes, my father knew that Xiao Zhou was doing well and was a civil servant in the system, but it was difficult for grassroots police to make a comeback, so it was better to change to business. Uncle Chu. Zhou Zheng naturally would not resign, he was about to speak. Su Hongbing, please take the lead. Uncle Chu, I think it's a very unwise choice for you to ask Zhou Zheng to resign, which is more wrong than you opposed him and your daughter at the beginning. Ah! Xiao Su, what do you mean? Chu Jianghe knew that Su Hongbing was not an ordinary person, so he had to listen to his words. Your son-in-law is not an ordinary person, nor an ordinary policeman. He has only been working for a few months and is a second-level police superintendent with 2 stars. This time he will have to increase his rank when he returns. His target is a police superintendent with a white shirt. I don't think he will be the first and second in command of the police department in the future. Ah? Is that true? After hearing Su Hongbing's words, Chu Jianghe was shocked. Didn't realize that Zhou Zheng has such great potential? If you can really wear a white shirt, it will be much more promising than managing a business in the Chu family. Oh uncle, I was also absent-minded, so I won't talk about this for now. But I think the villa decoration in Longhu Villa area still needs to be started. When you return to Jiangbei Yunyao, you and Xiao Zhou will give me a decoration plan, and I will help you decorate it myself. Okay. Chu Yunyao originally wanted to subconsciously refuse. Her business of medicinal wine is at its peak now, thinking that she can make money to buy a house, so that Zhou Zheng will feel at ease when she lives there. If you really want to live in the Chu family's villa now, based on her understanding of Zhou Zheng, it would be awkward to live in Zhou Zheng. However, if he rejected his father, he would definitely think more, so he agreed first, and then the villa has been decorated for a long time and he would not live there. Then let's just say that. Dad, take a break. After Chu Jianghe said that, he closed his eyes and took a nap with satisfaction. Chu Yunyao whispered to Zhou Zheng. Husband, I just promised my father. If you don't like living in the villa he bought, can we buy a house by ourselves? Zhou Zhendao. I don't like it or not, it's great to live in a spacious villa. Chu Yunyao was surprised when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. She subconsciously felt that Zhou Zheng had the backbone and must be a macho man, but she didn't expect that he was not disgusted with living in the Chu family's villa. Oh, that's good. When we go back to Jiangbei, we will discuss the decoration style, and then we will leave it to my father to decorate. Zhou Zhendao. Yunyao, Uncle Chu bought a villa. I think we can pay the decoration money. I wonder if I can afford it. He is not a macho person, but he also needs some face. Chu Zhang paid for the house, so the Chu family could no longer pay the renovation money. No problem. Chu Yunyao nodded. The profits of medicinal wine are very high, and the money I earned in a few months is almost enough to decorate. Husband, I actually want to buy you a Mercedes-Benz G63 first. It seems I have to wait a little longer. Chapter 623 Going Home. On the plane, Chu Jianghe and Lu Maihui fell asleep wearing eye masks. Chu Yunyao and Zhou Zheng seemed to have endless things to say. They held hands, whispered quietly, and chuckled from time to time. The two of them were tender and sweet, and they were almost brushing their lines when they looked at each other. Su Hongbing wanted to sleep on the side, but his hearing was too good. The whispers between Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao can always reach his ears. He pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what they were talking about but couldn't hear clearly. I'll go. These two people's whispers are still with passwords, and they can't hear a word clearly? Su Hongbing looked at the tenderness and sweetness of her heart and felt so envious that she couldn't help but think of Xiao Tong. It's been a long time since Xiao Tong hasn't seen her, so she's really thinking about it. The destination of the plane is the provincial capital of Baihe province. He plans to stop following Zhou Zheng to Jiangbei after getting off the plane. After getting off the plane, he goes home to see Xiao Tong first. Thinking of Xiao Tong's well-behaved appearance, Su Hongbing showed a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Tong is as pure as a piece of paper. Her smile can melt the ice and snow. Su Hongbing has decided that he will be with Xiao Tong in this life. Zhou Zheng has cured Xiao Tong's terminal illness, and he can finally realize his wish. However, if a person does not have long-term plans, he will have immediate worries. The Su family is likely to know that Xiao Tong's disease has been cured. Of course, even if you don't know now, sooner or later, it will be impossible to cover the fire. According to the agreement between Su Hongbing and her family, whether Xiao Tong died of illness or was cured, Su Hongbing would leave her after a while. This is a hard problem of Su Hongbing. His only hope now is Zhou Zheng. It's like learning that Zhou Zheng can treat terminal illness. Zhou is his last life-saving straw. As long as he can take care of the old man's body, he will help him become a lobbyist and convince the old man to agree to his marriage with Xiao Tong. This is his way to save the country through a curve, and it is also the only way. Zhou Zheng will go to the capital soon after he returns to Jiangbei. The time to witness the miracle is coming. Su Hongbing felt inexplicably excited and panic when he thought of this. "Old Zhou, you must help me complete it, please," he said silently in his heart. In the evening, the plane landed on the runway of Baihe Airport. Zhou Zheng and others left the terminal with their luggage. At this time, night had just fallen and lights were on. Su Hongbing said, "Old Zhou, I won't go to Jiangbei with you for now. I'm going to see Xiao Tong." Zhou Zheng nodded to express his understanding. "Old Su, I understand. However, you will still come to Jiangbei tomorrow. We will go to the municipal bureau to find the Ma bureau to explain the situation. After all, we represented the municipal bureau to participate in the provincial selection competition but gave up the right without authorization." Su Hongbing nodded. "Well, I know. Old Zhou, you and I not only embarrass the Ma bureau this time, but also disappointed Director Gu of the provincial department and the others. If you don't make a good deal, you will be punished." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "It's okay, I'm mentally prepared to rescue Uncle Chu. Even if I'm punished, I'll admit it." Su Hongbing said nothing. "Old Zhou, if this is the case, you will push the responsibility to me. I will soon return to the provincial department and will be transferred back to the department soon. The municipal bureau and provincial department will not dare to do anything to me. At most, I will give me a warning whether it is important or not." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and refused. "No, I'm implicated you this time, how could you still let you hold me back? Husband, what are you two procrastinating?" In the distance, Chu Yunyao held his father and mother with one hand in the other. After walking for a while, she found that there was no sign of Zhou Zheng, and quickly turned around and summoned him. "Here's here!" Zhou Zheng shouted and said to Su Hongbing. "Old Su, I won't let you go. Go home and see Xiao Tong quickly, I'm leaving too." "Okay, let's talk about it then." Su Hongbing scratched the back of his head. "Old Zhou, please say something to Yunyao for me and I won't say hello to them anymore. Let's go." Su Hongbing was actually very worried, and after saying that, he turned his head and ran away. Zhou Zheng only took a few steps and caught up with Chu Yunyao and others. "Hey husband, where has Su Hongbing been?" "Oh, he went home to see Xiao Tong, so he won't go back to Jiangbei with us. I'm leaving in a hurry, let me tell you." "Haha. I can see that Su Hongbing is also a fan of his wife. I was so anxious that he scratched his head when I saw it on the plane." At this time, a silver Tengshi business car drove over. Chu Yunyao was thoughtful. Before boarding the plane, she called the driver in advance to pick them up at the airport in the provincial capital. "Boss, please get in the car." The driver also hasn't seen Chu Jianghe for a long time. He also heard a lot of rumors, saying that Chu Jianghe was kidnapped and had been torn to pieces by the kidnappers. There were rumors in the company, but Lu Maihui and Chu Yunyao did not come out to clarify. For a while, people in the company were panicked. When the driver saw Chu Jianghe's family appear completely in front of him, he realized that all the rumors in the company were rumors. The business car drove to Jiangbei City, and after more than 2 hours, he arrived in front of the villa of Jiangbei Chu family. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. Chu Jianghe walked out of the car and patted the driver on the shoulder. "Old Lu, thank you for your hard work." Boss, this is what I should do if I don't work hard." "Yunyao, give Lao Lu a red envelope of 5,000 yuan. "Okay." Chu Yunyao was a little confused but didn't ask why her father gave the driver such a big red envelope. She knew that her father must have a deep meaning. "Take out your cell phone." "Master Lu, I will transfer it to you by WeChat." "Oh, I dare not do this, there are too many of them. I'm getting a salary, how can I still get such a big red envelope?" Chu Jianghe smiled and said, "Old Lu, I have been out for a long time and negotiated a big business. I'm so happy. The red envelope of 5,000 yuan is a little bit worth it, please take it." "Hey, thank you, boss." The driver was very happy when he received the red envelope from Chu Yunyao. The boss must have made money after doing a big business. It's so generous. The idiots in the company who are gossiping about the boss being kidnapped are just spreading rumors. When I return to the company, I will show them out. After the driver drove away, Chujiang River. "Yunyao, are you very puzzled why I want to give the driver a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan? "Yes, Dad, why?" "I think rumors must have spread in the company during the period when I was not here, and the morale of the army was unstable. I wanted to use Lao Liu's mouth to stabilize the morale of the army." "Oh, so that's it." Chu Yunyao nodded. "The old man is still so spicy, my father is really thoughtful. Let's go, let's get in. Xiaozhou, don't be polite when you get home. Treat this place as your home. This is your home." Chu Jianghe personally took Zhou Zheng's hand and took him into the villa. This is not the first time Zhou Zheng has come to the Chu family's villa. He didn't have Chu Jianghe last time. This is the first time that Chu Jianghe has sincerely invited me to the door. "Mom, I'm hungry. What will our family eat tonight?" "It's broken, the nanny doesn't go to work." After Lu Maihui went to northeast China, she asked the nanny to rest temporarily. "Why don't we go out to eat?" Chu Yunyao said. "The first time we had a meal together, it was very memorable. I think it would be better to eat at home." "But who cooks?" "Yunyao, you also know that your mother's skills are very bad." Zhou Zheng volunteered. "I'll do it." Chapter 624 Live in Chu Yunyao's boudoir together at night. When it comes to cooking, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. He hasn't cooked for a long time. After obtaining Grandmaster cooking, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but try it out when talking about cooking. Maybe it's Grandmaster's cooking it's at work. If you don't cook for a long time, it feels like you're missing something. This is one of the reasons why Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were mostly cooking when they were together. Of course, another reason is that the food made by Zhou Zheng was so delicious. She didn't eat the dogs made by Chu Yunyao. She simply gave up the cultivation of cooking skills and focused on developing in washing dishes. Since the Chu family's nanny is not here and Yunyao wants to have dinner at home, Zhou Zheng must satisfy her. Besides, this is the first meal I ate at the Chu family and it is indeed of great significance. "Husband, you want to cook yourself? Okay, we have a good time today." Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng had no choice but to eat the dishes he cooked for many days. She thought so strangely that her mouth was filled with saliva. "Yunyao." Lu Maihui pulled Chu Yunyao's arm, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. "You child is really... Xiaozhou is the son-in-law of the Chu family. In ancient times, he was a distinguished guest. How could he cook?" Chu Yunyao thought it was normal. "Oh, Mom is fine. When I was with Xiao Zhozheng and I cooked almost every day. He cooked deliciously, and I gained several pounds of weight. Lu Maihui glared at Chu Yunyao and said, "What's wrong with it? That's because Zhozheng accommodates you, why do you just sit back and enjoy the fruits? I didn't care about it before, but now that we come to the Chu family, it's the first meal we have. We must not let Xiao Zhou cook." Seeing Chu Yunyao being defeated, Zhozheng hurriedly said, "And, I like cooking very much, and my skills are good. Yunyao also loves to eat the food I cook. Why don't you just let me cook a few simple dishes?" Lu Maihui waved her hand and before she could speak, Chu Jianghe interrupted and said, "Xiao Zhou, the saint said that gentlemen stay away from the kitchen. How can we men go to the kitchen to cook when we do big things? Besides, you are the first time you come to your house for dinner, how can you cook for us? Let's do this, Yunyao calls our hotel and asks you to send 2 chefs and ingredients there." Zhozheng looked dark when he heard Chu Jianghe's words. I thought to myself that Chu Jianghe was still a big mockism. No wonder, he is a successful person and a boss who has a wealth of billions of dollars. He spends most of his energy on making money, so he naturally will not care about trivial matters in life. Cooking is out of reach or even disdainful to him. Zhozheng knew that Chu Yunyao liked to eat the dishes he cooked, but he insisted on saying, "Uncle Chu Yunyao likes to eat the dishes I cook. I don't want to invite the chef, so I'll do it." "Yes, Dad, now it's time for the hotel to be busy. How can the hotel run after you call the chef away?" With the insistence of Zhozheng and Chu Yunyao, Chu Jianghe had to retreat. "Okay, since that's the case, I won't force it. Xiao Zhou, you can do whatever you want. Don't be tired." He believed that Zhozheng deliberately wanted to show off in front of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, so he didn't want to put pressure on him. "Okay." Zhozheng nodded. "Yunyao, please accompany Uncle Chu. By the way, where is the rejuvenation pill? Let Uncle Chu take it first, so as not to have too many dreams." "I'm hiding the pill in my room, I'll get it now." "Dad, wait for me and I'll get you candy." Chu Yunyao said a joke. Here, Zhozheng also went to the kitchen. Lu Maihui naturally would not really let Zhozheng cook alone, so she also went to the kitchen to help. After opening the refrigerator, Zhozheng looked at the ingredients in the refrigerator and quickly weighed out a few dishes. Boiled sea cucumbers with onion, pork with plum vegetables, spicy chicken, green pepper shredded pork, 9-turn large intestine, and oil-consuming green vegetables. "Xiao Zhou, just say whatever you need me to do." Lu Maihui said quickly when she saw Zhozheng starts to pick up the ingredients. "Auntie, I'll do it myself, you go and rest." "How can that work? I was already very embarrassed to ask you to cook." Seeing that Lu Maihui had been insisting on doing it, Zhozheng arranged for her to wash and choose ingredients. After a while, Zhozheng started cooking after cooking with oil. Looking at his skillful appearance, Lu Maihui was simply shocked. "Good guy. Zhozheng looks even better than the chef in his hotel." After a while, the fragrance filled the kitchen. Lu Maihui took a deep breath and was intoxicated, and couldn't help but drool. "It's so fragrant. She has never smelled such a fragrant meal before." No wonder Yunyao was devoted to Zhozheng, and just cooking was steadily controlled. "If a man had made such delicious dishes for me when he was young, I would have to be conquered." Lu Maihui's brain replenishment was a bit irritated, and her stomach was greedy. Zhozheng smiled when he heard the voice, and used a small bowl to help Lu Maihui get some freshly fried dishes. "Auntie, do you try it first. This dish is made of green pepper shredded pork, a very ordinary home-cooked dish. But it looks so tempting when you make it in Zhozheng's hands." Lu Maihui didn't care about being humble, so she took the dishes and couldn't wait to pick up the food and send them to her mouth. As soon as the dish was in her mouth, her taste buds were conquered by the rich fragrance. The fragrance of green peppers and the tenderness of shredded meat perfectly blend together, and each bite is full of layering, making people intoxicated. Zhou Zheng didn't give her much food, only a big mouthful. Lu Maihui wanted to swallow the bowl together, but she still tried hard to control herself, tasted the delicious food in her small mouth, felt the slight spicy green pepper and the mellow shredded pork, as if she was in heaven, and her flesh and blood on her body seemed to be lighter. Before he knew it, the dishes in the bowl were finished, and Lu Maihui was still not satisfied and went to lick the bottom of the bowl. While satisfied, I feel embarrassed. Zhou Zhendao. Auntie Lu, why don't I serve you some more food? Lu Maihui also used great perseverance to restrain her desires. Xiao Zhou, Aunt really doesn't dare to eat it anymore, just because she's afraid of eating all the dishes you cook. Auntie, if you think it's delicious, I'll make it for you if I have time. That's good. Little stars appeared in Lu Maihui's eyes. Xiao Zhou, why don't you and Yunhao move here to live? In this way, I will clean up Yunhao's room and you will stay together tonight. My son-in-law is a treasure and needs to be paid well. After saying that, she reluctantly walked out of the kitchen and went to help Zhou Zheng clean up the room. Zhou Zhensen said that it seemed that he would live in her boudoir with Yunhao tonight, but in fact he thought about it very much. In the living room, Chu Jianghe ate the rejuvenation pill and suddenly felt like he was several years younger. Zhou Zheng helped him with acupuncture and the effects of pills. Not only did his terminal illness be cured, but his body was also strengthened to a certain extent. Yunhao, I feel that my illness has been cured, and my health is even better than before. This is simply a magical medicine. Chu Jianghe felt that he was not only much stronger than before in terms of physical and mental health, and he said with surprise and joy, "It's time to eat." Zhou Zheng came to the living room to inform them to go for a meal. Chapter 625, The Chu family has you as a son-in-law for 3 lives. Xiao Zhou, your medicine is indeed effective. After taking it, I am in a better state than before. I feel like I am a teenager younger. When Chu Yunhao saw Zhou Zheng, she hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm, and said in surprise and fanatical voice, "Uncle Chu, the rejuvenation pill has the effect of bringing back the dead. I used acupuncture to treat your cancer. With the consolidation of this pill, many of your small diseases in your body have been eliminated, and your physical functions have been improved. Naturally, you will feel that you are several years younger than before." Zhou Zhenbabla explained to Chu Jianghe. Although Chu Jianghe seemed to understand, he knew that Zhou Zheng not only saved his life, but also made his physical functions much younger. This can't be bought for no amount of money. Xiao Zhou, that pill is very expensive, right? How much is it worth? After all, Chu Jianghe is a businessman, and the preciousness of things is usually measured by money. He felt that Zhou Zheng had paid too much for him and wanted to pay the other party a reward by deducting money. Chu Zhang has nothing to give to Zhou Zheng, except Chu Yunhao, so there is money. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Uncle Chu, I don't know how much this pill is worth, because I have never used pills to do business." Chu Yunhao seemed to hear what her father was thinking. "Dad, don't think too much. Besides, this pill really needs to be converted into money, it is priceless in the market. There are many rich people in the world. If they know that there are such pills, they will not be able to break the head and ask for it. $100 million? $200 million? $1 billion? Even if they don't have half of their worth to exchange for this pill, I think there will be countless wealthy people flocking to you." Chu Jianghe nodded. "My daughter made sense. There are more people in the world who are richer than him, but we can really go crazy about this pill." If Zhou Zheng really wanted to auction it, Chu Jianghe felt that he was not even qualified to meet the pill. "Fortunately, I am glad that he has such a good son-in-law." "Okay, I'm superficial," Chu Jianghe said seriously. "This pill is not something that can be measured by money. Fortunately, I only have Yunhao, so I don't have to worry about the separation of the family. After I die, the Chu family's property belongs to you, so it will not be useless to Xiao Zhou's care and help to me. Chu Yunyao said unhappy. Oh Dad, what do you say? You have to live for a long time? Isn't it too unlucky to say this now? Haha, I won't talk about this anymore. Chu Jianghe also felt that he had lost his words, and smiled awkwardly, and suddenly had an idea. By the way, Xiao Zhou, do you have a few pills like this? Don't get me wrong. I mean, if you have rich pills in your hands, you can go to international auctions. I think one pill will have to be sold for more than $1 billion, but because this kind of pill is not famous, and I am a low-ranking person, even if I am a poor person, it will be useless to help you recite. It would be easier to save a celebrity first and make a name for himself. I heard that Buffett was seriously ill, so I started with him. Chu Jianghe is worthy of being a businessman. He soon thought of using the rejuvenation pill to make money, and even the way to make money was thought out in an instant. Xiao Zhou, how about it? If Buffett is cured, I think he will never be stingy with money. The most important thing is that Buffett endorses, rejuvenation pills will definitely become famous internationally, and it is natural to auction at a sky-high price. Zach Poger, Musk, and others are all potential customers. After hearing Chu Jianghe's words, Zhou Zheng refused to comment, and his expression was calm on his face. He was not tempted at all. Several $100 million or even billions of dollars are indeed very tempting, but Zhou Zheng felt that he was too far away from him, and that was not what he was pursuing. His goal when he was a child was to be a policeman and a good policeman. Later, his wish came true. He really became a grassroots policeman in Kyo Bay Institute. When he put on his police uniform, he was very happy and excited. Later, Chu Yunyao got together with him because of the engagement and made a 3-year agreement. Zhou Zheng's goal at that time was to win the beauty, to make progress in his career, and to wear a white uniform. Now that he has achieved half of his success, Yunyao has become his true wife, and he has also been accepted by the Chu family, so he is very happy and relieved. These are not something that money can be bought. If he really owns that much money, he may not be happy. Seeing that Zhou Zheng seemed unmoved, Chu Jianghe said again. Xiao Zhou, don't you think about it? Oh Dad! Chu Yunyao let out a coquettish voice. Why do you think you're thinking about money? It's so okay to just withdraw money. Yunyao, I'm also doing my best. Why don't you use resources if you have them? You have to make money, and you must not lose opportunities and never come again. Chu Yunyao had a dark face and explained patiently. Dad, what Zhou Zheng really cares about is not money. If so, he would have resigned to do business long ago. The Chinese medicine wine business I have can actually be said to be Zhou Zheng's. Whether it is the starting capital of the formula and the broadening of the market connections, they are almost all obtained from him. If he wanted to make money, he would have made money long ago. Besides, the success rate of Huishun Huizu pills is extremely low. Zhou Zheng made 2 pills in total, and no one of them was kept for you. If Zhou Zheng really only wants to make money, do you think you can still take this pill that brings back the dead? Chu Yunyao said that sweat beads emerged from Chu Jianghe's forehead. Indeed, if Zhou Zheng really valued the money, he would definitely accept it without hesitation if he gave him 5 million in breakup fees, and there would be no future happenings. The Chu family also lost Zhou Zheng, and his own life would probably not be able to be saved. Uncle Chu, Zhou Zheng said seriously. It's good enough for me to spend money, and having Yunyao is the happiest thing in my life. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she reached out and held Zhou Zheng's hand, and the love in her eyes surged. Chu Jianghe was even more touched. He felt that Zhou Zheng's realm was much higher than his. He sincerely admired. Xiao Zhou, I am superficial. My words just now are simply insulting you. I apologize to you. It would be a blessing for my Chu family to have you as a son-in-law, and Yunyao could find a good husband like you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly. Uncle Chu, you are so serious. The whole family will not speak two families. You still call me uncle? Do you have to wait until you two hold a wedding ceremony before changing your words? Chu Jianghe was shameless and wanted Zhou Zheng to change his words. He had a son-in-law and half a son. If he had such an excellent son, wouldn't he be so happy? Oh, why don't you go to the restaurant for dinner? Are you not hungry? Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Lu Maihui walked in. When I saw Chu Jianghe, I was shocked. Old Chu, when did your hair dye? There was no white hair. Chapter 626 10 years younger. After Zhou Zheng finished the meal, he went to the living room to call Chu Jianghe and Chu Yunyao for dinner. Li Maihui was not idle either. She brought the food to the restaurant and arranged it neatly on the dining table. She took out a bottle of thatch and a bottle of Lafite. The food on the dining table was always fragrant, just like a little hand holding Lu Maihui's nerves hard. It smells so good. Lu Maihui couldn't help but take a deep breath of the fragrance. At the same time, she also understood one of the reasons why her daughter Chu Yunyao was able to get together with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's cooking skills are so good that ordinary people cannot resist temptation at all, and they are easily controlled by delicious food. Lu Maihui couldn't help it anymore, especially the dish of sea cucumber with onion. Although she had eaten it more than once in a restaurant outside, she had never seen such a delicious taste. She reached out and grabbed a sea cucumber, put it in her mouth, and chewed it in her mouth regardless of her image. In an instant, her taste buds were surrounded by the rich green onion and the deliciousness of sea cucumbers. The taste of sea cucumber is fresh and elastic, and it perfectly blends with the fragrance of chopped green onion, which is very perfect. Too delicious! Lu Maihui closed her eyes and was so intoxicated. She savored every bite carefully, feeling the delicate texture of sea cucumbers and the unique flavor of green onions. The soup of sea cucumber with roasted onion is rich and mellow, and every bite is full of the umami flavor of seafood and the aroma of onion. It's a pity that the beauty was only in a moment. Lu Maihui finished eating quickly, but she was still unsatisfied. You can't steal food anymore, otherwise you will be discovered by them. Oh, I'm so old, I can't help but steal food. It's so embarrassing. Thinking of this, Lu Maihui's face turned red all of a sudden. Fortunately, there is no one in the kitchen, otherwise I would have made a fool of myself. In order to suppress the urge to steal food, Lu Maihui also quickly came to the living room and called everyone to go to the restaurant for dinner. As soon as I entered the living room, I found that Chu Jianghe looked very beautiful and his face was full of red, as if he was looking back. The main reason is that the originally grey hair suddenly became black, and a single white hair disappeared, and the whole person seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Lu Maihui thought Chu Jianghe had dyed her hair at first, but it was impossible to think about it. Where can he dye his hair in Kung Fu? That only means that his white hair has disappeared by itself. This is amazing. Old Chu, your white hair is gone. Oh, my face is so good, I feel like I'm 10 years younger. Lu Maihui said in surprise. Chu Jianghe was proud and stood up and turned his body from love. Maihui, don't think you think. I feel that I am about 10 years younger, full of energy and strong body. It feels so good to be young. Old Chu, how did you do it? You can't take a pill called Huishun pill? Chu Jianghe nodded. Yes, it's the rejuvenation pill that Zhou Zheng gave me. My terminal illness was cured and my body was much better than before. That's so good, old Chu. My husband's terminal illness was eradicated and his body became better. This was a real double happiness, and Lu Maihui almost cried with joy. She held Chu Jianghe's hand, but was a little unbelievable, and asked, Old Chu, are you really well, and your body is stronger than before? Wife, don't you believe it? Let you know how powerful I am tonight? You can also help me check if I have regained my strength. Oh, you are so stupid that you open your mouth. Xiaozhou and Yunyao are watching from the side. I'm still ashamed if you are not ashamed. Two flushings suddenly appeared on Lu Maihuai's cheeks. Haha, it's human nature. Seeing Lu Maihuai's shy look, Chu Jianghe couldn't help but feel a little moved, and he couldn't wait. Lu Maihuai's heart was throbbing for a moment and said quickly, "Everyone hurry up and have a meal. The food that Xiao Zhou has worked hard to cook will become cold in a while." After saying that, she walked towards the kitchen quickly, and she was afraid to see Chu Jianghe's hot gaze. Chu Jianghe had to temporarily suppress his mind. He was indeed hungry, so he would talk about it after dinner. Chu Yunyao smelled the fragrance before she arrived at the restaurant. "It smells so good. Honey, your cooking skills are still online. I haven't seen the food you cook and smell it, and I've had a lot of appetite." "Haha, wife, then you can eat more tonight." Chu Yunyao approached Zhou Zheng and held his arm and said deliberately, "Husband, do you want to raise me into a fat girl? What are your intentions?" Zhou Zheng did not comment. "Wife, mainly because I think you are a little thin now. It's a bit uncomfortable when I hold you, so I want you to grow a little more fleshy, which will make you feel a lot of soft work, which is very friendly to me." "Okay, then I'll let go of eating. When the wedding ceremony is held, don't make excuses if you can't hold me, hehe. It doesn't matter. When you are going to become a fat girl, just hold me. I'm not afraid of being embarrassed, haha." The two of them said tenderly and sweetly, and Chu Jianghe felt relieved in his eyes. As long as the daughter and son-in-law have a harmonious relationship, nothing else matters. He, as the father-in-law, is also at ease. Everyone stopped talking after they came to the restaurant to sit because they were busy picking up food and eating. The food Zhou Zheng cooked was so delicious. Chu Yunyao had eaten it many times but was unable to be immune, let alone Chu Jianghe and Lu Maihuai who were eating it for the first time. All the dishes in a meal were eaten clean, and Chu Jianghe was still feeling a little unsatisfied while covering his stomach. This is also the greatest recognition of Zhou Zheng's cooking skills. After dinner, Lu Maihuai and Chu Yunyao packed up their dishes. There is no need for men to do the washing of dishes. Chu Jianghe was even a handoff manager, and stood up to Zhou Zhendao. "Xiao Zhou, go and accompany me to the study to have tea." "Yunyao, do you need help?" Zhou Zheng did not agree to Chu Jianghe first, but asked Chu Yunyao if he wanted to help. "No, I'll clean up these dishes and chopsticks by myself." "Mom, you don't need to help me." Lu Maihuai gave Chu Jianghe a blank look and said to himself, "Look, Zhou Zhenduo feels sorry for his wife. He cooks and wants to help his wife when washing dishes. There is no harm without comparison. Chu Jianghe lives a life of having clothes and food at home, and he doesn't even bring the oil bottle to help him up. Let's go, Xiao Zhou, how can men do something like washing dishes?" Chu Jianghe's machismo came again and pulled Zhou Zheng to the study. There is a large table in the middle of the study with the four treasures of the study. Chu Jianghe is also a fan of painting. When he is free, he will write and draw and cultivate his sentiment and elegance. There are Longjing, Magian and Puer here. What do you want to drink? Chu Jianghe took out the good tea he had collected. Uncle Chu, I can do anything, I won't pick on it. Okay, let's drink the Mingqian Longjing. Chu Jianghe personally helped Zhou Zheng make tea, and suddenly he glanced at the calendar on the table. The calendar records the important things he wants to do this month and next month. He murmured to himself. Old Lu almost forgot about his birthday the day after tomorrow. What birthday gift should I give him? Chapter 627 Birthday Gift. Mr. Lu was once the mayor in charge of the economy in the city. Although he retreated to the second line, he still had the energy and was respected. At least, it is still very important to those businessmen. On Mr. Liu's birthday, Chu Jianghe, as an entrepreneur in Jiangbei, must give him a birthday gift. Giving gifts can be said to be a science. Especially giving gifts to public officials. You give it to others if the gifts are too expensive, people may not accept them. After all, if the gifts are really expensive, they will be attributed to bribery. If you give some ordinary things, such as food, drink, cosmetics, etc., people won't care about them, but the gifts seem to be particularly light and seem to look down on the other party. Anyway, when I give gifts to my leader, Chu Jianghe became two big heads, and it took a long time to think about it. He was either afraid that the gift was too expensive and the other party would reject it. Zhou Zheng did not have these worries and leisurely stood up with a teacup in one hand to watch the calligraphy and paintings hanging against the wall in the study. These calligraphy and paintings are all things that Chu Jianghe loves, most of which were exchanged in the antique market, and a small part of which was made by him by himself. Of course, his own calligraphy and painting can only be said to be of the level of a fan, nor can he say that he has no artistic level at all, but not much. The calligraphy and paintings that were exchanged for were diverse, including modern and ancient, but without exception, Chu Jianghe spent a lot of money, and he believed that they were all genuine products. Zhou Zheng looked around and couldn't help but have a black line. In addition to the original works that Chu Jianghe himself painted, most of the purchased calligraphy and paintings are fakes, especially ancient calligraphy and painting works, which are quite a few of modern calligraphy and painting works. I thought to myself that my father-in-law could not be said to be a sucker, but he was cheated of a lot of money. When playing with antiques, you have to be mentally prepared to get rid of your eyes at all times. Leaking is not so easy to pick up. Oh! Chu Jianghe sighed from the side, which attracted Zhou Zheng's attention. Turning his head and looking at Chu Jianghe who was frowning, he asked. Uncle Chu, what's wrong with you? Why do you look sad? Oh, Xiao Zhou, I am really worried. This is Mr. Liu's 60th birthday tomorrow. I have to send someone a birthday gift to celebrate his birthday in the evening. What kind of gift should I give? Zhou Zheng is now his son-in-law, and Chu Jianghe regards him as half of his own son, so he doesn't hide it and tells him anything. Zhou Zheng smiled and felt that Chu Jianghe was making a big deal. Do you still have to worry about giving gifts? Uncle Chu, I think this matter is very simple. Just give it to his own preferences. Chu Jianghe nodded and praised. Xiao Zhou deserves to be you, and he immediately reached the point, but... His face regained his sad face. Old Lu is a public official, so it is not appropriate to give this gift lightly or heavy. Besides, Old Lu likes calligraphy and painting, which is so embarrassing. Chu Jianghe was worried about giving Mr. Liu's birthday gift is not a big deal. Because he likes calligraphy and painting, it is just right to give him a painting and calligraphy work by Mr. Liu. Chu Jianghe has many calligraphy and painting works that he has obtained from antique streets, including ancient and contemporary. It is not difficult to give calligraphy and painting works, which one is rare to give. These collections can be said to be antiques, and even modern ones are of great value. If you choose one and give it to Mr. Liu, Chu Jianghe would not feel sorry for him, but Mr. Liu was suspected of accepting bribes. After all, this thing is too expensive, often with hundreds of thousands or even millions. This is why Chu Jianghe is worried. He told Zhou Zheng about this, and Zhou Zheng nodded and said, Uncle Chu, this is really a difficult problem. But I suddenly thought of a good idea. Chu Jianghe's eyes lit up and said hurriedly, What's the solution? Xiao Zhou, tell me. That's right, Uncle Chu, don't you know how to write and draw? Why not frame one of your calligraphy and painting works and give it to Mr. Liu? Giving a goose feather gift for thousands of miles is light and affection. Hey Xiao Zhou, this is a good idea. Giving antique calligraphy works to Mr. Liu is suspected of accepting bribes. I can't say that what I gave to me is to accept bribes, okay, that's it. Chu Jianghe was quite happy. After all, if Mr. Liu received his calligraphy and painting works and hung them at home, this is a recognition of him. And if you see this work, you can remember him, and you will kill multiple birds with one stone. He rolled up his sleeves and said, I'll give Mr. Liu a painting of pine and cranes, and give it to him at the dinner party tomorrow. However, he was discouraged halfway through his words. Xiaozhou, your method is not good. Why can't it be if it's not Uncle Chu? I also said to help you grind it. Oh, you have a good idea, but it's a pity that my calligraphy and painting skills are so bad. I only appreciate my works myself and I can't make any moves. End. Old Lu has also studied calligraphy and painting works very much. My paintings cannot be seen by him. When he sees my works, he will throw them out. Zhou Zhengren couldn't help but laugh and said that Chu Jianghe was a little self-aware, but it was also a bit exaggerated. His calligraphy and paintings can be seen among amateurs. Of course, giving them away is almost awesome. Uncle Chu, if you really can't do it, you can only choose modern and not very valuable paintings to give. Those Chinese painters with average reputation only cost a few thousand yuan per painting, and the paintings are pretty good. Why not just buy their paintings to give them? It's too late, I have no place to find those people now. Chu Jianghe shook his head, it was just that time was too fast. He seemed to have thought of something in the flash of lightning and shouted excitedly. Xiaozhou, why don't you help me draw a picture and give it to Mr. Lu, and I will use your works. Zhou Zheng pointed at himself and was a little confused. Can I draw? He thought about it in confusion. It seems that he can, but his level seems to be not low, at the master level. I'll go. I haven't painted for a long time, I almost forgot this skill. A long time ago, he wrote a calligraphy in Zhebazai on the antique street and was snatched by someone at a high price. It was even recognized and agreed by the president of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association. Chu Jianghe also knows these things. Zhou Zheng's calligraphy and painting skills are better than those of contemporary masters. A calligraphy can be sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. It can be said that one of the group with high artistic attainments. Giving his calligraphy and painting works to others is a matter of glossiness on his face. I believe Mr. Lu will definitely love him. The most important thing is that Zhou Zheng has no reputation in the calligraphy and painting world, and is his son-in-law of Chu Jianghe. It is understandable that he gave his son-in-law's painting to others. Even if this painting is worth 1 million, it will not be considered as bribing Mr. Lu. Chu Jianghe finally found a solution to the problem and couldn't help but smile. Xiaozhou, I'll ask you for this gift, I'm considered uncle, please. Chu Jianghe explained what he had just thought of, and Zhou Zheng naturally nodded in agreement. The paintings were of little significance to him. Okay, Uncle Chu, I'll start painting now. Xiaozhou, Uncle doesn't let you work. I heard Yunyao say you don't have a car yet. After the matter is done, I'll give you a Bentley. Chapter 628 Pine Crane prolongs life picture. Chu Jianghe couldn't help but feel secretly happy when he saw Zhou Zheng agreeing to his request without hesitation. You should know that although Zhou Zheng is not famous in the calligraphy and painting world, his works are really amazing. 4 words can be auctioned for a price of 1 million, and Zhou Zheng is not moved by the money. Most people will not agree to ask for his calligraphy and paintings. Fortunately, Chu Jianghe was his future father-in-law, and there was no conflict between the two, so Zhou Zheng agreed to his request. Zhou Zheng's painting is the most suitable gift for Mr. Lu. He helped Chu Jianghe very much. Chu Jianghe actually wanted to make up for Zhou Zheng again. He heard that Zhou Zheng rode an electric bike at work every day, so he blurted out and gave him a Bentley. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and refused. How can Uncle Chu do this? The things you gave me are too expensive, and I am a policeman and it is not good to drive such an expensive car to get to and from work. Chu Jianghe didn't care. What's wrong with it? What are you afraid of if you don't embezzle and accept bribes? Can't public officials drive luxury cars? Can't public officials have a rich father-in-law? Zhou Zheng naturally still couldn't agree. Uncle Chu, I appreciate your kindness, but I am not used to driving a luxury car. Besides, Yunyao said that she would buy me a car next. Well, I heard that Yunyao wanted to buy you a BMW X5. I blamed her for a few words. Why did she think that she actually bought you such a cheap car? You are so kind to him. Zhou Zheng looked so shady, thinking that BMW X5 is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is it cheap? Xiao Zhou, if you don't like Bentley, you can drive my Rolls-Royce away. Although I have been driving for 2 years, the number of kilometers is not large. How about I get you a full-time driver? Ah! Zhou Zhensin said that Chu Jianghe really treated himself as his son, and gave him a villa worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and even gave him a Rolls-Royce. Zhou Zheng didn't want this and that one, so he hurriedly said, Uncle Chu, I can't use the car yet. Let's talk about this later. I'll draw first. That's okay. Xiao Zhou, don't be polite to me, do you know? In the future, all the Chu family's property belongs to you and Yun Yao. Zhou Zheng stopped talking about this and took out a piece of rice paper from the desk. Uncle Chu, can you look at the paper of this size? Chu Jianghe glanced at it and found that it was a piece of rice paper about the size of a pillowcase. About 5 square feet, that's okay. Then draw a size of this size. Okay, Xiao Zhou, I'll grind it for you. Chu Jianghe personally started to grind the ink for Zhou Zheng, and Zhou Zheng took off his coat and planned to sell his strength. Soon a painting of pine and crane prolonging life appeared on rice paper. It took only half an hour. Zhou Zheng not only painted well but also drew very fast. In the picture, an ancient pine tree stands proudly, with vigorous and powerful branches. The pine needles are as sharp as needles, as if telling the vicissitudes of time. On the branches of the pine trees, a few cranes danced gracefully. Their feathers were as white as snow and their figures were graceful, as if showing people the agility and beauty of life. The whole picture is cleverly composed and elegant in color, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. Chu Jianghe couldn't help but be amazed at it. Xiao Zhou, this is the first time I have seen you paint. It's simply amazing. It's the truth. If I see this painting in an antique shop, I will buy it. Oh, it's so good, it's great. I can't bear to give it to Mr. Lu. Chu Jianghe is also a fanatical enthusiast of calligraphy and painting. He can't pull out the painting when he sees it. If you like Uncle Chu, how about I'll draw another one for you later? Really? That's good. Chu Jianghe nodded and was ecstatic. He was just waiting for Zhou Zheng to say this. Uncle Chu, please get out of the way. I want to give a few words to the test. You can read it carefully after the test. Oh. Chu Jianghe took 2 steps aside embarrassedly. He liked it so much just now. He seemed fascinated without realizing it, which squeezed Zhou Zheng to the point. Going on the same side. Zhou Zheng changed a sheep hair to prepare for the inscription. But what is the word written? It's too vulgar and not meaningful. Looking at the ancient pine and crane on the picture, Zhou Zheng suddenly felt a scheming in his heart and picked up his pen and wrote. I practiced to look like a crane, and 2 sutras under 1,000 pine trees. I came to ask Wu and said, the clouds are in the blue sky and water is in the bottle. This was written by Li Ao when he asked Wei Yan, a monk from Medicine Mountain, for meditation and visiting Taoism, and it has been passed down for thousands of years. This poem is very meaningful and like a steel. When written in the paintings drawn by Zhou Zheng, it seems to have a profound meaning, as if the painting has been sublimated. All right. Zhou Zheng put down his brush and finished drawing. Chu Jianghe was even more restless when he saw those lines of poetry. One was because Zhou Zheng's handwriting was great, and the other was because this poem was so good, which complemented this painting. He said excitedly. Xiao Zhou, this word is a masterpiece. As expected, the good herringbone is also good, it's amazing. I love this painting so much. What should I do if I don't want to give it to Mr. Lu? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Uncle Chu, don't be reluctant to let go. If you want a few pictures like this, I'll draw a few for you. Oh Xiao Zhou, you're so polite. I don't want much. 2. Ah. 3. Don't finish drawing in one go, when will you want to draw again? Chu Jianghe's heart was beating violently excited, and even the excitement when he made his first pot of gold back then could not be compared with the present. Okay, Uncle Chu, I'll draw one for you first, and then slowly fulfill the rest. I think I'd better find someone to frame this painting first, otherwise it will be tight if I frame it tomorrow. Okay, Xiaozhou, you have to remind me. I will call the boss Qian of Zhebeizai. You also know that the framer Lao Li in his store is one of the best framers in Jiangbei City. Zhou Zheng nodded. This old Li was not only a masterpiece of calligraphy and paintings, but also a masterpiece of engraving seals. I once exchanged a letter for his 2 Tianhuangshi seals. By the way, Chu Yunyao has always held the seal. Zhou Zheng thought about finding Yunyao to get a seal and put a stamp on the painting, otherwise it would not feel like that. Here, Chu Jianghe called Boss Qian. After a long time, no one answered the other party, so he had to send a message. After a while, Boss Qian replied to the message, saying that he had drunk too much, and just vomited his stomach and prepared to go to bed. Chu Jianghe explained his purpose and hoped that Boss Qian would go to Chu's house to take the painting to Zhebeizai for Lao Li to frame it. Boss Qian seemed unwilling to do so, saying that Lao Li was indeed in the store, but he couldn't go there if he was a little late. He asked Chu Jianghe to send a photo and size of a painting and calligraphy work, and asked Lao Li to prepare the mounting materials first and send the paintings to be mounted early tomorrow morning. Chu Jianghe had no choice but to take a photo and send it to him, and said that he did not need to be framed with good materials. He was not reluctant to put money on the frame, but to avoid being criticized and bribed to avoid causing trouble for Mr. Lu. After all, some gift boxes are much more expensive than the items themselves. Manager Qian received the photo and called quickly. He said he would take a taxi to get the painting immediately, and said that he had to use the best materials to frame it, otherwise the painting with the lowest value of 1 million would be wasted. Chapter 629. Always be clear about the goal of pursuing. Values are millions. Sure enough. I didn't guess the value of this painting wrongly, it's really worth millions. Chu Jianghe hung up the phone and murmured to himself. Boss Qian is the owner of Zhebeizai Antique Store. Sometimes he will hold small calligraphy and painting auctions. He also has a deep study of the calligraphy and painting industry, so his vision is naturally more savvy than Chu Jianghe, otherwise he would not have to pay for his shorts in such a business. Since Boss Qian said that this painting is worth at least 1 million, then the price is definitely correct. Zhou Zheng drew a painting in half an hour, worth 1 million yuan, which is much faster than making money in business. And basically there is no investment, just using some paper and ink, it is simply zero investment, no capital and no profit, and you are not afraid of losing money. Xiaozhou, do you know how much the price of this painting from Zhebeizai's boss just now gave you? 1 million, only a lot more. Chu Jianghe was very excited. It was not that he had never seen a million, but that he felt that his son-in-law was so awesome. He was worth 1 million in a random painting and had a gleam on his face. He could ask him to draw one for his collection at any time. It was simply too good. Zhou Zheng looked dull. I haven't seen Boss Qian for a long time. He is still so philanthropic and likes to speak with money. Haha, Boss Qian is a businessman, and he regards wealth as his life. The smell of money is a bit heavy, but his eyes are still accurate. Xiaozhou, even if you don't do anything, you draw a few paintings every day to sell them, and the profits of ordinary listed companies will be higher in the year. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Drawing is just my hobby. I can give it to people who respect or those who need to be grateful for, but I don't seem to be able to sell paintings for the time being, and scarcity is precious, and if you draw too many things, even if you have good skills, it will not be so valuable. My job is a policeman, and I will also focus most of my energy on my job. Chu Jianghe's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. This young man, who was only in his 20s, had such a clear mind. He did not lose himself in the face of any achievements or praise, and always knew his goals. Xiaozhou, you are very good, much more mature than I thought. I'm relieved to hand over Yunye and even the entire Chu family to you. As he was talking, Chu Yunye walked in with a large plate of grapes. Dad, what are you talking about, Zhou Zhang? Come and eat grapes. As he said that, he picked the biggest one and sent it to Zhou Zhang's mouth. Zhou Zhang opened his mouth and ate it without being pretentious. Chu Yunye smiled like a flower and felt affectionate. Chu Jianghe smiled and nodded, deliberately joking. Yunye, I forgot my dad with my husband, right? I want to eat grapes too. Oh Dad, what are you talking about? I'm your little cotton-padded jacket. Chu Yunye's face turned red and stuffed the plate into Chu Jianghe's hands. Eat it, these are all yours. Immediately afterwards, she saw the painting that Zhou Zhang had just painted on the desk last time. Even though Chu Yunye doesn't know how to draw, she can still see that this painting is unique. Wow! Why do I look at the fairy-like atmosphere in this painting? These cranes dance on the branches of pine trees as if they were alive. Haha Yunye, this is what Xiaozhou just drew, and it is also the birthday gift I want to give to Mr. Lu, so it is naturally extraordinary. Oh, no wonder this painting is so good, it turns out that it was painted by my husband, that's fine. Chu Yunye naturally knew Zhou Zhang's level of calligraphy and painting, so he was not surprised. Zhou Zhendao. Yunye, where did you put the 2 Tianhuangshi seals carved by Laoli of Zhou Beizai? I want to use them. I've been carrying it in my bag. You can wait a moment and I'll get it. Chu Yunye hurriedly walked out and quickly walked back with 2 Tianhuangshi seals. These 2 seals were specially carved by Laoli for them. Yunye, please help me stamp this painting. Okay. If the seal is stamped, this painting is perfect. Zhou Zhang put the painting aside and took out another piece of rice paper. This piece of rice paper was much larger than the painting just now, about 10 square feet. Uncle Chu, is this size okay? Chu Jianghe asked excitedly. Draw it for me. Yes. That's great. Chu Jianghe was overjoyed. The size of this painting was much larger than the one given to Mr. Lu. Xiaozhou is worthy of being particular about people. He knows how to be close to each other. His paintings for his father-in-law must be more respectful than others. Good. After Zhou Zhang finished speaking, he picked up his pen and drew. This time I still draw a picture of pine and crane prolonging life. Chu Jianghe said that his birthday next month would be given as a birthday gift to him in advance. Soon the ancient pine and crane appeared on the paper. This picture of Songhe prolongs life is different than what was given to Mr. Lu. There is one more person under the pine tree, and I can't see clearly, but I look fairy-like. Xiaozhou, is this person under the pine tree a monk Vian or a god? Chu Jianghe asked in confusion. Everything is okay, Uncle Chu, you can also imagine him as yourself. Although Chu Yunye doesn't know how to draw, this painting seems to have a deeper artistic conception than the one just now. Uncle Chu, why not give the question to you, it is equivalent to the painting we completed together. Oh, is it a waste of my 2 bad words? Chu Jianghe seemed a little reluctant. Uncle Chu is fine, isn't this more meaningful? Good. Chu Jianghe is actually eager to try it out. It is a very honorable thing to keep such awesome paintings. Chu Jianghe was so excited that he was quite satisfied with the words after finishing the test. At this time, the boss of Zhou Beizai arrived. He was covered in alcohol and seemed to drink a lot. Hey Xiaozhou, you are here. Zhou Zhang nodded. Boss Qian is here? You're rich again if you haven't seen each other for many days. Ha ha ha, Xiaozhou's words sound so nice. I'll go to my store to have fun. Boss Qian smiled, and at the same time he was puzzled. After all, Chu Jianghe is not in dealing with Zhou Zhang? Why do they look very harmonious now? Of course, he wouldn't ask about other people's housework and asked, Mr. Chu, where is the painting? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the pine and crane painting that Zhou Zhengang had finished, and he was born in a glance. I'll go. I remember it's not that big, right? There's one more person. This painting seems to be better than the one I sent to me on my phone. But the words in the title are really bad, but they don't affect that this is an awesome work. Chu Jianghe's face suddenly turned red. Old Qian, stop arguing, I'm showing you this painting. As he said that, he pointed to the picture of pine and cranes on the table in another direction and instructed. This painting must be framed with cheap materials, but it is not allowed to be used for expensive ones. Why? Don't ask why, just do it. And this one needs to be framed with the best and most expensive materials. Chu Jianghe pointed at the large-sized painting. Why? Boss Qian still couldn't help asking. This time Chu Jianghe answered. Because that painting is for granted to people, and this one is what I want to collect, of course it needs to be framed with the best. Chapter 630. You two sleep in the same room tonight. Chu Jianghe's words made Boss Qian confused. Shouldn't paintings given to others be framed with the best? How could you take action? Although that painting is awesome, it is not better to have a good mounting. Is it worthy of this painting? Boss Qian told Chu Jianghe about his questions. Chu Jianghe waved his hand. Lao Qian, why are you so stubborn now? I am a customer and God, you have to do what the customer says. Boss Qian said. Mr. Chu, I don't ask why, but the mounting master Lao Li is a stubborn donkey. He uses bad materials to frame such a good painting. There is no reasonable reason. He probably won't agree, and he won't do much money. I'll go, what should I do? Chu Jianghe often goes to Zhebazai, so he is naturally familiar with the character of the mounting master Lao Li, and Boss Qian also has alarmist words. But they are the most awesome framers in this area, and many people are rushing to ask them to frame their works. What if he doesn't frame it? After all, it is no problem to frame Mr. Lu with ordinary materials. If his skills are poor, he will not seem so sincere. Mr. Chu, I have a way. Lao Li admires your son-in-law Zhou Zheng's talent very much. I think he will definitely listen to Zhou Zheng. It's better for me to take the painting to find Lao Li first. If he refuses, let Xiao Zhou call him and say. Real. Chu Jianghe's eyes lit up. That's okay. Xiao Zhou, help people to the end. If Lao Li doesn't agree with the frame, you have to say a few words to me. Uncle Chu, no problem. Zhou Zhenji agreed. Of course, I will not refuse if I have a simple task. Okay, then that's the matter. I won't bother you anymore, let's go first. Here, Zhou Zheng helped roll the painting and put it into the paper tube brought by Boss Qian. Boss Qian thought to himself, he would not sleep any more tonight, so he would enjoy these two paintings well, and say hello and leave without stopping. Chujiang River Channel. Xiao Zhou, I, Chu Jianghe, have been in love with Lao Li from Zhebazai for 10 years. There are countless paintings that have been asked to frame him, but I think you are more respectful than me in front of him, and Boss Qian also thinks so. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Uncle Chu, maybe Lao Li will sell me for my face because he has taken advantage of me, right? What's cheap? Dad, Zhou Zheng wrote a pair of characters for Lao Li. Lao Li exchanged these two Tianhuangshi seals, but he still felt that he had taken a big advantage. Zhou Zheng didn't speak out, Chu Yunyao said first. Chu Jianghe took Tianhuangshi's seal and played with it for a while. These two Tianhuangshi seals are worth up to 500,000 yuan. If you have a decorative letter, it would be worth it. Then Old Li really took a big advantage. Yunyao, where have you been? At this time, Lu Maihuai's voice came from outside. "Mom, I'm in my dad's study." Chu Yunyao hurriedly walked a few steps to the door and shouted. After a while, the sound of footsteps sounded and Lu Maihuai walked in. "Oh, we're all here, what are you doing in the study?" "Mom, Zhou Zheng just drew 2 paintings, one for Mr. Lu to be a birthday gift, and one for his father himself." "Yet." Lu Maihuai looked at Chu Jianghe. "Old Chu, although Mr. Lu has retreated to the second line, we can't be careless about his birthday gifts. I know, it is actually very difficult to choose a birthday gift for Mr. Lu. It's too expensive and too light." Fortunately, Xiao Zhou drew a painting and asked the boss Qian from Zhebeizai to frame it just now. "Is the paintings painted by Xiao Zhou okay as Mr. Liu's gift?" Lu Maihuai didn't know Zhou Zheng's calligraphy achievements. He felt that Chu Jianghe had been painting artfully and elegant for more than 10 years, and he could not show off his skills. Zhou Zheng was so young, so he was definitely not as good as Chu Jianghe. Can he take advantage of his paintings? Chu Jianghe's face darkened. "Maihuai, what are you saying? Don't deny someone when Xiao Zhou is young. He can sell 1,000,000 yuan by drawing a painting. Do you think he can do it?" "Ah!" Lu Maihuai was shocked. "Millions? Xiao Zhou's paintings are so valuable? What a good guy, isn't this like a money printing machine?" "Xiao Zhou, don't be surprised. Auntie, I have never seen you draw." Zhou Zheng waved his hand quickly and said. "Auntie, how could that be? Besides, Uncle Chu also gave me a face, which was an exaggeration." "Exaggeration? Not exaggerated at all. I still say it with my arms. Maihuai, our son-in-law, is both civil and military, and Yunyao really found the treasure." Chu Jianghe was not stingy with Zhou Zheng's face, and Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were embarrassed to speak. Lu Maihuai was even more relieved. Such an excellent son-in-law really had no place to find her with a lantern. If she was young, she wanted to marry him. "Xiao Zhou, come and have tea. Let's discuss the skills when drawing. I want to ask for some advice." Chu Jianghe was excited and poured tea and water for Zhou Zheng himself. Li Maihuai said unhappy. "What time is it now, old man? Are you not tired?" "Xiao Zhou is not tired, and Yun Yao is not tired. I have packed the bed for them, so don't stop this and that. If you have any questions, let them rest first." Oh. Chu Jianghe glanced at the wall clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. He couldn't help but yawn and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I was negligent. Then, Xiao Zhou Yunyao, you go to bed, I'm a little sleepy. Let's go, Xiao Zhou, I'll take you to Yunyao's room. You two will live in that room tonight. When Chu Yunyao heard this, she suddenly showed 2 blushings on her face. Although the two had lived together or even had a bed together, she was still a little embarrassed in front of her parents. She blushed and took Zhou Zheng's hand and quickly left the study. "Hey, slow down, Yunyao looks at you being anxious, I have something to say to you." Lu Maihuai said while chasing them outward. "Wife." Chu Jianghe suddenly called Lu Maihuai. "What are you doing? If you have something to do, say I'm busy." Lu Maihuai turned around and asked. "You, come back early, I'll take a shower and wait for you." "You're sleepy, why are you waiting for me?" Chu Jianghe's words came out without even having a brain. "What did you say you are doing?" "I said I would punish you, come back soon." Chu Jianghe has an expression you understand. Lu Maihuai finally understood. Her cheeks also turned red and cursed with a smile. "Damn old man, I'll be back soon." Chu Yunyao took Zhou Zheng to her boudoir, which was neatly tidied up by Lu Maihuai. Zhou Zheng looked up and down. This was his first time entering Chu Yunyao's boudoir. It was quite novel. There was a pleasant smell in his nostrils, which made him unable to help but feel throbbing in his heart. "Wife! husband. The two faced each other, their affectionate eyes collided with sparks, and they just hugged each other. Yunyao Xiao Zhou. Lu Maihui suddenly pushed the door and walked in, and it was a little embarrassed to see the two hugging each other. I'll tell you too, there's something in the drawer. Chapter 631 Radical Cure Headaches. Yunyao, Xiao Zhou. Lu Maihui pushed the door open and saw the two hugging each other quickly. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao also quickly let go. Chu Yunyao blushed her face and stroked her hair, pretending to be nothing, and said, "Mom, what else is there? Don't you go to bed? I'll remind you to go to bed." Lu Maihui turned around and said, "I'll add a water dispenser for you. You can drink water at any time if you are thirsty at night. Also, the bedding on this bed is all newly replaced and has just been laid out. Yunyao, you haven't lived here for a long time, and my mother has also put a lot of effort in helping you organize the room." Looking at the neat room, Chu Yunyao nodded and moved. "Thank you, Mom, it's so nice." "Silly kid, what are you talking to me?" Lu Maihui smiled. Chu Yunyao saw two pillows on the soft big bed but only one quilt, and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, why are there just a quilt? We have two people. You and Xiao Zhou are husband and wife. It's enough for the couple to cover a quilt. What do you need for two quilts?" Chu Yunyao suddenly blushed. "My mother asked her and Zhou Zheng to get into the same bed. I was looking forward to it, but I was still a little shy." "Okay, I won't bother you," Lu Maihui said and pointed to the drawer mysteriously. "There are safety supplies in the drawer. Your dad and I have actually wanted to hold our grandson for a long time, but it is not good if you two have a big belly. Of course, there are many people who get married with their children. In short, you decide for yourself, and I'll leave." Li Maihui said a lot of things, and Chu Yunyao was confused. Zhou Zhenkaiu opened the drawer in a daze and couldn't help but be surprised, half the drawer of family planning supplies. "Yunyao, come and see, Aunt is really considerate." Chu Yunyao stepped forward and looked at her, and her face turned red. "Ah, so many of these things are so unforgettable." Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "What's wrong with that? Everyone is all adults." He took out a box as he said casually, looked at the box and said, "Ultra thin. Oh husband, stop watching." Chu Yunyao knocked off the box in his hand. "Okay, I won't watch it anymore, I think you can do it." Zhou Zheng said as he hugged Chu Yunyao in his arms and felt her warmth and body fragrance. Chu Yunyao closed her eyes slightly, leaned her head against Zhou Zheng's chest, and murmured, "The main reason is that I feel a little embarrassed, but husband, do we use these things tonight? It depends on your wishes." "But my wife, your headache has not been completely cured yet. I have to help you cure the headache we can." Ah! Chu Yunyao was a little disappointed when she heard this. She was nervous and expectant, and thought she would achieve the right result tonight, but Zhou Zheng's words were like a basin of cold water that woke her up. "Husband, when will my headache be cured? Plato-like love is somewhat anti-human." Zhou Zheng has done so much for Chu Yunyao, and she also wants to give herself completely to Zhou Zheng. "Wife, my acupuncture technique has now reached the master level, and there should be a 99% chance of eradicating your headache. In fact, it is safe to treat Chu Yunyao's headache by master-level acupuncture," but Zhou Zheng did not speak loudly but left 3 points of room for leeway. "Is that so good, husband? Please help me with treatment," Chu Yunyao said with anticipation. "But Yunyao, even if you treat your headache today, we may not be able to go to the room, and we have to consolidate it after a period of time." "What? How long will it take to get the treatment done, talent?" Chu Yunyao was disappointed again after hearing Zhou Zheng's words. "A recovery period of half a month to 20 days. But Yunyao, if you practice the hidden dragon art that I taught you to the first level, can you absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and convert it into true Glutinous in 1999. The city will be completely restored in 3 days. Really, husband? Chu Yunyeo was a little disappointed, but suddenly she showed a surprise expression. Husband, I seem to have reached the first level, but I'm not sure. Yunyeo, when will it happen? Tell me about it. Zhou Zheng also looked surprised. I also know that he taught Chu Yunyeo this set of mental methods very early on, to fight against her headaches, but some things cannot be practiced with a mantra, and it also depends on people's talent. With Zhou Zheng's guidance, Chu Yunyeo practiced hard for a long time but couldn't get in. She even wanted to give up. Zhou Zheng did not put too much pressure on her. Instead, he focused on improving her acupuncture proficiency and upgrading to a master-level acupuncture can cure Chu Yunyeo's headaches. She doesn't have to be impatient because she can't practice the hidden dragon art. But I knew that Chu Yunyeo suddenly got into the game, which made Zhou Zheng ecstatic. It's not just that Chu Yunyeo practiced the hidden dragon art to fight headaches that made Zhou Zheng very happy. Grandmaster level acupuncture can also be treated. Headache is not a difficult problem for Zhou Zheng. But if you continue to practice the hidden dragon art after you start, you can prolong your life. Zhou Zheng wanted to stay with Chu Yunyeo forever, but his lifespan was limited, and it was a perfect lifespan for the two of them to live to the age of 80. What if I could live to be 90 years old, 100 years old or even over 100 years old? Who doesn't want to stay with your beloved forever? In fact, it is not that the two people in love don't live long, but that the two people in love cannot grow old together, and the other half dies, and from then on, the heavens and man are separated. Zhou Zheng wanted to be a long-term couple with Chu Yunyeo but didn't want to put pressure on her, so he just told her that the hidden dragon art could treat headaches. He just hoped that Chu Yunyeo would get started one day. Now that he really got started, Zhou Zheng was happier than to obtain the master-level skills. Husband, just before my father was kidnapped, I felt as if I could distinguish the spiritual energy and miscellaneous energy between heaven and earth. After refining, it seemed that something was stored in the Danshan, but I felt that the energy was very high. It's just that because my dad was kidnapped, I have been practicing for many days and I don't know if I can find this feeling. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seemed that Yunyao was indeed a master, and could refine the true Pashu. Yunyao, as long as you get started with the hidden dragon art, you will not forget this. Don't worry. In this way, I will help you with acupuncture first, and then we will practice the hidden dragon art together. Chu Yunyeo nodded. Zhou Zheng gently kissed her on the cheek. Chu Yunyeo also stood up reluctantly and lay down. Zhou Zheng took out the 9-inch golden needle and began to help Chu Yunyeo acupuncture. Is it so scary? Husband, when did you become so powerful? Chu Yunyeo was surprised and a little scared when she saw the 9-inch golden needle in Zhou Zheng's hand. She had only seen Zhou Zheng use 6-inch and 7-inch needles before, and this was the first time she had seen 9-inch needles. Zhou Zheng exaggeratedly. Haha, your husband is very talented, and my current state is my real strength. Don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt. I know, husband, I'm not afraid. Outside the door, Lu Maihuai, who was at the front wall, blushed with shame, ran away. Chapter 632 I Love You. Yunyeo, it's cured. Zhou Zheng quickly eliminated Chu Yunyeo's headache by using master-level acupuncture. As for the process, it is not convenient to elaborate on it. Anyway, you can't learn it if you don't have the halo of the protagonist. The disease that had troubled Chu Yunyeo for more than 10 years was finally eradicated, and Chu Yunyeo felt a feeling of crying with joy. She seemed to be a little unbelievable. Husband, have you really helped me heal? It's too fast. Or why do you give me a few more injections? No wonder, it took less than 5 minutes for Zhou Zheng to finish the treatment. If it is too fast, it is easy for people to mistakenly believe that it has not been completely cured. Haha. Zhou Zheng smiled when he looked at Chu Yunyeo's incredible look. Yunyao, can I still lie to you, it's really cured. Grandmaster level acupuncture can help me find the root of the disease quickly, and it can be done with just a few acupuncture, which is not as complicated as you think. On the contrary, those quack doctors understand too little and cannot find the cause of the disease. Even if they find it, they cannot control the long needles and cannot effectively remove the root cause. Therefore, many times of acupuncture are futile. Zhou Zheng carefully explained Chu Yunyao, and then she believed it. Suddenly I realized that my eyes seemed to see things much clearer than before, and my head was much more relaxed. Honey, my eyes seem to have changed a little. I used to see things a little blurred. I thought I was myopia and went to the glasses shop for optometry and put on a mirror. However, my eyes had excellent vision and didn't need to wear myopia glasses at all, but I just couldn't see clearly. Now it seems that it's all gone. Zhou Zheng nodded. Wife, your headache, you have an impact on your facial organs, and your vision is one of them. Don't worry now, the root cause will not be affected. What a great husband, I'm so excited, I'm so happy. Husband, I want to hug you. Chu Yunyao was ecstatic, as if a person who had been bound for many years had gained freedom. And Zhou Zheng is the one who helped her unbundle her bondage. With gratitude and love for your lover. Chu Yunyao became proactive for the first time. Before she could get up, she threw Zhou Zheng down and hugged him hard. Husband, thank you. Chu Yunyao said affectionately. Zhou Zheng looked at her beautiful face and couldn't help but scratch her perky nose with his fingers. Wife, I have reminded you how many times you have been kind to me again. I don't care, I want to thank you because I am really grateful to you, you must accept it. Chu Yunyao said domineeringly. Okay, okay. Zhou Zheng didn't argue with her and nodded. I accept your thanks, Yunyao, my wife, can I say you don't have to be polite? Chu Yunyao raised the corner of her mouth and smiled coquettishly. No, only I can be polite to you, you can't be polite to me. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Oh, Yunyao, are you starting to use the overlord terms on me now? Whatever you understand, husband. Chu Yunyao blinked her big eyes, and her eyes became clearer and brighter. She said affectionately. Husband, I am what I want to say the most is, I love you. After saying this numb words, Chu Yunyao didn't feel shy at all. She felt that it was too normal to say this to her husband, and it was also what she said in her heart. Zhou Zheng also said seriously. I love you too, my wife. How much do you love me? It's as tall as a mountain, as surging as a wave. Earthy love words can often arouse hormones, and the atmosphere has been set to this point. It seems that I am sorry for this beautiful scenery without doing anything. Zhou Zheng felt that his clothes were a little loose, so he naturally wanted to. However, there was still a hint of clarity in my mind. Wife. He grabbed Chu Yunyao's hand. Husband, what are you doing? Let go. Zhou Zheng naturally would not let go. Yunyao, listen to me, your body is still weak and you need to practice the hidden dragon art. We can only do it in 3 days. All right. Chu Yunyao gave up after Zhou Zheng's persuasion. Very depressed, but I also know that I can't be too hasty and can only endure it. Yunyao, let's start practicing the hidden dragon technique together now. You first try to circulate the danshan and mobilize the qi between heaven and earth. I will help you take the lead in completing it step by step. Chu Yunyao naturally sat in the brakes and suddenly braked for her good. She tried to abandon the distracting thoughts in her mind and began to try to circulate her danshan. She once successfully refined the real one and was familiar with Zhou Zheng's guidance. Soon, there seemed to be airflow rotating in the room, but the force was very weak. The first level hidden dragon art will naturally not mobilize too much energy between heaven and earth. Yes, refining spiritual energy, for my use, and storing the danshan. Zhou Zheng guided meticulously. Soon, Chu Yunyao refined a little more real. At the same time, she felt warm all over her body and felt an indescribable comfort. Zhou Zheng saw that the 1-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head suddenly turned into 2 stars. He was delighted. If he rose to the 3-star reward, he could consider gaining it. Seeing that she was working normally, Zhou Zheng also bent his knees and crossed his legs to start practicing the hidden dragon art. Zhou Zheng has already practiced to level 4 and is heading towards level 5. The absorption of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was much faster than Chu Yunyao. After pinching the fingertips, the air in the room seemed to be spinning faster and faster like a tornado, while Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were in the vortex. The two of them practiced and slowly fell asleep. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Zheng suddenly opened his eyes. Because he heard a slight sound of footsteps. After practicing the hidden dragon art to level 4, his physique, vision, hearing, etc. have improved a little more than before. He could also hear a very slight sound dozens of meters away, especially when it was late at night. Of course, in order not to be affected when sleeping, he usually temporarily reduces his ear strength to a normal level at night. However, it is still much more sensitive than ordinary people, especially the movements of strangers. The footsteps coming from outside were not made by Chu Jianghe and his wife. Zhou Zheng was awakened by the strange footsteps. He opened his eyes and looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was 2:30 in the morning, which was the most sleepy time. The position of footsteps outside was also distinguished. It was in the yard of the villa, and was moving carefully at this time. Soon. Crazy. A slight metal collision sound came into the ears of the present. The other party should be prying the door. The thief is in. Zhou Zheng's first reaction was that a thief entered the house. It just so happens that he is professional and the police are specializing in catching thieves. He listened carefully and confirmed that the other party was alone before getting up and getting out of bed. He decided to kill the chicken and use the ox knife to subdue the thief himself. After leaving the room, he closed the door and Zhou Zheng went straight to the study. Listening to the sound, the thief went to the study. Sure enough, the door of the study was half closed, and a thin figure was rummaging through the cabinet with a flashlight in one hand and the other. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and pressed the thief to the ground with a grapple hand. Chapter 633 The thief looks familiar. The thief thought he was stealing without knowing it, and no one noticed his behavior. It was also the first time I was a thief. I was so nervous that I was so nervous. However, after thinking about finding what I wanted, my mother would be able to recover from the dead. She was even more excited. But suddenly, I rushed out and pushed him to the ground. The thief was so scared to death. Ah! A scream almost overturned the roof. Zhou Zheng was also shocked and thought that the scream was no less than 80, and Chu Jianghe and others would definitely be awakened. He also wanted to catch the thief without knowing it and send it to the local police station to finish the work, not wanting to affect others' sleep. Now it seems that it is not possible. Why are you shouting so loudly on the horse? I'm scared. Zhou Zhensin said that this thief was also annoying and came to the Chu family villa to steal things in the middle of the night. The thief lowered his head and didn't say anything, his body seemed to tremble slightly, as if he was a little excited. Don't speak? Are you mute? Zhou Zheng asked again. He still didn't speak. At this time, Chu Jianghe was awakened by the screams. He looked at Lu Maihui who was sleeping soundly, and couldn't bear to wake him up. I quietly got up and planned to see what happened by myself. Where did the sound come from? I turned on all the lights in the living room, and heard something happening in the study. I picked up a golf club, went into the study and turned on the lights. Xiao Zhou. Zhou Zheng was dressed neatly, half kneeling on the ground and pressing a thin man. Uncle Chu, are you awakened? Yes. Who is the guy Xiao Zhou is pressing on? Is he a thief? Right. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yes Uncle Chu, this guy is a high probability that he is a thief who came to steal. I heard the noise and got up and caught him. I'm so brave that I dared to steal it to our house. Didn't this be hit by a gun? Chu Jianghe of course refers to Zhou Zheng as a policeman, and thieves stealing the police are seeking death. At the same time, I also lamented that it was really good that many men at home were policemen. If he was the only one at home, he might not have been beaten to the thief. Even being stolen, he was still sleeping. Xiaozhou, wait a moment, I'll find a rope to tie this guy up. Chu Jianghe walked out of the study room and came back soon, holding a white plastic belt in his hand. He didn't care about trivial matters at home, and he didn't know whether there was a rope or not, and he didn't know where to put it, so he simply found a tie, which could also be used as a rope. At this time, Chu Yunyao was wearing pajamas and colliding with Chu Jianghe in the corridor. No, why don't you sleep at night, Dad? Where did Zhou Zheng go? Have you seen my husband? Yunyao's family has entered the thief, and Xiaozhou caught him in the study. What? It's a thief, it's so new. The courtyard wall of the Chu family villa is more than 3 meters high, and it is not easy for thieves to come in. Moreover, there are countless cameras and alarm systems in the villa. Most thieves will not choose the villa to steal. The thief didn't know what he thought, so he took the risk of coming to the villa to steal things. Chu Yunyao also followed her father into the study. Husband, you are not injured. Chu Yunyao came up and asked Zhou Zheng with concern first, which made Chu Jianghe jealous. Sure enough, the girl is outgoing. She doesn't care about her husband if she doesn't ask about her dad. I'm fine, my wife, I can't pose a threat to me. With the help of Chu Jianghe, the two tied the thief's hands and feet with their belts. The thief still lowered his head and said nothing. Zhou Zheng stood up from the ground and glanced at him. Wife, why do I feel like this person looks familiar? It seems like I've seen it somewhere. Chu Yunyao also looked carefully. The other party was wearing a hat and tying his head. He could only see a little bit of his appearance, but he also felt a little familiar. Yes, husband, I look familiar. Hey, what's your name? Lift your head up. The other party didn't say anything and even buried his head lower. Oh, do you feel embarrassed if you have a bad temper? Zhou Zheng bent down, took off his hat and grabbed his hair and pulled it hard. The thief couldn't help but raise his head. There is no slight pity for thieves. Lin Hao. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but shout when he saw Xiao Rou stealing the thin and haggard face. Lin Hao. Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment, feeling that the name was quite familiar. She looked at the thief's face again, and then she remembered who Lin Hao was. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao rented a house in Hanlin Yuan community. A mother and son lived next door. The mother was named Huang Shifen and her son was named Lin Hao. Lin Hao fell in love with Chu Yunyao, and Huang Shifen also hoped that Chu Yunyao would be her daughter-in-law. They tried their best to take her down. Lin Hao also used various methods to deal with Zhou Zheng and finally brought shame to himself. Later, Zhou Zheng accidentally discovered that Huang Shifen had committed adultery with others and even murdered her husband in partnership. Huang Shifen was arrested for this case and seemed to have been sentenced to several years. Lin Hao, the mama boy, suddenly collapsed. He believed that his mother was arrested and sentenced because of Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. He once thought about revenge but was afraid to take action because of his cowardly personality. Anyway, there is an irreconcilable conflict between him and Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. Since Huang Shifen was arrested, he has disappeared. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao both forgot about this person, as if he had never appeared before. Lin Hao suddenly appeared and came to the Chu family's villa to steal things. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao never expected it. This kid's name is Lin Hao? Why do you know him, Xiaozhou? Chu Jianghe asked in confusion. Zhou Zheng nodded. Yes, Uncle Chu, he is the neighbor of the house that Yunyao and I rented in Hanlin Courtyard. There are some small holidays. I don't know why he even stole it to our house after becoming a thief. Zhou Zheng saw Lin Hao's cheeks were deep and his face was haggard. He thought that Huang Shifen was imprisoned and had a great blow to him, but he was not a big deal. If he did something wrong, he would be punished. This is nothing regrettable and sympathetic. But what puzzled Zhou Zheng was that the Lin Hao family was also middle class and had a small savings, so how could it be burglary? Lin Hao, why do you want to steal things? Lin Hao slowly raised his head, his blue dread eyes stared at Zhou Zheng, emitting a light of hatred. My mother was sent in by Zhou Zheng. I just heard Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao calling each other's husband and wife, and I hated Zhou Zheng even more. You can't control it. I admit it if you catch me. If you want to kill me, you can cut me off. Lin Hao deliberately said the righteousness was actually for Chu Yunyao to show. Of course, this behavior is extremely ridiculous. Oh, this is a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. Is this grandson so arrogant when he was caught? I'll call the police. Chu Jianghe said as he wanted to pick up the landline on the table and call the police. Lin Hao became timid in a second. He thought of Huang Shifen, who was terminally ill, and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call the police first. I want to ask you for something."